Good evening. I'd like to call the Conneaut City Council meeting to order for November 25th, 2019. Ms. O'Connell, would you please call the roll?
City Manager, Mr. Hockaday.
Here.
Finance Director, Mr. Williams.
Here.
Council President, Mrs. Newcomb.
Present.
Mr. Emery.
Here.
Mr. Garrix.
Here.
Mr. Prokowski.
Present.
Mr. Sanford.
Present.
Law Director, Mr. Smith.
Here.
Would you all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Move on to the next order on our agenda, which is our invocation. And we welcome Reverend Schenk from the Amboy United Methodist Church.
Thank you. Let us pray. O Lord, in this season of Thanksgiving, may we give thanks for all those things that have been our blessings in the past year. We give thanks for the City Council. We give thanks for this wonderful city of Conneaut and for all that happens within it. We also pray in this week of Thanksgiving for safe travel and for times with family and friends. We pray that this council will deliberate with wisdom and judgment, and that you will guide them as they determine sometimes the fate and the future of this city. And we thank you that you are with us in all things and all ways. And we give you praise and glory in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Next order of business is the disposing of our meeting minutes from our meeting, which was held on November 12th. Those have all been mailed to council members, emailed. Are there any changes or corrections to the minutes as presented? Entertain a motion. Motion by Mr. Prokowski, seconded by Mr. Sanford. Ms. O'Connor, would you call the roll?
Mr. Emery.
Yes.
Mr. Garrix.
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb.
Yes.
Mr. Prokowski.
Yes.
Mr. Sanford.
Yes.
Meeting minutes for November 12th, 2019 stand approved. Next order of business on our agenda, excuse me, is the awards presentation. We're very excited this evening to present the Spartan of the Month Award to Dylan Stewart. If Dylan and his family would please come forward.
Certificate of Achievement Spartan of the Month. The Spartan of the Month for November is Dylan Stewart. Dylan is a 10th grade student at Conneaut High School. His nominating teacher, Mr. Talbaka, wrote, "I have known Dylan for the last 3 years, and he always has a positive attitude. Even as a sophomore, he is always helping younger students and setting a good example for them. He volunteers to help out in any way possible during school and football. I feel Dylan is an exemplary Spartan. Dylan exhibits those qualities that make him a representative of what it means to be a true Spartan." Signed, Deborah Newcomb, Council President, Nicholas Prokowski, Council Member.
Congratulations. Who was the teacher? Oh, it was Mr. Talbaka. Would you like to say anything? Introduce your family?
Thank you. This is my mom and my dad.
The principal. Well, we're really proud of you for all you've done, and council has something else for you too as well.
On behalf of City Council, this is a small token of our appreciation for what you do.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work. Okay.
Congratulations. What happened to your wrist? I thought it was a slide rule. Good to see you.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Let him go first. Oh, I'm trying to be nice to him. Again, congratulations.
Congratulations.
We'll have one more before the end of the year, then we'll start another month.
I
December.
think so,
Okay.
yes.
All right, we have no special presentation this evening, and we'll move on to audience comments. Mr. Smith, has anybody signed in for comments this evening?
Alas, no one.
Thank you. Communications, Ms. O'Connell, do you have any communications that need to be read into the record?
No, I do not.
Any member of council have any communications? Okay, we'll move on to the report of our administration. We'll start with our city manager, Mr. Hockaday.
Thank you, Council President Newcomb. Have a couple updates for you tonight. One of the things that you will see on the agenda, and I recommend it obviously go all three readings, is the dredge material facility lease. So it is in, hopefully it's final draft form for council's consideration. I know we're missing 2 members of council tonight, so if we want to have an executive session discuss any further aspect of that lease, then I think that would be appropriate, but I would recommend maybe the next meeting when everybody's here. So if anybody has any questions, they can take time, they can review this carefully. Obviously, myself and Mr. Smith are available to answer any questions you might have. So that has been a long time coming, and we're finally there with 3 readings left in the year, so kind of great timing. The Reesburg pipeline is scheduled to go live December 1st, which is very exciting. I think they're going to meet that deadline. And I did send an email out to you with some pictures of the taps that were installed. So that makes me very happy because that's been a long project for us as well. Parrish and Chamberlain Road is completed, save the uprights and the signals. Those were back ordered. They have gone through, and I think they've dealt with 3/4 of the punch list. What we're hoping is that we're expecting final delivery December 10th on those pieces, that they will get installed that week, and then we will be able to do a closeout on that project. So it's getting close, and I think the contractor's done a nice job. They have a couple punch list items to carry out. Some of the line striping stuff wasn't quite right, so it needs to be rectified. But other than that, it's pretty close. There'll be some grass seeding issues that will go into the spring. Obviously, they'll probably have to come back and touch that up. We're a little bit beyond grass growing weather at this point. So, but that project has moved forward nicely, and I think they've done a great job with it. Telemetry at the water treatment plant. This allows us to remotely read and see tower water levels. It does a lot of things for us in terms of management, but also allows us to see critical situations, line breaks, stuff like that. All the hardware's installed. They're still ironing out some of the software, but that will be completed by the end of this year as well. Resident street sewer lining, all the main lines are completed. They've done all the main line work. They have a couple lateral top hats to install, which they're going to be doing between now and the first 2 weeks of December, and then they will be out of here, and we'll close the door on that project as well. Lake Road Stormwater, we had our pre-construction meeting last week. They're hoping to potentially start some of that work here starting in December. And we also had our pre-construction meeting for the I-90 and Mill Street water line lining project. So those have both been awarded and are ready to move forward at the contractor's availability. So we'll see kind of what the weather holds for us, and that will dictate as much of anything as the contractor's readiness. So, and just one other kind of upcoming pieces is we are probably going to submit a coastal management access grant. I spoke with Yeti Lombardo of the Ohio Department of Natural Resources Coastal Management Division, and we will likely submit a final application. We submitted a pre-proposal on 2 separate projects. She kind of leaned one way, so we're going to go in that direction. So, and that would be for NPSIS, which is a NPSIS plan, and it's required for any funding related to the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative. So it's a good grant series, and we just need to keep moving forward on some of those pieces so we can remain available to as much funding from federal and state entities as possible. So that's all I have, unless there are any questions or I can answer. I will mention one of the things, and I'll let two of the counselors that also sit on the Conneaut Foundation share their piece as well. There was an article in the Courier this last week that implied that the city played a role in or had some legal or financial obligation to the purchase of the Harbor Beverage Store or the Hagstrom's 1 Welton Road building. Just to be clear, the city did not purchase nor has any legal or financial role in either of those. So just to be absolutely 100% clear, one is owned by the Port, and the Harbor Beverage Store was purchased by the Conneaut Foundation. I believe Martha has agreed to run a correction on that story and kind of clarify that relationship. And there are two council members here that are members of the Conneaut Foundation. I'd let them obviously speak if they so choose. So just wanted to make sure that we're not doing something that people didn't know about or something like that. But no, we don't have any relationship with those buildings.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yes.
Appreciate that. Okay.
Any questions for the city manager? Okay, we'll move on to the report of our finance director, Mr. Williams.
I have no report tonight, thank you.
Okay. Ready to do the budget work session on December
Yes,
2nd?
we will have a
All right.
draft budget available for you. We might even, I might even email
Oh, okay.
at the end of this week.
All right, that'd be great. Report of our law director, Mr. Smith.
No report.
You want to talk about the lease yet? We'll do that later, I don't.
Might as well with everyone present.
And you won't have to do it twice, okay. You got it, thank you. Reports of standing committees, do you have any committee reports at this time? Liaison reports at this time. Okay. And we'll move on to assignment of ordinances. And tonight, there are no ordinances and resolutions on the table. We have one in third reading, ordinance number 8119, which is assigned to Mr. Sanford. There are none in second reading. Ordinances in first reading, we'll begin with ordinance number 95-19, which will be introduced by Mr. Garretts. Ordinance number 96-19 will be introduced by Mr. Prokowski. Ordinance number 97-19 will be introduced by Mr. Sanford. Resolution number 98-19 will be introduced by Mr. Prokowski. Ordinance number 99-19 will be introduced by Mr. Sanford. Ordinance number 100-19 will be introduced by Mr. Emery. And ordinance number 101-19 will be introduced by Mr. Garrix. So we'll begin with the ordinances in third reading. Ms. O'Connell?
An ordinance to establish a maximum vacation payout and year-to-year carryover limit for all full-time unclassified employees at the time of retirement or separation from service and not declaring an emergency.
Any additional comments, questions? Just want to explain real quickly to
Yeah,
our
so this
viewers.
is for unclassified personnel, so those would be non-collectively bargained employees within the city of Conneaut that are full-time and receive vacation. This establishes a maximum payout upon retirement. This is in line with what the collective bargaining units have. That way people aren't saving up 2 or 3 years of vacation time at the end of their service. A lot of times it saves the city money in the sense that we're not having people taking quote-unquote year-long vacations at the end and then they stay on our health care and other benefits, which costs taxpayers more money. So this would cap that activity at 400 hours. With the exception of a few employees that presently have a little bit over 400 hours. I don't think there's anybody over 600 right now. But that would be their maximum. If they drop below the 400, then the 400 becomes their maximum. So it caps that payout, and it also is intended to bring that administrative personnel in line with what the collective bargaining personnel have as well. And the goal is ultimately, reducing some of those retirement payouts to the city because they can be cost prohibitive.
Okay. Hopefully help Mr. Williams in budgeting as well, because you don't have those unanticipated expenses. Okay, any questions before we proceed? Mr. Garrix? Oh, not Mr. Garrix, Mr. Sanford.
Yes. At this time, Mrs. Newcomb, I would like to act on Ordinance 81-19.
Motion by Mr. Sanford, seconded by Mr. Emery to act on the ordinance. Ms. O'Connor?
Mr. Sanford?
Yes.
Mr. Emery?
Yes.
Mr. Garrix?
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb?
Yes.
Mr. Prokowski?
Yes.
Ordinance number 81-19 is passed. On to ordinance number 95-19, which will be introduced by Mr. Garrix.
An ordinance to create Fund 300 Chestnut Middle Road paving for the purpose of accounting for receipts and disbursements of grant funds for the paving of Chestnut Street and Middle Road.
Let's talk, David.
Well, Jonathan, so we're establishing some funds here in this ordinance and the next ordinance, and these will be in the 2020 budget. These will be projects that will be carried out next year, but we do need to go ahead and establish the funds. So we figured we'd start getting some of those things done now.
And this is a OPWC grant loan. The grant is $232,000, the loan is $50,000, and then our match, the city's match is $282,000.
If we want to be specific about the paving, it's the area north of 16th Street on Chestnut up to Lake Road, and then it'll be Middle Road from 20 to the I-90 overpass.
Okay, and that'll be the same with the next ordinance, is creating another fund, so need some more. Okay. Mr. Garrix?
This has to be moved to a second reading, right? Because we don't have enough to act on it?
Correct.
That's correct.
I move it to a second reading.
Ordinance number 95-19 has been moved to second reading. On to ordinance number 96-19, which will be introduced by Mr. Prokowski.
An ordinance to create Fund 301 Conneaut Dredge Facility for the purpose of accounting for receipts and disbursements of grant funds relating to the construction of a dredge facility.
Again, this is another creation of funds for our budget for 2020, correct?
Well,
Or is that gonna start
this one will likely start sooner. So as soon as the fund is established, we'll likely create an appropriation. We're hoping to receipt funds from the state of Ohio before the year's end. I would hope we would be able to reimburse some prior expenses, particularly
Okay.
related to environmental legal counsel for the lease.
So we'll have to pass this before the end of the year. Okay. All right, Mr. Prokowski?
I'd like to move ordinance 96-19 to a second reading.
Ordinance 96-19 is moved to second reading. Move on to ordinance number 97-19, introduced by Mr. Sanford.
An ordinance to amend the 2019 budget through appropriations and fund and interfund transfers, attached Tier 2 and marked Exhibit A.
Mr. Williams?
Yes, this, we're making a couple of adjustments. I attached the Chief Lee's memo that he'd like to move some money from vehicle maintenance into incidentals. He needs to do pension physicals and psychologicals for a new firefighter or firefighters. We are planning on receiving NOPEC funds, so we're creating an appropriation for the NOPEC grant, so that's just an appropriation of $39,000 for that fund. And then in the water fund, I spoke to Mr. Neubauer about some overtime issues that he's having. He had an employee on extended sick leave, and that created an overtime situation. So we're estimating another $4,000 until the end of the year. We were able to decrease contractual services by $4,000, so the net impact on the appropriation for the water fund is zero. The net impact on the general fund is zero, and the NOPEC is $39,000 increase, but those are, as I said, grant funds.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Sanford?
I move to place ordinance 97-19 for a second reading.
Ordinance number 97-19 goes into second reading. Move on to ordinance number 98-19, which will be introduced by Mr. Prokowski.
An ordinance approving the editing and inclusion of certain ordinances as parts of the various component codes of the codified ordinances of Conneaut, Ohio, and declaring an emergency.
Give it to Kyle.
Kyle, you have it?
Yeah, this is just our annual effort to codify the ordinances that you pass. We do this every year. We also update some of the local codes to the state code so that the police department can file charges under the local code and get the fine money for it.
Okay.
So it's a pretty routine thing. It's stuff that you've passed, we've just codified so that it's in one format.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Prokowski.
I'd like to move ordinance 98-19 to a second reading.
Ordinance number 98-19 is in second reading. Okay, you'll move on to resolution number 99-19, introduced by Mr. Sanford.
A resolution to recognize the 200th anniversary of the First Congregational United Church of Christ in Conneaut.
That's Mr. Sanford.
Yes, we aren't able to act on this evening, of course, and ideally we'll reach out to Pastor Frank Walford to get a delegation here for the December 9th meeting. But just a quick point, the First Congregational United Church of Christ, as we all know, has embarked on its bicentennial this year. They had a celebration a few months ago, but certainly bicentennial of any kind, and certainly of a faith community, is definitely worthy of a notation and a proclamation. So this is pretty exciting for sure. With that, I would move to place this resolution for a second reading, Mrs. Newcomb.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sanford. Resolution number 99-19 has been moved to second reading. Move on to ordinance number 100-19, which is being introduced by Mr. Emery.
An ordinance to authorize the city manager to enter into a property lease agreement with Bessemer and Lake Erie Railroad Company for the purposes of developing and operating a sediment processing facility and not declaring an emergency.
After a short year negotiating this lease,
Negotiations, yeah.
we're finally to a final document for council's consideration. I would recommend we do an executive session at the next council meeting when everybody's here, and certainly we can have Joe Konchelik, who's retained legal counsel for environmental compliance and with respect to this project. So get Joe to weigh in by memo, and then obviously I'm sure Kyle can share his thoughts on it and things that council needs to be aware of. So we're happy this needs to go all three readings regardless, and then we can also explain a little bit in greater detail what some of the next steps forward need to be. This is certainly not simple. It's not simple for me or anybody here. This is a very new endeavor in the state of Ohio even. Once this facility would receive a permit, it would be the first permit that the state has ever written of this kind. So we want to go in with both eyes open and make sure that everybody understands the perils and risks that are possible with a project like this, and that we do the best to indemnify the city and ourselves from any issues. So this is that first step.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Emery?
I'd like to move ordinance 100-19 to a second reading.
Ordinance number 100-19 has been moved to a second reading. Okay, ordinance number 101-19, introduced by Mr. Garrix.
An ordinance to amend Chapter 109 of the codified ordinances of the city of Conneaut and not declaring an emergency.
Okay. Well, this is one that we did a while back, and this is the ability of the city to use the RFP process for the sale, lease, or exchange of municipal real estate, and we are adding personal property to that. The reason we would do that is obviously we just acquired some gas taps on a pipeline. If we look to lease them to an operating utility to do something with those, we would need to amend this ordinance to include personal property, as when we designed it, we only put real estate in there. So that would be why we would look at that, and it would allow us to look at operating leases for. This is kind of the next step. Is an issue that came up a week ago in discussion. So we figured we could go ahead and address it. We're not 100% guaranteed that we're going to go down this path, but we at least need to have it be legally available.
He's legal. Mr. Smith?
Yeah, just a couple footnotes there. The revised code requires competitive bidding for the sale or lease of real estate or personal property. And the city is able to do this because in 1991 they adopted the city charter. And the city charter adopted or reserved to itself or to the city all of its home rule powers, which authorizes or it's able to, in some cases, not all cases, enact legislation that conflicts with the revised code. And so this is just the next step on that. One of the interesting parts of this, and you've often asked me what the difference between a resolution and an ordinance was, and I think I tried to put something in the packet that you may have seen about that. But there was a case that was involving the real estate part of competitive bidding with the city of Minter that had a charter. And they passed their enabling legislation by a resolution. And this went up to the 11th District Court, maybe the Supreme Court of Ohio. And the city lost because they passed it as a resolution and as an ordinance. So whenever you want to do something that has binding authority and is law, you want to make sure that it's an ordinance. And if you're honoring a church or expressing an intent or meaning, that's when you want to use the resolution.
The only other thing I would add is RFP, kind of some examples of the city's deployment of RFP would be the bunkhouse project, which we could not have done that project by another means and had certainly an outcome as good as that, and representing a positive improvement for the city and less expense for the city. That was a tremendous win with a request for proposal process. Anytime some things are either complicated or fuzzy or have a lot of inherent detail in them, a commoditized bid process can be really more cumbersome and helpful. The other one would be the waterfront hotel process was done through an RFP process as well. So those are a couple limited examples. It's widely used around the state of Ohio in charter communities. It's a very common means and method for doing complex development projects.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Garrix?
I'd like to move ordinance 101-19 to a second reading.
Ordinance number 101-19 is in second reading. Is there any unfinished business or miscellaneous business to come before council? Mr. Emery?
I would just like to wish everyone a happy and safe Thanksgiving, and that's it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sanford?
Just a quick word of thanks once again to Mr. Hockaday for clarifying on the Courier article from last week, the nuances between the Conneaut Port Authority and the Conneaut Foundation. Mr. Prokosky and I both sit on the Conneaut Foundation Board of Trustees. There have been some moves by both the Port Authority and the Foundation with some property. The city does not have any role in the process, that is appreciated. And lastly, again, happy Thanksgiving. Here's to turkey, football, stretchy pants, and the opening day of deer season. Not in that order.
Okay. Good to know. Mr. Garrett?
I have nothing.
Okay. Mr. Prokosky?
Just to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving as well. And we need a motion to excuse Angel McVoy and Tom Kozeski.
Okay.
I make a
So
motion.
move, and you second. Okay. Sanford made the motion, Prokosky seconded it.
Two nicks are better than one.
That's right.
Mr. Emery?
Yes.
Mr. Garrix?
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb?
Yes.
Mr. Prokowski?
Yes.
Mr. Shamford?
Yes.
The absences are excused for Mrs. McVoy and Mr. Kozeski. Just a reminder for council, December 2nd will be the budget work session. I know Mr. Williams mentioned he may send some stuff to you over the weekend, so we'll be ready on the 2nd. The swearing-in ceremony for the new city council will be December 16th. Doors open at 5:30, 6 o'clock will be the swearing-in ceremony. I don't know if we'll need any more budget time after that, but we'll see how we do on the 2nd before we decide. And then our regular meeting and last meeting of the season, how's that go? December 23rd will be our last meeting for December, unless
Hopefully.
hopefully that will be our last meeting for December, so. There is no other business come before council. Motion by Mr. Emery, seconded by Mr. Prokowski to adjourn. Ms. O'Connell?
Mr. Emery?
Yes.
Mr. Garrix?
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb?
Yes.
Mr. Prokowski?
Yes.
Mr. Shamford?
Yes.
Conneaut City Council stands adjourned.
Hi, I'm Martha Sorahan, editor of The Courier, bringing you Conneaut's hometown happenings for the week of November 27th, 2019. In just a few days, Conneaut will usher in the Christmas season with the annual Christmas Parade. This year's parade, Christmas Through the Eyes of a Child, will step off at 7 p.m. from Conneaut High School and head south on Broad, east on State, south on Harbor Street to Main Street. The parade will feature the Conneaut High School Alumni Band, floats, and other units, including the Simpson Jeeps. Prizes will be given to the best marching unit, the best float, and most kids on a float. Jim Jones has been tapped as the Grand Marshal of the parade. Parade committee member Marty Landon said that Jones' 30-plus years as parade coordinator and his civic involvement as Conneaut City Council president, a member of the Conneaut VFW and American Legion, Conneaut Area Historical Society, Conneaut Salvation Army, and Lighthouse Cruisers among his involvement earned him the recognition. Following the parade is the annual Lights of Love tree lighting by the Conneaut Savings Bank. It is hosted by the Conneaut Area Chamber of Commerce. Hot chocolate will be sold by Boy Scout Troop 34, and the Conneaut High School Band will lead caroling. The tree is strung with lights every year by Eric and Stephanie Nesbitt of Thompson Smith Nesbitt Funeral Home. If you haven't purchased Lights of Love yet, the lights may be purchased through December 13th from the Conneaut Area Chamber of Commerce for just $5. Donors receive a wooden ornament in exchange, and this year the Conneaut Area Chamber of Commerce is selling a commemorative ornament for $10 in memory of Sergeant Cole Walker. The ornaments include a picture of Walker, who died in a military training accident last month. Proceeds from the ornament sale go to the Feed Our Vets food pantry in Ashtabula. Call the Chamber at 593-2402. And if you're still interested in being part of the Christmas parade, contact the Conneaut Human Resources Center at 593-5273. And as a side note, the parade reviewing stand will move this year to Main Street in front of Gertis Pharmacy. With 2 council members absent, Conneaut City Council took no action at its Monday, November 25th meeting, but moved 7 pieces of legislation to second reading, including a resolution recognizing the 200th anniversary of the First Congregational United Church of Christ. Conneaut City Manager Jim Hockaday said the lease agreement regarding the dredging facility is just about ready, but wants council to review it in executive session before it passes. Hockaday also said that the Reesburg pipeline is done, as is the work at Parish and Chamberlain, with the exception of a traffic light at West Main Road that is on back order and is expected to be installed in about 2 weeks. Conneaut City Council's next work session is 5:30 p.m. Monday, December 2nd. That will be a budget work session for the 2020 budget. Conneaut will swear in the 2020 City Council at 6 p.m. Monday, December 16th. Council's next regular meeting is 7 p.m. Monday, December 9th. Pennsylvania State Police have identified the remains of a man's body as that of Tim Rhodes of Conneaut, who disappeared in October 2011. The body was found some months ago across the state line. Rhodes' disappearance was especially mysterious because his wallet and other personal effects remained behind in his Beaver Street home. Pennsylvania State Police say the case is closed because no foul play was suspected, but offered no further comment. Conneaut Port Authority has a new chair. George Peterson was voted to head the board after Wally Dunn resigned as chair at the Port Authority's November 7th work session. Dunn remains on the board. Bill Kennedy continues as vice chair and Pat Arcaro as the chair of the Finance Committee. The new chair, Peterson, has also restructured the board committees and urged committees to be active and come to meetings prepared. Among the agenda items at the Port Authority's November 21st meeting was passage of a temporary 2020 budget, and with record high Lake Erie water levels continuing to recede, the Port Authority hopes to be able to open the sandbar next season. It is also working on securing additional bids for electrical work to upgrade wiring at some of the docks. The Port Authority is also interested in earning a Clean Marina certification because it is the only marina without that designation along Ohio's north coast. The idea behind the voluntary designation is to prevent pollution associated with boats and marinas that threatens aquatic ecosystems. The public docks are shut down and winterized, and the Port Authority office is also closed until early January. At the Conneaut Area City Schools Board of Education meeting on November 20th, school board members thanked Conneaut voters for passing a permanent improvement levy renewal on November 5th. In his report to the board, Conneaut Middle School Principal Jim Kennedy announced that the Innovation Challenge, in which middle school students created new Dairy Queen Blizzard flavors last May, will be back in 2020. The experiment was a lot of fun, he said, and Dairy Queen's Keith Schreiber donated $750 to the school. The money will be used to purchase a virtual reality system. Kennedy says that the system's educational component puts learning at the next level, allowing history students to visit ancient civilizations. The middle school will also be competing in Junior Bots, a robotics competition in April. The after-school robotics team will begin meeting in January with input from local engineers. Kennedy is also pleased that so many students are participating in the middle school band and choir that the winter concert on December 10th will be held at New Leaf Event Center. Conneaut High School Athletic Council announced that $10,000 has been donated to the weight room at Conneaut High School. Wrestling coach Dennis Distelrath donated $7,000 from a spring lift-a-thon, and Darlene Brisley donated $3,000 from the summer sock hop. The weight room is open to all high school students, not only athletes. And over in North Kingsville, 2020 memberships are on sale for the Village Green Golf Course. North Kingsville Village Council voted to hire solicitor Gary Pasqualone for another year. And the North Kingsville Police Department is sponsoring a new event, Santa Night, from 4 to 7 p.m. Saturday, December 7th at Living Water Baptist Church on Route 20. There will be crafts, snacks, gifts, and a visit with Santa Claus. In coming events, Kingsville Public Library will show Angry Birds 2 at 4 p.m. on Wednesday, November 27th at the CIMAC Welcome Center movie, and popcorn are free. A free community Thanksgiving dinner will be served from 1 to 3 p.m. Thursday, November 28th at Corpus Christi Parish Hall, 734 Mill Street. The dinner is put on by the Conneaut Food Pantry and Corpus Christi Parish. Reservations are helpful, but walk-ins are welcome. City offices and the public library and the Conneaut Human Resources Center will be closed on Thanksgiving and on Black Friday, November 29th. The Conneaut Music Boosters will host a holiday craft and vendor fair from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Saturday, November 30th at New Leaf Event Center at 110 Gateway Avenue. Admission is $1, but free to seniors and students. The next indoor farmers markets are noon to 3 p.m. December 1st and 15th at the Conneaut Human Resources Center at 327 Mill Street. If you're interested in being a vendor, contact Samantha McNutt at 593-5273. The Cleveland Food Bank's next produce to people distribution is 10 a.m. to noon on Monday, December 2nd at the Conneaut Human Resources Center at 327 Mill Street. That's for Ohio residents only, and you should bring a bag. Ohio Representative John Patterson will meet constituents from 1 to 2:30 p.m. Monday, December 2nd at the Human Resources Center. Conneaut Public Library's annual family holiday party, Hometown Holidays, is 5 to 7 p.m. Tuesday, December 3rd at the library at 304 Buffalo Street. There will be crafts, refreshments, a Rudolph sing-along at 6 p.m., and Santa and Mrs. Claus. The event is free and everyone is invited. The annual Voices of Hope Christmas concert will get underway 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. on Thursday, December 5th at the Conneaut Human Resources Center with the Conneaut High School Show Choir, instrumentalists, and other musicians from the community. Christmas cookies are always served during intermission. The admission is $5, with proceeds going to the Conneaut Music Boosters and the Conneaut Human Resources Center. Conneaut High School boys basketball season begins on Friday, December 6th at home against St. John. JV game is 6 and the varsity game gets underway at 7. Cable volunteer Bob Shackle will be videotaping, and play-by-play will be aired live over WWOW 1360 AM. Saturday, December 7th offers numerous local holiday events in Conneaut, starting with the Monroe Fire Hall's annual Breakfast with Santa and Christmas cookie sale from 8 a.m. to noon at 4095 Center Road. Cookies are $5 per pound and may be ordered ahead of time by calling Shirley Harko. Another Christmas cookie sale will be held that same day from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at First Assembly of God at 389 West Main Road. Come select your cookies, which are $8 for an assorted plate. Seniors Together Holiday Craft Fair at the Conneaut Human Resources Center is 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Saturday, December 7th at 327 Mill Street. It offers food, fun, door prizes, and Chinese auction. Admission is $1. Children with an adult are free. The Conneaut Arts Center annual Christmas treasure sale of gently used holiday items is 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Saturday and Sunday, December 7th and 8th at the Conneaut Arts Center at 1025 Buffalo Street. Donations of used holiday items are being accepted. Conneaut Rotary Club's Holiday Tour of Homes is 1 to 4 p.m. Saturday, December 7th at 6 locations, including 3 homes, Grandpa's Castle B&B, the North Coast D-Day Museum, and the D-Day Administration Building, the former New Leaf United Methodist Church. Tickets to the self-guided tour are $25. They are available at each stop. Groups of 3 or more get a discount on tickets purchased before December 7th. You may contact Amanda Smith at Conneaut Public Library, 593-1608 for more information. Tickets are also available from Conneaut Rotary Club members. The Conneaut Convention and Visitors Bureau opens its Santa House at Station 3, East Main, that is, and Middle Road, from 4:30 to 7 p.m. Saturday, December 7th, with Santa Claus, free books, handmade mittens, and entry into a drawing. Parents are encouraged to bring cameras and volunteer firefighters are expected to be on hand to give tours of Station 3. Santa's House will also be open 4:30 to 7 Saturdays, December 14th and 21st. And the North Coast D-Day Museum at Lake Road and Harbor Street will host a Christmas open house from noon to 5 p.m. Sunday, December 8th. Visitors are invited to stop by and see the museum decorated in the style of 1940s Christmas. The museum will not be open again until next spring. Kingsville Public Library is hosting its children's Christmas parties at 10 a.m. or 1 p.m. Saturday, December 7th at the CIMAC Welcome Center. Reserve a spot by calling 224-0239. 2 more events in Conneaut are coming up that first weekend in December. Conneaut Arts Center Dance Department will present A Christmas Carol at 7 p.m. December 6th, 7th, 13th, and 12:30 p.m. on Saturday, December 14th. Tickets are $10 general, $7 seniors, $5 children. Call 593-5888. And over at Arlene's Broadway on Buffalo will be Rock Nativity, a contemporary retelling of the Christmas story. The show is at 7 p.m. December 6th and 7th, 13th and 14th, 20th and 21st, with 2:30 p.m. matinees December 8th, 15th, and 22nd. Rock Nativity has been produced in Ashtabula County on and off for about 25 years. Admission is $10 adults and $8 students. Last but not least, Conneaut High School and Lakeside High School are having a friendly Stuff the Bus competition on Saturday, December 14th, outside the old Dillard store at Ashtabula Town Square. The goal is to collect the most non-perishable food or hygiene items for Feed Our Vets food pantry and to collect new unwrapped toys for children of local military families. In Conneaut, Marcy Funeral Home is behind the effort. If you would like to donate but cannot make it to the mall that day, you may stop by Conneaut High School or Marcy Funeral Home and drop off your donation. The Conneaut Salvation Army continues its Red Kettle campaign at Orlando Brothers Golden Dawn on November 26th and 27th, and Fridays and Saturdays thereafter in December. Volunteer bell ringers are always needed. You may contact Clara Lundgren through the Conneaut Human Resources Center at 593-5273 to sign up. And last but not least, the Conneaut High School alumni football game that had been scheduled for Saturday, November 30th at Jocelyn Field has been canceled. That's it in Conneaut for this week. Until next week, this is Martha Sorahan wishing viewers a very happy Thanksgiving.
God forbid love ever leaves. chance. And when you get the choice to sit it out or dance, I hope you dance. I hope you dance.
Hi again, everybody, and welcome to another edition of Around the Town with Chuck. My name is Chuck Guglielmo, and today we are taping the show on Tuesday, November 19th. And my guest today is Conneaut High School student and super athlete, I like to call him, Joey Merline. Hi, Joey.
Hi.
Joey is already, we're in the middle of November. We've only been in school for close to 3 months. You've already completed 2 sports seasons. Joey plays soccer and he plays football. Joey, and you play other sports? I know you can't play basketball this year because unfortunately you're going to have some surgery.
Yeah.
Do you play anything in the spring?
Well, I usually play on, last year I played on a travel soccer team.
Soccer team.
Over the winter and spring.
Okay.
So that kept me busy during that time, but.
Mm-hmm. Joey, let me ask you this. We'll start with soccer. First question I want to ask you about soccer is what inspired you to play that sport?
I don't know. I guess I played both growing up, football and soccer, which I liked both of them a lot. So it kind of made it hard picking between the two as a kid. But I don't know. I've always liked it.
Mm-hmm. Even before I asked that question, I should have said this. I waited 2 weeks, Joey. November 2nd was the last football game played. I waited 2 weeks to see if the media sources such as the Star Beacon and the Gazette newspapers were going to do a feature story on you. And I did not see one. I don't know if there's one planned or not, but I haven't seen one. So I said I'm going to take matters myself and I'm going to have you on the show and do our own feature story, only instead of being in print, it'll be live or it'll be on the air. And we'll go from there. Joey, what is your motivation to play soccer? What motivates you?
I don't know, just playing for the city and with my teammates and everything, and it's a really fun game once you get out there and play. And I don't know. Yeah.
Your soccer games are played now at over there by Jocelyn Field, the Amy Track and Field place, or is it, what's it called? Garcia Soccer Field, I think it's called.
Yes.
Right across the street from the football stadium. Let's talk a little bit about the soccer team. You told me before we went on the air that the season didn't go all that well. I think something like you had a tie and everything else was a loss.
Yeah.
How many ties did you have?
We had 2 ties.
2 ties and about how many losses? 8 or 9, I think it was. So you went from playing soccer, so you feel how it was to be on a team that could not win. And then you also were with the Spartan football team, and it was the complete opposite, being on a team that was winning. What were some of the feelings on both ends for you?
Well, I mean, even though, like, it was a losing season, it was still fun, but it was always nice those Friday nights where you go to play with your team that's a winning team, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah.
You were recently picked first team All-County Boys Soccer Honors. What, and that is quite an award to be on the first team All-County Boys Soccer Honors from a team that really didn't have a win. I mean, that's a great feeling to be recognized in that area. What position do you play on the soccer field?
Well, it just depends where they needed me. I mostly play defense, but they had to move me up to like forward and midfielder as well, just to help the team.
Do you have, of all those positions, do you have a favorite one you like, or Do you like wherever you're playing?
It doesn't really matter to me, but I like the forward position just so you get a chance to score, but I like every position.
Okay, I know nothing about soccer. Now, when we get to football, I know a lot about that. But I know nothing about soccer, haven't watched soccer since my son played in high school, and that was way back in 2006.
Right.
Did not like going to the games. I just don't know it. I don't like it. We all have those. But for people that do like it, and obviously you do, and my son did, tell me about those positions you play and what is the main function of that of playing that position.
Well,
Settle down. You're nervous. Settle down. You're rolling the chair.
The person up top kind of just. So mostly, the defensive part is like, you kind of can see the whole field, so you kind of tell everyone where to go and whether you need to switch the field or not, and I kind of like that because it's like a leadership role, kind of the center back, and then midfielders are really important because they kind of that's how you move the ball through the midfield. Then you move that up to the forward, and they have a chance to score. So,
could you ever be a goalie?
I don't know. Goalie's a rough position.
Kind of like a catcher in baseball.
Yeah.
Who is your goalie on the team?
Anthony Burkhart.
Oh yeah, plays basketball, I believe, and baseball.
Yep.
Yeah, Toghead.
He was on the second year playing. He did a really good job this year. So
good. Talk to me about some of on the second team for soccer from Conneaut this year was Aiden Schrock. I know him very well. Tell me what position he played and what kind of season you thought he had.
He played forward for the most of the season, and I think he deserved to be first team. He had 12 goals, which is pretty good for a sophomore, and especially the season we had, it was kind of hard scoring goals, so that's a big accomplishment, I think. So I think he should have been first team, but...
Well, that's a big credit to Aiden, and Aiden is a sophomore, I believe?
Right.
Sophomore. So, and you're a junior.
Yep.
So have you played all 3 years of high school soccer?
Yes.
Have you played for the same coach?
Yes.
And that coach is?
Kevin Santee.
Kevin Santee, okay. And assistants? Who are some of the assistants for him?
Joe Chadwick, Mr. Shields.
Okay. The gym teacher?
Yep.
Okay. And also from the soccer team, honorable mention, we had a couple kids here from Conneaut. One was Ethan Knight and the other one was Jacob Lauer. I know both of those as well. I think Ethan still plays basketball.
Yep.
Tell me about their seasons and what positions they play.
Jake Lauer played in the defensive with me, like in the defensive forward with me in the back, and I've loved playing with him since my freshman year. It was always us two in the back, and then so he had a good season. He always keeps it held down in the back.
Now this is Jacob
Lauer.
Jacob Lauer.
So they can move me up top, and he would still hold it down in the back. So, and then Ethan Knight mostly played like up top, like forward, and then midfielder as well.
Okay. Who were some of the other stars on the team that you think are worth mentioning?
Anthony Burkhart for sure. He had a real good season. For not playing that much and coming in, having to step up and play goalie was huge for us. So.
Did you have another goalie to sometimes give him a break, or he was the goalie for every single game?
Well, we started off the season with starting Nick Coy as our goalie, and then we found that he was more useful in the field, so we just moved Anthony back to goalie, and then.
Okay. How many players are on the soccer field at one time? 11. So just kind of like football then.
Yep.
11 aside. Okay. And you played a District 10 conference schedule just like the other sports teams?
Yes.
Were there any teams that you played in, let's say, conference games in soccer that were different than they were for football? I mean, did you play, like football, I know we had Iroquois, Seneca, and Northwestern as conference games. Were those three on your soccer schedule?
We didn't play Iroquois. And then we played Seneca. And then I'm not sure about the third one.
Okay. Take me through a soccer practice. Now, is that something you practice every day that there's not a game? Or is there some days you don't have soccer practice?
Well, we don't have soccer practice on the weekends, but it's every day.
Okay, and what are some of the drills or things that the coach tries to instruct to you kids for soccer?
Well, it's all about, just technique. It's all about being light on your feet and having the first touch on the ball and being able to pass the ball on the ground. And it's just all that combined.
How did the team fare in terms of numbers, say seniors, juniors, sophomores, freshmen?
Well, there was only 3 seniors this year, and then like 4 or 5 juniors. There was 2 sophomores at the beginning of the season, but 1 transferred, so there was only 1 sophomore. And then there was like 5 or 6 freshmen. So
Okay, so the future looks good
yeah,
for next year. If you only lost 3 seniors and the 1 transfer student,
right.
and who knows, maybe more will come out.
That's what we're hoping for.
So, as I said, Joey played soccer, and obviously there were no soccer games on Friday because you played football on Friday, right? There was no soccer games on Friday, I don't believe. What about we had a Thursday night football game, and we had a couple Saturday games. Did that interfere with soccer matches?
No, luckily it didn't.
Okay, if it did, what happens in that case?
Well, since soccer is my primary sport, I'd have to go to the soccer game.
Okay, and who would be the backup? Oh, Alex Coleman would be the backup kicker for the Spartans. Okay, all right. Well, Joey Merlin, we're going to go over to football now. Congratulations, by the way, on being first team soccer.
Thank you.
And that is a great accomplishment, and the other Conneaut kids as well, Aiden Schrock for second team, and Jacob Lauer and Ethan Knight for honorable mention. Let's move over to football now. Joey, the reason why I think there should have been a feature story done on you, you scored 72 points. 72 points, that was 6th best in Ashtabula County. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Did you also know that 2 of those 6 were teammates of yours?
Yep.
1 and 2, Rylan Davison and Seth Fedor. So there were only 3 other football players in the entire county that scored more points than 72, and none of them, of course, were kickers. That's what makes this amazing. 72 points, if you do the math, I don't know if you're good at math, but you probably are. That's 12 total touchdowns if you do the math, 72 points. 12 touchdowns. To me, that's incredible. And I got an assignment for you. You need to go to the athletic department at Conneaut High School.
All right.
I'm assuming it's Joel Taylor. And tell him to dig into the record books and see if that has ever been done at Conneaut High School. I can't imagine anybody scoring 72 points as a kicker at Conneaut High School. I can't. As a matter of fact, I don't think it's been done anywhere in Ashtabula County. Do you know?
I'm not sure. I know my family's been trying to look into it, but
I'm going to look into it too. I'm going to go to the editor of the Beacon and see if he could do some research on that end, because if there is, I don't recall it, and I've been watching football since 1968. To me, it's just amazing accomplishment. Talk a little bit about the football team, Joey. 9-1.
Yep.
The football team, it's the best record since 1985. So that's 34 years ago.
yeah.
It is also the most wins, obviously, under Coach Rocco Dobrin since he's been here, and he's been here since 2011. The team also captured its 3rd in 4 years District 10 championship. The team was also undefeated at home, undefeated in conference play. The only thing that hurt was the team did not qualify for the playoffs,
Yeah.
but you had so many of the accomplishments. Take all those accomplishments that I just gave you one by one and tell me your feelings toward it, starting with being undefeated at home. How important is that?
Well, it's our home field, so we got to come out there and just protect it, I guess. Yeah, it was a great feeling coming out on the home field on Friday every night and coming out with a W, so that was nice.
And undefeated, of course, in conference play.
Right.
Even though it's the 3 teams that you're playing in the conference, you won them all and won them quite handily.
Yeah.
The 9 wins, 34 years. The last time the team won a championship was 2002, so that's 17 years ago.
Right.
What were you most impressed by when you watched? Of course, you just did the kicking. You made a couple tackles too, didn't you?
Yeah.
I thought so, yeah. Primarily you do the kicking, so you're sitting there on the sidelines. What were some of your impressions that you had watching Spartans football team?
Our defense was really good this year. That really surprised me. And our offense too was amazing. Every time I'd look up and all of a sudden someone would be running down the sideline. So, like Seth or Rylan was always busting out a 90-yard touchdown.
Boy, and when Seth gets in the open,
Yeah.
there's
No one's
nobody
catching
that's
him.
going to catch him.
Nope.
I had asked Chance Ryan during my football preview if I was to put him, because he's fast too, Rylan and Seth at one goal line and make them run down to the other goal line. He said Seth would win it hands down, and Rylan was sitting right next to us.
Yep.
He is just electrifying, isn't
Yeah.
he? He is so. And I'm glad to hear you say defense, because when you think of the Conneaut Spartans, you think of offense, of all those offensive weapons. But defensively, the team only gave up 10.8, under 11 points a game. That's
Yeah.
all they gave up, while averaging just over 48. So you're winning games by almost 38 points. Talk to me a little bit about playing. You talked to me about playing with your head coach for soccer. Talk to me what it was like playing for Rocco Dobrin, and what were his expectations from you and for the whole team?
Well, it was always nice coming to the football team because they always welcomed me, being a part of the soccer team and coming. Because I would have to go to soccer practice and then show up for football practice, which was I was mostly late most of the time just because I couldn't get there until after the soccer practice was over. But yeah, they always welcomed me in and just expected me to get the job done.
Who's the special teams coach?
Tim Talbacher.
Tim. Let's talk a little bit about what it takes to get that ball through the uprights. Obviously, you got to have a good holder, and you had an excellent holder, if you ask me, and Brandon Smile.
Of course, yeah.
He was an excellent holder. How's the football got to look to you before you get ready to kick it, I guess, is what I'm asking.
Well, I was just told Brandon to just get it straight up and down and don't have voices facing towards me. That's it.
So when you're over there kicking that extra point, there's really three people that are involved in it. Of course, you doing the kicking.
Right.
Your holder in Brandon Smile and then Nicholas Osborne. Is he the one that's pitching it to Brandon?
Yes, they did a phenomenal job this year.
Yes, he did. I mean, I can go down the whole list of the Spartan players, and I think every one of them, even underclassmen, that I want you to chime in on a little bit too. The freshman, Zach Rice, 363 yards with 4 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah.
He is electrifying fast.
Yep. He's going to be fun to watch next year.
He is going to be. Great seniors, right? This was one of the greatest senior. I thought 2 years ago we had a great senior class, and we did.
Yeah.
This one is just as good, if maybe not even better. All 13. I think one of the things that made Conneaut so good, obviously they have a boatload of talent.
Right.
But, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on this, Joey, is that it seems the chemistry of the team was really, really great. It seemed like everybody got along. I mean, you got this battle between Fedor and Davison in total yards rushing for the team. And it didn't matter who had the ball. As far as, to me, it didn't matter. How did it look to you, chemistry-wise?
We were good together. I think we all just wanted to get a win, so we all just went out there and worked as a team and got the win.
And how about the offensive line? I mean, it wasn't very often, Joey, that Rylan or Brandon, whoever was quarterback, were sacked.
No. They did a great job this year.
They did. They did an outstanding job. And of course, the players that play on the line, the offensive line and the defensive line, don't get that credit that they really deserve.
Right.
Another good defensive player, and unfortunately got hurt in the middle of the season, I thought, was Carter Kazarowski.
Yeah.
I think he did a tremendous job. Your thoughts on that?
He was always a threat on defense, He was always getting through the line and getting to the quarterback.
72 total points for Joey Merlin. He had 67 attempts. He made 63 of those 67. I remember talking to you halfway point through the season, you had 32 points. And 31 points. And I said, boy, just think if you get 31 more, do you remember this?
Yeah.
If you can get 31 more in the second half, well, you got 42 more. And you said, oh, I'm going to try. Oh, to me, that's 94% efficiency. 63 out of 67. And then 5 field goal attempts. I counted 4 because one, I don't know why they had you kick, I think it was over 40 yards.
Yeah.
5 field goal attempts, you made 3 of those, with your longest one being 31. Is there any difference, Joey, when you're kicking a field goal versus the extra point as far as technique or anything goes?
Well, it's the same technique that you're just swinging through the ball, and but it is like a different feeling when it's like when you're knowing that if it gets blocked, they can return it. So that's a lot more pressure on you.
Mm-hmm. Take me through a game night. When you get ready to go out and do those, well, you probably notice it when you're out there practicing before the game. How much do you pay attention to the wind?
It really wasn't windy that much this year, except the one game against Iroquois, which it was really bad. But just for extra points, it really doesn't have that much effect on it because it's not that long. So I don't really look for it that much. But yeah.
I remember talking to Coach Dobrin. As I lost my train of thought, Joey. See, I do it too. I had a question all ready to go about Rocco Dobrin, and now I completely lost it. But it'll come back to me sooner or later. The 2 quarterback system,
Right.
Rylan Davison and Brandon Smile, really works well.
Yeah.
Ryan, of course, is the much better runner. There's no denying that. And Brandon, I think, can throw the ball a lot further.
Right.
How many teams can say they've had 2 top-notch quarterbacks?
Not a lot. It was crazy just because they both easily could have started this year.
Yeah.
And just tossing both in and then both working out well was kind of crazy to watch.
Yeah, and there's some other players here that are worth mentioning too that had great seasons. Unfortunately, an injury took about 3 games away from Richie Picard.
Right.
Super athlete.
Yeah.
Gives 100 determination. He's just super. Another one, Leon Moffat. He suffered an injury there the last couple of games. Any word on how that injury's coming? Because I know basketball he plays too.
Right. Yeah. He's I think he's healing up pretty nice.
So he'll be ready to go December 6th. Okay, Jay Green.
Yep.
Another tremendous player and a guy that's in your class that I can't wait for next year. Had an outstanding year. Tallis Andrews, 12 receptions, 339 yards, 5 touchdowns, and he played last year, and I don't remember. I guess the kids told me he played a lot of JV last year, because that could be a reason too. But tremendous athlete. Talk to me a little bit about, he's in your class, so you should know him a little bit more than these others, about Tallis Andrews.
Tallis Andrews is just a hard worker. I know every day after practice I would see him and Rylan out on the field after practice getting some work in, so yeah, he worked for what he got.
Mm-hmm. When you look at next year now, like I said, you're losing these 13 seniors, but it still looks like a pretty good cast. I understand the 8th grade team went undefeated.
Yeah.
So that looks good. How did the JVs do?
JV did pretty good.
Most of those JV players got to see a lot of action on game night because of the scores.
Right.
Just think how much more the stats for Fedor and Davison would be if they played the whole game.
I know. They only played half the game, most of the game.
I did remember what I was going to say about Rocco. I have Rocco Dobrin coming on the morning show next Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving, because you guys don't have any school.
Right.
And he's going to bring some select players for him, for me to come on. And I told him I wanted you on there, not knowing I was going to do this show. So it'll be up to you whether you tell him you've already been on or you want to come on again. I'll leave that totally up, if he selects you.
Right.
I know he's probably going to select most of the senior players. What else can you say about the soccer team or the football team, Joey, as we kind of wrap this thing up? Let me ask this. What does the soccer team have to do to improve for next year, and what does the football team have to do to keep maintaining their winning pace?
Well, the soccer team just got to put a lot of work in this offseason, because we don't have the numbers, so we're just going to have to work hard.
Is that part of the problem?
Yeah, because we only had like 2 subs coming off the bench, so that was it kind of hurt us as a team. Because we started off, we had like pretty good numbers, and then a couple people fell off here and there. And it just ended up being to where we only had like 2 subs.
Now, soccer's a growing sport, so I'm surprised to hear that the numbers dwindled. Any ideas to why that may be here? It seems to be a growing sport to me in high school.
Yeah, I'm not sure, because we lost a few players to the football team. And then
And who were they?
Chase Carpenter.
Okay.
And Robert Hagstrom.
Okay, and he's a sophomore?
Yeah.
Okay, now both of those play basketball?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And you were going to play basketball until this surgery thing coming up. What can you tell me about the basketball team? What do you know about that coming up? I hear we got a new kid coming in, last name of Hayes.
Yeah. I think we're going to have some success this year. We have some good seniors this year, so I think...
And who are they?
Ethan Knight, Kyle Woods, Leon.
I hear Kyle's been
Richie.
working real hard in the
Yeah.
off-season at basketball.
I know I saw him every day down at Township shooting the ball, so...
I think
I'm
he
excited
was
to watch him
doing
play
some
this year.
basketball playing in the Erie area during the off-season.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why he didn't come back out for football.
Yeah.
But his brother Eric's on the football team, right? I tell you, I've been covering this football team since 1992, doing the games up there. And this is one of the best teams I have ever seen.
Yeah.
And even before, when I would go to the games but didn't cover them. And I give a lot of credit to Coach Rocco Dober. And I just think he is an outstanding coach. I think he believes in 4 core values. I think you all follow along with that. What would you say, Joey, was the most, how do I want to word this, gratifying moment of the football season? Was it winning on homecoming night? Was it winning the home opener, clubbing rival Edgewood? Was it winning the conference? What was it?
I think that home opener just topped them all. Coming out there onto the field and seeing all the fans that came to watch the game, it was kind of crazy. And then coming off after the win and going with our student section and the band, it just no feeling like it.
Is it better for you, no matter what sport you play, to play the local teams? Like your Edgewoods and your Jeffersons and your Genevas, rather than the PA schools?
Yeah, just because that rivalry. Actually knowing who the players are and having that competition.
Now, having been in this Pennsylvania League the last 4 years now, have you gotten to know any of those kids or no?
For soccer, I know I played in a club team, and I know for like Mercyhurst, like all their players play on that club team, so I actually got pretty close with them. So it was kind of fun playing against them this year.
Seems like for soccer, Girard became a rival.
Yeah.
I remember talking with, here we go again, the star player there a couple years ago that got injured in Girard. Josh Leggett, yes. And that didn't go over too well from what he tells me.
No, ever since then it's kind of just been a rivalry because, I don't know, the goalie kind of, it was a pretty dirty play. So.
Yeah. To me, that would be the soccer rivalry there at Girard. Yeah. The basketball rivalry, to me, the last couple of years looks like it's been Northwestern.
Yeah. Those games get pretty heated.
Mm-hmm. Football, I'm not sure there's a rivalry, except for Edgewood, but they're not in the conference. Well, Joey, this has been a lot of fun, and I'll leave that up to you next Wednesday if Rocco has you come on. I wanted to do this because you should be featured. There should be a feature story on you. I got a lot of friends over at the Beacon. I got a lot of friends over at the Gazette. I'm disappointed that they didn't do it, at least now, unless they do it later. Right. The county awards should be coming out, I think, next week for football.
Yeah.
And if I don't see a lot of Conneaut Spartan players on there and coach, I'm going to be very upset. I really am, because you can make a case for co-MVPs on the Conneaut team.
Mm-hmm.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Joey, thanks for coming on. Appreciate it. Joey Merlin, soccer star and football star, and was going to be a basketball star, but unfortunately he can't. My guest today on Around the Town with Chuck.
Okay, I'd like to start the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone can stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Andrew? Here. Mr. Ah?
Here.
Mrs. Bisbee? Here. Mr. Fitchett?
Here.
Mr. Green?
Here.
Mr. McBoy is excused.
Do I have an approval of the minutes from November 4th, 2019?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move we dispose of the reading of the minutes and approve as typed.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Green. Discussion? All those in favor of the minutes?
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? Okay. Minutes are approved. We'll next enter into the fiscal officer's report. Ms. Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I received an email from Congressman Dave Joyce letting us know about a Veterans Resource Fair they're having this Friday, November 22nd, from 9 to 12 at Mayfield Village Community Room. I'll hang this up on the board out there if anybody wants to see it, but he just wanted to pass that on. I met with representatives from U.S. Bank, and they are giving us a break on some of their fees. It was just kind of yearly renegotiation. So he did give us some credits and things on fees. And then we have a meeting on Monday, the 25th at 8:30 a.m. here at Village Hall to go over the temporary budget, which will be submitted to the county by December 31st. And everything was running fine, and that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Presentations to council. Are there any presentations to council this evening? If not, we'll go into public statements. Do we have any public statements this evening? Not hearing any. We'll enter into committee reports and discussions, and we'll begin with lands, buildings, and utilities from Mrs. Bisbee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On November 13th, to discuss several things, we approved Schwartz Construction for the gutting and removal of the police department due to the extensive water and mold damage. We also approved to have a dehumidifier installed in the basement of the municipal building with funds for next year's budget. Lastly, we discussed an estimate from Anderson's Flooring, which we are referring to the Finance Committee. Our next meeting is December 11th at 5:30.
Okay, thank you very much. Law, ordinance, and health, Mr. Fitchett.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Our last meeting was November 4th after our regular meeting. Had some discussion about the repairs to the police department, getting somebody recertified for mayor's court for next year, the new hire for the street department, which is on the agenda tonight. Our next meeting is tonight, and we have just a few things, some money transfers, and to finish up the discussion on the repairs for the police department.
Okay, thank you very much. Police, fire, rescue, I believe you're taking that also from
Yeah,
Mr.
Ron's
McBoy?
not here. So tonight we met, police department only had 2 items. One was just for information. Sergeant Coy is going to buy back 40 hours of vacation. And we had a discussion about the surplus K-9 equipment and what to do with it in the future and what we actually have that we're not using. Because apparently there might be some interest in that equipment.
Okay.
That's it. And that'll be, that was prior to this meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Street department, Mrs. Bisbee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We met this evening to talk about a couple of different things. The backhoe transmission seal is leaking, and that has been sent away to be repaired. We had to have the 1 ton fixed, but that has been done and returned. We have ordered 50 tons of salt at $68.44, and today the street department had to open up a catch basin where a beaver had built a dam. That is all.
Okay, thank you very much. Parks and campground, Mrs. Andrew.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we met here
on November 13th, Village Hall, and we discussed the year-end closing of the campground. Also was discussed job descriptions for next year. Those will be reviewed and looked at a later date in regards to pay raises and such. And we also discussed the mapping for the electricity. We received a preliminary map. They're going to go back in now and they're going to measure off each lot for specifics. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. Golf course, Mr. Green.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we met on November 14th at the golf course. A reminder to everyone that memberships are now available for the 2020 season. If you get your membership now, prior to the end of the year, it's a $50 discount. So those are starting to sell. We are going to put before finance very soon a proposal for a lease for a new fairway mower. We will not be able to work into the next season with the current one that we have. So that will be coming very soon in front of the council as well. We are having some challenges with the boiler down there, so just have that on everyone's radar. It's a pretty old unit. We are going to be engaging in a new cart contract for next year. All of our carts next year will be brand new, and they will also have GPS capability, which I think is one of the only, maybe the only course in the county to have that kind of capability. So we're really excited about that new addition to the course. Cleanup for the season is almost complete, and we still want to get some kind of solution for stump grinding going forward. And so we're beginning some research on that particular issue. Otherwise, our next meeting is December 12th. At 7 a.m. at the golf course.
Thank you very much. Finance, Mr. Green.
I'll cover that for Mr. McVoy.
Yeah, thank you.
We had a fairly short meeting after the council meeting on November 4th. We did have some more discussion about the specifics for repairs for the water and mold here at Village Hall, and I know some work's been done since then. We did appropriate some funding for the roof repair. That was done. We approved some BCs for training for Mayor's Court, and otherwise that's about it. And we'll have a meeting tonight after council.
Okay, thank you very much. And anything out of Planning Commission, Mr. Green?
No meeting scheduled at this time, and nothing to report.
Okay. We'll next go into Mayor's report for this meeting. I would like to start out by saying congratulations to Mrs. Andrew and Mr. Rodriguez for obtaining the council seats for the next 4 years, and good luck to you guys on that. Also, Mrs. Bisbee, or should I say, Madam Mayor-elect, very good. Mindy will be the first female mayor in more than 50 years, and the only second mayor ever in the village of North Kingsville, so congratulations to her. We'll have a smooth transition throughout the rest of the year into next year, and we wish her all the best. Next, Green Lawn Cemetery will host their second annual Wreaths Across America. That will be Saturday, December 14th at 10 a.m. in the chapel. That will be the actual ceremony, and there will be more than likely hundreds of people that will be out putting 1,000 or more than 1,000 wreaths on veterans' graves this year. They're hoping to increase the amount of wreaths. The cost of the wreaths are $15, and you would want to contact Green Lawn Cemetery to purchase the wreaths, and hopefully a lot of people can come out and help out that morning. That should be, that was a nice event. Last year's was the first annual, was very nice. The street committee has selected a candidate for the full-time street department position, and they have officially forwarded me the candidate that I fully agree with. Tonight I will be moving this to council for a vote. And lastly, I just hope everybody has a nice Thanksgiving, and kick off the season, the holiday season here, and Black Friday and everything, and I'll be at home. But okay, so that's all I have for now. Next, we will go into ordinances and resolutions. We'll begin with Resolution R-19-055, and it's in its third and final reading.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to present to council in its third and final reading Court Resolution R-19-055 to transfer $57,450.56 from the fire truck bond fund levy 2142 to the fire truck bond fund 3103 in order to provide funds for the payment of the fire truck bond.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Fitchett. Discussion?
3101, I should make sure we remember that. Go ahead.
Transferring to Fund 3101, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion? If not, we'll have roll call, please.
Mrs. Andrew?
Yes.
Mr. Ah?
Yes.
Mrs. Bisbee?
Yes.
Mr. Fitchett?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Resolution R-19-055 has passed and is duly recorded. The next two ordinances are 058 and 059. They are currently tabled, and they're going to continue to be tabled tonight. We will be bringing them to Finance and Law and Ordinance for discussion later on. So we'll continue with Resolution R-19-060 in its third reading.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to present to council Resolution R-19-060 in its third reading. Is to enter into an agreement with Gary L. Pasqualone, attorney at law, for legal services as village solicitor for the Village of North Kingsville from January 1, 2020 through December 31st, 2020, under the terms contained in the agreement attached hereto as Exhibit A.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Ah. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Fitchett?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mrs. Andrew?
Yes.
Mr. Ah?
Yes.
Mrs. Bisbee?
Yes.
Resolution R-19-060 has passed and is duly recorded.
If I may, I would like to thank council. It's been an interesting year and a fun year. It's not quite all what the prior solicitor had told me about. But I have enjoyed it, and I look forward to another good year, and I thank you for the vote of confidence.
Thank you for everything you do, Gary. We'll continue on with Resolution R-19-061 in its third reading.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to put before council Resolution R-19-061 in third reading. This is a resolution to increase the cart rate fee schedule for season membership for the Village Green Golf Course for the 2020 season and thereafter until modified by council.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Fitchett. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mrs. Andrew?
Yes.
Mr. Ah?
Yes.
Mrs. Bisbee?
Yes.
Mr. Fitchett?
Yes.
Resolution R-19-061 has passed and is duly recorded. Resolution R-19-063 to be placed as an emergency.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move to suspend the rules requiring 3 readings on 3 separate days for resolution number R-19-063, a resolution to increase appropriations in the general fund capital outlay from $20,000 to $83,522.51 for payment for roof and interior repairs to municipal building and to declare an emergency.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Andrew. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Andrew?
Yes.
Mr. Ah?
Yes.
Mrs. Bisbee?
Yes.
Mr. Fitchett?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
I move to place resolution number R-19-063 on final passage.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Fitchett. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Mrs. Andrew?
Yes.
Mr. Ah?
Yes.
Mrs. Bisbee?
Yes.
Mr. Fitchett?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Resolution R-19-063 has passed and is duly recorded. Are there any other resolutions or ordinances this evening? If not, we'll move to motions. Do we have motions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to put before council a motion to accept a donation of $200 from Lyondell Bissell toward an AED machine for the police department.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Andrew. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to hire Derek Housel for the street department starting 1/1/20 at $15.51 per hour.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Awe. Discussion? Any discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to present to council in form of a motion to approve Joe Patterson joining the North Kingsville Volunteer Fire Department and Rescue Squad as of 11/20/19. He has fire training and is presently in an EMT class.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Awe. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? Motion carries. Are there any other motions tonight? If not, we'll go back to public statements. Are there any other public statements this evening? Then I'd ask for a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Green. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. We stand adjourned until December 2nd. Yeah.
Okay, in the corner, back there under the point, is the athletic booster table. They are selling the senior posters for $20. If you are interested in purchasing your senior poster for the fall, again, that table back in that corner. In the opposite corner, we have the Downtown Coaches Club, the football support group. They have the football yard signs, and they are selling the player signs that were displayed at the stadium during the football season. They're selling those for $10. And they're also having sign-ups for their banquet, which will take place in December. So if you are a football parent, you haven't signed up, or you hope to purchase your child's sign, you can do so back in that corner. In my hand is a brick. You may have noticed these as you walked into the Spark Johnson Field football stadium. These bricks are on sale for $100, and they can be decorated with anything you want, your family name, anything to commemorate, again, what you would want. And there's also a larger scale brick for $250, and if you'd like to look at this brick at any time during the evening, I will be around it. This is our Superintendent Lori Riley's sample brick, but this is what it will look like. Again, if you are interested in receiving information about purchasing a brick, you can call my office or send me an email. I will take your contact information and make sure that you get the information that you need to purchase one. And at this time, I will turn this over to our MC, Mr. Dave Simpson.
Good evening. Now, before we get started tonight, we request that all cell phones or other electronic devices be turned off or silenced. And you know, if I say that, I'm going to have to do it because I know that somebody in my family is going to text me in the middle of this if I don't. All right. Silenced in order to ensure the appropriate atmosphere in which to honor tonight's student athletes. Also, please remember that all special award winners are to report to the stage area after the first presentations for group pictures. Now, this includes MVPs, third and fourth year letter winners, and all special award winners. So, you know, our format is that we are going to make special presentations at this point, and then when we are done with this, There will be pictures taken in the stage area, and some of you will go to meet with your teams and coaches and parents. Others of you have had your own dinners and other presentations. Some of you are going to stay here, but make sure that after this first presentation, you stay for pictures if you've gotten a special award. Our format this evening will be to present our special awards first in this group setting, and then we'll disperse to separate areas for the different sports programs. And again, some of you have already done that on other nights. With that said, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, parents and family of course, our student athletes. Welcome to Conneaut High School's Fall Sports Awards Program of 2019. It was the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month when the armistice, the end of hostilities in World War I, went into effect in 1918, Armistice Day. It was celebrated in 1919, became a holiday in 1938, and was renamed Veterans Day in 1954. Since this past Monday was November 11th, Veterans Day, 11/11/2019, it is appropriate and even necessary for us to recognize and honor our American veterans and those currently serving for the sacrifices they have given that we may enjoy our way of life and the freedoms that we have. So at this time, I ask you to stand with me, recite the Pledge of Allegiance, and we ask at that time, followed by a moment of silence. And in that moment of silence, during that moment of silence, please remember our former student athlete, Sergeant Cole Walker, in that moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now, this evening's Fall Sports Award program is an opportunity to recognize the accomplishments and commitment of our fall sports athletes. There are 10 fall sports programs, so we ask that you be patient and understanding, as all of them, Conneaut students, athletes, deserve to receive positive public recognition. But the format here is something that Mr. Taylor has organized, and we try to keep it moving along as we can, so it's not as long as it used to be. There are many lessons to be learned by participating in any high school sport. These include attributes such as honor, loyalty, dedication, commitment, pride, value of hard work, and more. Learning these allows you to handle victory and defeat in the same way, graciously. Participating in high school sports teaches you many important values in life if you allow them to. There are approximately 400 to 500 students enrolled at CHS. Of that number, approximately, give or take, 120 of you are involved in those 10 extracurricular sports. If it was easy to juggle academics, jobs, and sports, more students would participate. But it's not. And you all contribute to your respective teams, whether you play freshman, JV, or varsity, and you're all needed and respected by your coaches, teammates, parents, fans, for what you personally bring to each team. Please take note of the special awards which will be given out this evening. A couple of them are dedicated to someone, a coach, an athlete, or a person who represented a commitment or an association with Conneaut High School. They all have a story behind them. And if you're fortunate to receive one of these awards, then you become a part of that legacy. So everyone, please sit back and enjoy the program and presentation this evening as we honor our Conneaut High School student athletes for the commitment, dedication, time, and effort that they've given to Conneaut High School's fall sports. Before I introduce the presenters, I need to recognize some special people. The Conneaut Schools Administration and coaches would like to extend a special thank you to the Conneaut Athletic Booster Club for their support, dedication, and work for all of the Conneaut sports programs, especially to club officers and members, including President Sheila Poore, Vice President Mark Poore, Treasurer Bob McBride, Secretary Kathy Vo-Payton, and also to all the other Booster Club members who help out. Remember, they are looking for more volunteers to help continue their valuable work. Please, a round of applause for the Conneaut Athletic Boosters. And please, think about joining the Boosters. They're going to need help with our winter season at the concession stand, upcoming basketball and wrestling seasons, because, you know, we now belong to a league. There's full schedules for basketball, boys basketball, girls basketball, and wrestling. And the Boosters will need help to cover all the Conneaut High School contests. Also, please note the sincere thanks to all those mentioned on the back of your program, because they are the people and groups that make things happen leading up to and on game or contest days. And united, together, we are Conneaut. Now, to start off the evening, to begin with our presentations, before we begin with the team presentations, the Downtown Coaches Club would like to make a presentation from Conneaut High School for helping out with some donations in our weightlifting area. So Downtown Coaches Club representative and the Athletic Boosters, or the Athletic Boosters? Oh, Bob McBride.
Thank you. I'm Bob McBride. I'm the treasurer of the Conneaut Athletic Boosters, and Denny Distelrath wasn't able to make it tonight, and he asked me to give a presentation to one of our larger donors. He started at the end of track season last year. He had a vision to improve the weight room at the high school, and he wanted to expand it. A lot of the equipment was old and outdated, and he did a fundraiser to start to generate money to replace some of that equipment. He came to me to see if we could set up a fund to track the donations that he got, and that's what we did. To date, we've generated over $20,000, which will go to the improvement of the weight room. And currently, the high school staff, along with Denny and some of the coaches and school board member Chris Breck, are in the process of identifying an area to move the weight room so it's a larger space. And they hope to have that space identified in the near future. That being said, I'd like to call up Darlene Brisley up to the podium. Darlene has been in charge of the sock hop event here in Conneaut for over 15 years, and she also fundraises for a lot of other activities. She came to us and was very generous, and gave us a check for $4,000 that she generated through the Stock Hop organization that she does. So we wanted to thank her and present her with a plaque. Of the $4,000, she designated for us to put $3,000 toward the weight room, and then she wanted to set aside $1,000 toward any student in need, financial need, whether it be a high school student, a middle school student, or an elementary school student that has the need for, whether it be athletic equipment or winter coat, whatever the need may be. If the teachers and faculty could identify those people and bring it to our attention, we have money set aside to donate to those students. So, Darlene, thank you very much. On behalf of Denny Distelrath, the Conneaut Athletic School System, the Conneaut Athletic Boosters, and all the students of Conneaut area city schools, I want to present you with this token of our appreciation. A lot of different activities other than the sock hop, and she wanted to briefly mention one that's upcoming this winter.
This winter with the sock hop money, because this is what the sock hop is for us, to help Conneaut out. And we've helped the fire department, we've helped the police department, and we've helped the school, and different other things in Conneaut. And in December 11th, somebody asked me to help with the autism, that they said nobody ever does anything for autism kids. So out of the school here, if there's any of the teachers that want to get a hold of me, December 11th at the American Legion from 5 to 7, we are putting on a Christmas party to help those, the kids from, kindergarten all the way up to the high school. So that's going to be December 11th, if anybody would like to come to that. So any questions, feel free to give me a call. Everybody knows my number and knows how to get a hold of me. But that's what we're wanting to do, to keep Conneaut going. So I love this town. Thank you.
Well, I'm standing there thinking Bob Shackle films for the Access Channel. He's in the back there. You can catch this presentation, this event on the Access Channel. And Bob, do you need me to move the balloons? Are you going to be able to see? Are they good? Okay, good. All right. Yes, guys, you need to move? Presentation will be our fall cheerleaders, and making those presentations will be Mrs. Emily Dobrin. Well, unless it's shape-shifting, Mrs. Emily Telback.
Emily Dobrin couldn't be here tonight, so we just swapped out Emily's. I'm Emily Talbacca, and I'm helping out Emily Dobrin with the cheer program this year. So she couldn't be here tonight, but we have some important awards to give out. First is our MVP. Our MVP was selected by her peers as the person who has contributed the most to our team throughout the season. This young lady always has a good attitude and leads by example, demonstrating dedication despite a very demanding academic and extracurricular schedule. She is a talented cheerleader and dancer, and her outstanding choreography and teaching skills were a major asset to her team this year. The 2019 football cheer MVP this year is Catherine Jocelyn. So we present 2 Most Spirited Awards, one to a JV member of the squad and one to a varsity member. This year, the young lady selected by her peers as the most spirited JV team member has a consistently positive attitude. She is funny, kind, always enthusiastic, and an incredibly hard worker. Our JV Most Spirited Award goes to Lydia Drina. Our varsity Most Spirited Award goes to a young woman who has dedicated a lot of time and energy to Conneaut Cheer over the last 4 years. She consistently goes above and beyond, always the first to volunteer for whatever needs to be done, and she does so with a great attitude. This young woman will be graduating this year and she will be greatly missed. Our Most Spirited Award goes to Caitlin McClintock. Now we'll do our letter winners. We have one 3-year letter winner, that's Caitlin McClintock. The 2-year letter winners are Kayla Coe, Lauren Ensman, Emily Hosey, Catherine Joslin, and Sydney Squera. And the 1st-year letter winners are Claire Eaton, Jaden Coy, and Leah McDuffie. We also want to recognize other participants on the team. Ella Burdick, Linda Dalton, Caitlin Groom, Lydia Jurina, Leanna Laps, Vanessa Miola, Maddie Morrison, and Hannah Stiltner. So on behalf of Emily Dobrin, I just want to say thank you, girls. She's sorry that she couldn't be here tonight.
Next up will be presentation to the boys golf team. The boys golf coach was Mr. Alex Pachowski, but tonight Mr. Pachowski comes in the form of Miss Artemis Burns.
Good evening. Coach Wachowski had a prior commitment today, so that's why I'm speaking for him. Also, because my team is comprised mostly of multi-sport athletes, and because Coach Wachowski couldn't be here, there will be no separate golf meeting after the meeting. So, on behalf of Coach Alex Wachowski, in 2019, the CHS golf team set out with the goal to improve the team's stats with each match and tournament. Our team has gone from throwing golf clubs farther than hitting the ball and running out of golf balls during rounds to successfully completing rounds on some of the hardest courses in our area. This year's boys golf team consists of, and you may come up when I call your name, 3rd-year letter winner Dylan Fedor, 2nd second year letter winner, JT Vendetti. And our first year letter winners, Ethan Costner and Austin Hall. As a coach in my first year, I could not be prouder of our team. Thank you. I would like to personally thank each one of you on allowing me to share my knowledge of the game with you to improve your scores. Each one of you made huge improvements to your game, and each of you improved your stroke averages as the year went on. This year we have one senior, Ethan, who's not here. So as for the rest of you, JT, Dylan, and Austin, all three of you have a ton of talent and potential. I look forward to working with each of you all summer, and let's get ready for a successful 2020 season, and go Spartans.
To present the Tim Fitzgerald MVP Award, sponsored by the Conneaut Elks Club, it will be presented by Corey Campbell.
Good evening. On behalf of the Conneaut Elks Club, this year the 2019 Golf MVP Award will be shared between two team members who have equally demonstrated the following: equal stroke average, outstanding growth and improvement, great leadership, and a strong understanding of teamwork. Please join me in congratulating the 2019 Golf MVPs, JT Vendetti and Dylan Fedor.
Now, to present the girls' golf team, Miss Artemis Mervis.
Hello again. On behalf of both Coach Wachowski and myself, we would like to thank our administration for the opportunity to work with these amazing students, the transportation department for their flexibility, Adam Smith and Village Green Golf Course for doing their best to accommodate 2 schools, therefore 4 teams, and most importantly, the parents and guardians for all their support and encouragement. I would be remiss if I also didn't thank the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Pape. Our biggest cheerleader and supporter, thank you so much for all you do for us. When it comes to Conneaut Girls Golf, it's feast or famine. We had 3 golfers last year, and this year we had 14 come out. Out of those 14, 11 stuck it out. Out of those 11, only 2 had golfed before. Needless to say, we were pretty inexperienced as a team. Our goal this year was, if we weren't going to win championships, then we would at least learn the game, improve throughout the season, and hopefully develop a love for this most addicting yet frustrating sport. I am very pleased with all my girls this year. The 2 returning players both hit their personal best, and the 9 newcomers showed much improvement. Our claim to fame this year is beating Lakeside and Union City twice each. Now let me introduce the team. First, the seniors. 2-year letter winner, Riley Minor-Tharp. Riley has been a member of our program since her freshman year. She had to battle injuries, but she toughed it out this year and earned her 2nd letter and personal best score. First-year letter winners, Isabella Cleveland, Kayla Coe, Amy DeWalt, Kaylin McClintock, and Sierra Tennant. These young ladies decided to try something new their senior year, and I am so very glad they did. They brought passion and enthusiasm and came in ready to roll up their sleeves and get to work. My only regret is that they didn't come out sooner. Our juniors, third-year letter winner, Jocelyn Pape. Jocelyn's hardworking, no-nonsense attitude has made her a role model for our newer members, and I am looking forward to seeing how much more she can achieve in her senior year. First-year letter winner, Jenna Burt. And our freshman, Hannah Anderson. And Bailey Shirelli. Unfortunately, I can only take 5 players with me to our conference matches, so these two didn't get to play much, if any, this year. I did see moments of great potential in both, however. It just has to click, and that will happen with work. I've seen improvement in Bailey and Hannah is the prime example of the importance of proper fitted clubs. I truly believe these two could grow into formidable opponents. Girls, I want to thank you so much for one of my most favorite seasons. It truly was a pleasure working with you this year. I hope you enjoyed it half as much as I did, and continue playing in your 80s, just like those crazy old lady leagues we keep running into. Seniors, I am really going to miss you. And underclassmen, I hope you get back out there as soon as the weather will permit you to see the ball again. Thank you.
And now for the Girls Golf Most Valuable Player Award, it's sponsored by the American Legion, CalPost 151, and presenter will be Mr. Don Leach.
Good evening. Girls Golf EMP, every year the team votes on who they believe deserves the EMP award. This year the award goes to a young lady who has displayed passion for the sport and for the team. She rarely ever missed a match or a practice and put 100% of herself on the course or at the driving range. She was a leader, a role model for the younger athletes, always willing to lend a hand, and took an initiative on many occasions when the coach needed assistance. She also led the team in scoring average. Congratulations to the 2019 Girls Golf EMP, Jocelyn Payton.
Now for the presentation of the cross-country team, this is Jessica Kennedy.
Good evening. I would like to thank Mrs. Riley, the Board of Education, Mr. Taylor, and the maintenance crew for all their hard work and support this season. I would also like to thank the boosters for all that they do, the bus drivers, all of the parents, and Kevin at Township Park and his crew for taking such good care of our course. Our trainer, Monica Brown, and of course my husband, who puts up with a lot. I would also like to thank my assistant coach, Miss Christina Frisbee, for all that she does to help our program. I would also like to thank all the runners for all of their hard work and dedication throughout, especially the summer months. Many of them started running in June, and when they completed the season, they had been running for 5 months. This year, the boys and the girls teams both had 8 runners. When I call your name, please come up. For the girls team, Tori Shubatowski, Lily Gregory, Maddie Robinson, Izzy Ebel, Lauren Zimmerman, Emily Stewart, Lindsay Fogel, and Rachel Brecht. Okay, the boys team consisted of Nick Morris, Logan Moore, Josh Alexander, Alex Kennedy, Hunter Parks, Luke Houston, Caleb Bennett, and Garrett Numba is not here tonight. I think they deserve a big round of applause for all the miles they've done. Some of our season highlights were, I had 6 runners set new personal records this season. The girls team placed 2nd overall at the Niles Invitational. The boys team placed 4th at the all-county meet, and the girls team placed 5th. Nick Morris, Logan Poor, and Emily Stewart placed in the top 15 at the all-county meet. In cross country, we run league meets during the week, and we run at larger invitationals that could have anywhere, a couple hundred runners per race on Saturdays. In league competition, the girls had a 4-2 record, and the boys ended the season with a 3-3 record. 2 of our runners were selected to receive District 10 league honors. Only 14 boys and 14 girls are chosen to receive this honor. Selected to the District 10 Region 5 All-Star second team, sophomore Emily Stewart. And selected to the District 10 Region 5 All-Stars first team was Nick Morris. The cross-country team has a special award. This is the 3rd year that we have done this now. It's called the Fred and Nancy Peterson Award to honor Fred and Nancy for everything that they have done to support the team in Conneaut athletics. They are such kind, caring, selfless people. This year, the recipient of the award is someone who has shown a tremendous amount of dedication to the sport and is a wonderful teammate who you would always see encouraging her teammates. The 2019 recipient of the Fred and Nancy Peterson Award, voted on by her teammates and coaches, goes to senior Madeline Robertson. I would like to congratulate all of the runners on their hard work and dedication throughout the season. They really made coaching enjoyable. Thank you. We had a wonderful season.
Now for our girls cross country MVP award, it's sponsored by the Conneaut Elks Club and will be presented by Corey Campbell.
Thank you. This year, the girls cross-country MVP goes to a runner who showed hard work and determination throughout the season. She finished 3rd overall at the Niles Invitational and 14th overall at the all-county cross-country meet at Edgewood. She finished the season scoring 96 varsity points, leading her team in 12 of 13 races. Her fastest time this season was at 21:43. She was voted to the District 10 All-Star Second Team, which means she was one of the top 14 female runners in the district. The 2019 Cross Country Girls MVP for the second year in a row goes to sophomore Emily Stewart.
And now for the boys cross-country MVP. This award is sponsored by Chris Breck State Farm Insurance and will be presented by Mr. Chris Breck.
Good evening. The boys cross-country MVP goes to someone who is dedicated to the sport of running and has been the top scoring runner for 12 of the 13 races this season. He does whatever is asked of him, leading by example. This season, he led the Spartans scoring with a total of 97 varsity points. He placed 12th overall at the All-County Meet at Edgewood and won the tri-meet at Northwestern against Northwestern in Iroquois. His fastest time this season was at the Trumbull County Fairgrounds when he ran a 17:44. He was also voted to the District 10 All-Stars First Team, which means he was chosen as one of the top 7 runners in the conference. The 2019 Boys MVP for cross country for the 4th year in a row goes to senior Nick Morris.
And now to present our girls tennis team, head coach Mr. Doug Hedrick.
All right, good evening to all of you. It's always nice to look out and see supportive people that are supportive of the school, supportive of the programs, the various programs, and supportive of their kids. And it's good to see. As I was thinking about what I was going to say tonight, just the phrase kept running through my head, what a difference a year makes. Last year, we struggled to complete a team, and we would go into several matches having to forfeit a point off the get-go, sometimes even 2, because our numbers were down last year. And what a difference a year makes. And we had 11 girls on the team this year compared to, I think, 6 last year. And 11 girls, we went from not being able to field a team to, I had to tell kids, well, you can't play tonight, or you have to play an exhibition match. And it makes a difference. What a difference a year makes. Okay, we have 5 new wonderful courts at Riccardi Sports Park. And we used to play, as most of you know, we used to play our matches at Liberty Street with 3 courts. And there were times that teams would not come to our courts because they didn't want to play on just 3. It takes too long. And so what a difference a year makes with the 5 wonderful courts. What I would like to do at this point, I want to introduce the tennis team. Okay, and I want to start with Katie Banish. Why don't you come up, Katie? Okay, Emily Falcone. Madison Mayer. Carly Mickle. Madeline Mayer. Lizzie Young. McKenna Broom. Heidi Mayer. Samantha Wright. And also part of the team that are not here tonight were Jade Ballard and Lindsay Fritchie. So thank you so much, girls, for your dedication, and for your time, for your willingness to play. Hope to see you all next year, and for the seniors, I have no doubt that you are going to be successful. You've shown that to me. Okay, thank you very much.
And now for the Girls Tennis MVP Award. It is sponsored by the Conneaut Rotary Club and will be presented by Rotary Club member Mr. Chris Brett.
The recipient of the award for Most Valuable Player is determined by the players on the tennis team. The Most Valuable Player award is given to the one player whose attitude and passion for the game defines and reflects what the tennis team is striving to become. The winner of this year's Most Valuable Player award goes to a senior who is driven by an intense desire to succeed. Her competitive spirit is contagious to those who watch her on the court, and as a result, the tennis team as a whole is driven by the same desire for success. On the court, this player plays her matches to the highest level of competitiveness and the proper degree of sportsmanship. Congratulations to the winner of this year's Most Valuable Player Award, Katie Banish.
And now to introduce the Conneaut High School volleyball team, head coach Mr. Justin Sanford.
Thanks, girls. Appreciate that. Yeah, this is amazing to see. All of you guys here tonight. It's a packed house, and that's great to see. Get some thank yous out of the way. Our parents, obviously, for getting the girls where they needed to be. It's a long fall season. We played 22 total matches. We have a week and 2 days. It's a really grueling sports season. There's a lot of time spent in the gym. We do a lot of team building things outside the gym as well. So thanks to the parents. Administration, obviously Mr. Taylor, for allowing me to coach and continue to coach. It's something that I really enjoy to do, so thank you guys for that. My wife, she's actually here this year. This is my 5th season. This is the first time that she's made one of these, so thank you. She does a lot for the team, a lot for me, so we really appreciate her. Monica Brown, our trainer. These girls play really, really hard, so, Monica does a lot of work for us. There's always bumps and bruises and twists and sprains and, my pinky hurts and all that kind of stuff, so we appreciate Monica. One more thank you to someone who does a ton for the district, not only sports, but just, he's all over the place. We would not be able to have a match, a home match anyway, without him. I think he's probably the only one sitting in this room right now, myself included, that actually knows how to keep a volleyball scorebook. It's not easy. We want to thank Mr. Simpson. Our season, I'm not going to bore you with the details too much, but we did better than we did last year. We improved our record. We improved, we improved our record. We played hard, night in, night out, we competed. We play a lot of good teams, state champions a few years ago, District 10. runners-up, just some really good volleyball teams. The girls come in every night, it doesn't matter who we're playing, they're going to battle and just playing hard. So I'm going to introduce them. I'm just going to go by grade. Can you hold your applause until I finish all of them? That way we can hear. I'm going to start with the freshman, Adri Klein. Mira McConnell. Maddie Lauer. Nice, I like it. Yeah, see that. KK, Caitlin Bean. Adri Ross. I went out of order. I saw Ross walking up here, so I said her name. Sophia Householder. Sophia was actually the recipient of our Team Hustle Award, so we can give her a round of applause for that, actually. Sophia goes super hard. She's kind of a throwback. She's one of those players that, you tell her to do something, she just says okay and does it, puts her head down. She goes hard all the time, so she won the Hustle Award this year. Devin Zappatelli. Cora Zalai. First year letter winner, Riley Furl. Our sophomores, Lydia Jarina. Abby Falcone. Abby was our Heart Award winner this year for our team dinner, so a round of applause for Abby Falcone. Addie Wade. And Lauren Litweiler. Juniors, first year letter winner, Maddie Hunchup. First year letter winner, Carissa Shellhammer. Second year letter winner and Blocks Award winner, Amanda Loomis. Second year letter winner, Blocks Award winner, Teammate Award, and Most Improved Award, Sarah Schmeling. Second year letter winner, Aces Award winner. She finished with 79, and as far as I can tell, going through Max Preps, that's actually the most in the county. She won the Players Award, and she is an all-county honorable mention, Kendall Farley. Seniors left. This group of seniors definitely impacted the team. They're good teammates. They helped me out tremendously this year. We had some first-year coaches as assistants, and I relied on them heavily to help me run practice and coach up the younger girls. So Gina Carlucci, second-year letter winner. Third-year letter winner, Lydia Mazzacco. Third-year letter winner, Diggs Award, Assists Award, and All-County Honorable Mention, Allie Tatry. Third-year letter winner, Kills Award, All-County Player of the Year nomination, and second team All-County, Savannah Sanford. The 2019 Lady Spartans volleyball team. Give them a big round of applause.
And now for our Girls Volleyball MVP Award. It is sponsored by Chris Breck, State Farm Insurance, and presented by Mr. Chris Breck.
Okay. The 2019 Lady Spartan Volleyball MVP is described by her teammates as intimidating to opponents, consistent, can do everything, a scoring machine, talented, skilled, a great all-around player, a big talent, works hard, and the best of the best. This MVP award is voted on by the entire team. She finished the season with 29 ace serves, 22 blocks, 229 digs, and a team-leading 238 kills, and scored 289 individual points, which was 34.5% of the team's total points. This senior and 3-year letter winner finishes her high school career with 73 aces, 36 blocks, 421 digs, and 410 kills. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2019 Lady Spartan Volleyball Most Valuable Player is Savannah Sanford.
And now for our Conneaut High School girls soccer team, head coach Rebecca Thomas.
Good evening. This year was a year of growth in so many ways for the girls soccer team. The program, with the help of Mrs. Riley, Mr. Taylor, and Mr. Kitchen, was able to host 2 night games at Joslyn Field. Winning both games under the lights brought a sense of hometown pride to bookends of our season. This season would continue to grow as a program. Beating Sharpsville 12-0 is a new recent memory record for most goals scored in one game. During this competition, many new faces scored goals, some who had been waiting since freshman year to put the ball in the back of the net. Izzy. In the goal, we had 211 saves in 18 games. If you do the math, that averages to over 11 saves per game. The defensive players made huge contributions to keeping the number of goals scored down, even when battling teams that were ranked within the state. Our forwards each increased their number of goals scored on the season, pushing the opposing defenders to have to stop more organized attacks as the season pushed forward. Our players grew individually as well. First-year players quickly became starters, and the hard work put in during the off-season found value on the playing field. Several players were nominated for D10 honors, which unfortunately we will not know who won those until later on. But the following players earned all county honors. So if you come up when I call your name. Jaden Coy, first team. Claire Eaton, first team. Annalie Hagstrom, first team. Caitlin Grew, honorable mention. And Izzy Cleveland, honorable mention. This season would not have been possible without the help and dedication of the players, their parents, and Coach Eaton. As a coaching staff, we would like to thank our families. Daily practice and late night games would not have been possible without their support. We would also like to thank Monica for getting the girls back on the field after an injury. Matt Kitchen and the rest of the maintenance staff for always having our field in tip-top shape. The bus drivers for getting us safely to and from games. Mr. Simpson for announcing. The Courier, Star Beacon, and Erie Times for promoting our team. Mr. Taylor, Mrs. Riley, and the board for allowing us to play and managing all the complications that happen behind the scenes. And finally, Braxton, Drew, and Jack for being great ball boys. Without the support of the community, our season would not have been a success. The following players, if you'd like to come up as well. You're up here with your 4th-year letter. Cheyenne, 3rd-year letter winner. 2nd-year letter winners, Annalie Hagstrom, Kylie Singleton, Sierra Tennant, Sydney Squera, Caitlin Grew, Claire Eaton, and Jaden Coy. Earning a 1st-year letter, Lainey Passanen, Michaela Thompson, Izzy Danforth, Wright, Vanessa Miola, Allie Passanen, Sophia Fleming, Kylie Schwartz, and Haley Belcher. I have one final award for this evening. It goes every year to the player who scores the most goals on the season. And beating her record from last year, Claire Eaton gets the 2019 Golden Boot Award with 28 goals on the season.
And now for the Girls Soccer MVP Award, sponsored by Dr. Albert Hoffman, presented by Dr. Albert Hoffman.
This year's MVP for the girls soccer team is a young lady who has shown true heart and grit on the field. She persevered through tough games and kept the score close, even against state-ranked opponents. This player was voted MVP by her teammates in an almost unanimous decision due to her leadership style and skillful play on the field. She was nominated for both D10 honors and Player of the Year in the county. Raking in 211 saves on the season, it is a great honor to award Annalie Hagstrom the 2019
And now to introduce the boys soccer team, head coach Mr. Kevin Santee.
Hope you guys are ready for a long night. First off, definitely a lot of thanks goes out to a lot of people, and my wife is always one of the first people that I have to thank, and she couldn't make it tonight, but her allowed me to coach for so many years and putting up with those late nights and not being home. I can't thank her enough. Lori Riley, Joel Taylor, my assistant coach Joe Chadwick. I don't know what I'd do without the guy. He gets the guys ready to go while I'm traveling from Buckeye here. The guy is just an unbelievable guy. Monica Brown, this season she patched up my guys constantly left and right. The grounds crew, Boosters Club, this is really a great community and a lot of great people make this program go here. Our season, it was a season of challenges for sure. Perseverance and character building for us. We came into the season planning on rebuilding. Circumstances changed what we had to do, and it thrust a lot of young players into starting roles. I am proud of these guys from the beginning of the season to the end of the season. There was times where they could have rolled over and quit. We started off with injuries, and we played every game, I think, with someone beat up, injured, and not at 100% from beginning to end. But they're like, Coach, I'll go again for you. And you can't take away that character that, you know, no matter what, I'll do what I can for you and do the best I can for my team. Like I said, I'm proud of these guys. We went into the tournament this year. We had to play a conference game on Monday night. Trying to play Perry, number 5 seed, on Tuesday night. And these guys played them 0-0 right up till halftime and battled them in. they don't know, but Perry went on to the regional finals and lost. And they played them as tough as anybody played them all season. So I'd like to introduce you to these guys. Great characters, and I'll introduce them by their letterman. So my first year letterman, John Acaro. Aiden Davis. Riley Williams. Slater Krause. Troy Turner. Harrison Cleveland. And voted by his players and the coaches for most improved player. This gentleman here, if you saw him, he just started playing soccer last year. By the end of the season, even in the state tournament game, he was making saves that were college highlight films. Anthony Burkhardt. Second year letterman, Spencer Krause. Camden Ritchie. And Camden received an honor by the coach and I. We look at a lot of our players and we have an unsung hero award. And it's the guy that's out there. You don't notice what he's doing, but he's there all the time, and he keeps coming back, and you know, he's there in the sense that he stops players, defends them, doesn't get much recognition, but yet he gives everything he has every game for his team, and that's Camden Ritchie. Our next second-year award winner, Aiden Schrock. He's also voted second team All-County. Third-year letterman's Nate Coy. Anthony Peterson. Jacob Lauer, who was also All-County honorable mention. And Joey Merlin. And our only four-year letterman, Ethan Knight, All-County honorable mention. Thank you, guys.
And now for the Boys MVP Soccer Award, again sponsored by Dr. Albert Hoffman and presented by Dr. Albert Hoffman. And I don't know if you guys know, how does Doc Hoffman fit into this? Well, years ago when soccer was introduced to Conneaut, this gentleman, as one of the citizen Conneaut, loves the game of soccer. He really pushed for it. He was instrumental in the introduction of soccer to Conneaut High School. Dr. Hoffman.
I had the privilege to coach the soccer team for 2 years when we founded it. And I got to admit, it was a lot of fun being involved with the high school kids. I kind of miss that. You coaches are blessed to have these kids as people that you can mention. I would like to tell you a little bit about the 2019 Boys Soccer Varsity MVP. This gentleman is of outstanding character. He is a leader by his actions during the season and in the off-season. He is one of the most intense players of the game, and you notice him when he is on the pitch and also when he is not. In the off-season, he trains with some of the best players in the region, striving to raise his level of play to not only make himself better, but his team, in hopes to elevate the level of the game. You wouldn't necessarily know this about him because he is humble with his words and lets his play speak for itself. He played through pain and nagging injuries throughout the season, all the while still making an impact on the game. He scored 4 goals this season, which doesn't sound like much, but the number of goal-scoring opportunities he squelched and turned into offensive chances is difficult to calculate because they were so numerous. He has the ability to play several positions, impacting each area he was connected with. He has been named to the Asheville All-County First Team as in the running for the District 10 First Team Honors in Pennsylvania. The 2019 boys soccer MVP is also a multi-sport player who is well respected by all his coaches, teammates, school community, and even opponents. Congratulations to Joey Merlin.
And now, to introduce the District 10 Region 3 football champions, head coach Mr. Rocco Dobrev.
These guys wanted me to make it quick, so I'm going to take as long as I can. Sorry. How it works, I guess. No, I want to thank God for the opportunity to coach these young guys and just to, bring me to Conneaut because it's been a blessing to my family. It's a great place to be, a great place to live, and like I said, the opportunity to coach these guys and be a part of what they're accomplishing is a wonderful thing. So I just want to thank God for that. I want to thank my wife, Emily. Again, she can't be here. She's been in California for 5 days, living life, having a great time. And I had a chance to see what it's like to do all the things she had to do, so I can't wait till she gets back. I've actually had a lot of help from friends, luckily. I want to thank the administration, been nothing but supportive since I've been here. The Downtown Coaches Club they just spoil these kids, and it allows us to have a football program, not just a football team that happens part of the year. It's 12 years around, or it's 12 months around. And Downtown Coaches Club makes that happen by all the things they do for these guys, and it's a great program because of them. Coaches, I want to thank my coaching staff, great coaching staff. I'm just going to announce quickly the ones that are here that I think are here. We have Tony Pastanen, Eric Hodges, great addition. Tim Telback, I think might be here. I'm not sure. A lot of thank yous, but they've already been thanked by almost everyone in here. But I also want to thank Monica because she told me I had to, right? Okay. Now, Monica does a great job. She always has. And she just continues to do a great job. And Miss Murmas already does our stats, which is a pain in the butt, and she gets them turned in by 10 o'clock. No matter what, she gets them turned in by 10. So thank you. And I want to thank all the athletes in the room. To do what you do, to still maintain your grades, and to put the work and time you put in through the off season and the summer. And like I said, some of you work on your sport, your passion all year around. Thank you, athletes in the room. A little bit about this year. I want to start by saying, although it was a great season, it was also a tough season in some ways. We lost a former player, which was tough on the coaches. And then we lost a mom, Moses, Gunnar, Ruben, Kylie. Just know you're in our prayers, and I'm sure everyone in this room is here for you if you ever need anything. But again, in our prayers. To the football season, this is a group that I'm extremely proud of. If you came out to watch them play this year, you saw a show. They put on a show. Our offense was amazing, dynamic, put up a lot of points. I believe we were in the top 5 in the state of Ohio in points per game, and that's what these kids, our starters, playing about half the game, right? About 5 or 6 games. Our defense was lights out, gave up very few points. I think in 9 of our games, our varsity only gave up 1 touchdown. Our varsity was in all year, so it's pretty special. Some accomplishments of this year's group, okay, led by 13 seniors, and all 13 seniors started, which doesn't happen very often. So it was a great year. 9-1, which was the best record since 1985. We beat our rivals, Edgewood, 49-0. For these guys, for these seniors, that was the first time we got to play them. So we didn't get to play them for 3 years. So it was nice having that game back, packed house. It was just a great fun night. And then obviously we are conference District 10 Region 3 conference champs. So congratulations to these guys. A couple of quick keys to success. One thing I wanted to mention, this is for the younger people in the room that are not seniors yet. This senior group, we had 13 seniors. And the one thing, they didn't just come out and all of a sudden they're good athletes. Okay, they weren't just born and okay, here we go, we got 13 good athletes and we got some guys behind them to help. These guys put in hard work since middle school years. These guys were running the bluffs, working on their own, and I've told this to them 100 times, but you guys, if they need to know this, and the young kids need to know this, that it's not just going to happen. You can't decide my junior year I'm going to start working hard. These guys worked hard, running the bluffs, like I said. They hit the weight room better than any group I've ever had. They lift with Denny in the morning, they lift with me in class, they lift after they put the time in, and then the results showed. It was pure and simple, one thing, hard work. And hard work for year after year after year, okay, for the last 6 to 8 years. So everything that they've accomplished, they've earned. And that's a good lesson to learn throughout life. If you want something, you work hard for it. Another valuable lesson they learned, and that I learned, and the coaching staff, we learned, when you have great players at every position, you got to be unselfish, okay? And it took us a minute to figure that out, and you got to play for each other, but it's hard. When you have 13 great players, and you have 5 good receivers, and a good running back, and a good quarterback, not everybody can touch the ball, so you get to learn to play for your teammates. And if you put your stats and your goals aside for the betterment of the team, okay? I mean, if you look at it, there's like NFL players that can't figure that out, right? They're just about themselves. There's NFL teams that can't put that together, right? Cleveland Browns, right? Right? A lot of good athletes can't win. What are you talking about? Tomorrow night. But anyways, they learn to be selfless. They were forced to be selfless, and they handled it well. Okay, and they handled it great, and they played for each other, and the outcome was an amazing season. And then last of all, and maybe the most important thing is they're all good students. Out of 13 seniors, I think 10 of them had over a 3.0 this first quarter, while they're practicing, while they're doing this thing. So grades first, and then athletes and hard work. Guys, thank you for a great season. All right, now we'll introduce you to the 2019 Conneaut Spartans, starting with our participation first, and then ending with our 4-year letterman. First, our IR injured reserve. We have Jake Slayton is here. All right, participation awards. And you guys can just come up, get your pen, and then line up along the bottom here. Dakin Chabot. Nathan Costin. Owen Shields. Larry Ham. Moses Schwartz. Cody Cameron. Jason Hurd. Patrick Cantola. Eric Woods. Dylan Stewart. Sean Herman. Ryan Osborne. Isaac Schroeder. One step down. All right, first year letterman. Darren Christine. Zach Rice. Kiefer Mandigello. Chase Carpenter. Robert Hagstrom. Jody Bowen. Tellis Andrews. Lane Herman. Anthony Nunes. And Billy Schmeman. Second-year letterman, Nick Osborne. Alex Coleman. Jacob Wiley. And Tyler McCurdy. Tyler must be working. Third-year letter winners, Joey Marlene. Damon Bowers. Ryan Davison. Hunter Dale. Chance Ryan. Brandon Smile. Logan Johnston. And Jay Green. Did I forget Leon somewhere? How much you ever tell me? I forget Leon. Alright, I'll come back to those guys. Leon Moffitt, first-year letterman, and Carter Kazarowski. Picture there. Leg. I forgot my senior letterman there. Alright, and my fourth-year letterman. Richie Picard. Aiden Thomas. And Seth Fedor. Guys, stay up here for 1 second. Coaches, Mr. Taylor.
It gives me great pleasure at this time to award to this football team their second District 10 championship trophy in as many years, back-to-back champions, and to Coach Rocco Dobrin. Congratulations.
Now, our football MVP award is called the Oyajarvi Trophy. Sometimes people will pronounce it Ojajarvi Trophy, but Mr. Chuck Marcy, years ago, World War II veteran, bomber pilot, and said, "Hey Simpson, that's Oyajarvi, a good Finnish name." This is for a couple of brothers, and in memory of. And it is sponsored by the American Legion. Calpost 151 will be presented again by Mr. Don Leach.
This year's BMP was selected not only for his outstanding game performances, but also his unmatched work ethic from an early age. This student athlete would be seen working out in the off-season regardless of the weather, rain, snow, or shine. This year he brought other teammates with him, helping motivate them to become the best football players they could be. This work ethic and his relentless enthusiasm for the sport produced amazing stats on the field. He threw for 850 yards with 11 TD passes, ran for 900 yards with 16 rushing TDs, averaged 20 yards per punt return with 1 return TD. On defense, he led the team in tackles with 80, had 12 tackles for loss, 2 sacks, 2 interceptions, and 1 return for a TD. This year's MVP goes to Rylan Davison.
I don't know if you noticed on the way in, but there was a donation to Conneaut High School, and it was the Oyeyarvi 1950 trophy that went to Maurice Skip Palo, and it was donated by his family. He was the 5th recipient of that trophy, and they're very similar. The first 5 years or so are very similar trophies, but this was donated by his family, and it will be put on display in a trophy case along with newspaper articles and such that tell you about that Oyeyarvi trophy and the outstanding person and efforts by this Skip Palo. And now for the presentation of our 3rd and 4th year awards, Conneaut's Athletic Administrator, Mr. Joel Taylor.
The following awards are our 3rd and 4th year awards, and they're special awards in that it takes a little bit of luck to win them. Not only do you have to be talented, there has to be a spot on the team for a freshman to play at varsity as a freshman. Obviously it takes grit and determination and the time and effort that goes into playing 4 years of high school sports. So these are somewhat rare and very special awards. So we'll start off with our 3rd year letter winners in no particular order or sport. Golf, Dylan Fedor. Golf, Jocelyn Pape. Boys soccer, Jacob Lauer. Boys soccer, Joey Merlin. Boys soccer, Nate Coy. Boys soccer, Anthony Peterson. Girls soccer, Cheyenne Anderson. Volleyball, Lydia Mazzacco. Volleyball, Savannah Sanford. Volleyball, Allison Tatcher. Cheerleading, Kaylee McClintock. Football, Rylan Davison. Football, Chance Ryan. Football, Jay Green. Football, Ryan Kidder. Football, Joey Merlin. Football, Brandon Smile. Football, Logan Johnson. Football, David Bowers. And for football, Hunter Dale. Thank you, 3rd year letter winners. And now for our 4th year letter award winners. Girls tennis, Caitlin Banish. girls soccer, Isabella Cleveland. Boys soccer, Ethan Knight. Cross country, Tori Shupatowski. Cross country, Lily Gregory. Cross country, Logan Polar. Cross country, Nick Morris. Football, Aiden Thomas. Football, Richie Picard. And football, Seth Fedor. Our fourth-year Letter Award winners. Before we go to our next and final segment, I would just like to say that, and someone mentioned this earlier, I've been here for a little over 30 years, and I've been to quite a few of these. And I can remember nights where there were so many empty tables. You know, parents came, athletes were missing. Since I've been here in recent memory, I have to bring in extra tables, and we've had to switch the format to where the athletes are separated so they sit by themselves, so we have enough room to house everybody. That is an amazing thing, and that's awesome support, and it's just great to see. Give yourselves a round of applause. It's great.
And now to introduce our Touchdown Club nominees, Conneaut High School Principal, Dr. Tim Neal.
Good evening. I get the pleasure of wrapping up this evening with the Ashtabula County Touchdown Club nominees. And we'll start with the Bill Phillips Defensive Player of the Year nominee. This scholarship is given in memory of William H. Phillips. Mr. Phillips was a respected teacher and coach in Jefferson area schools. He lost a courageous battle to cancer in 1999. His family established an athletic scholarship that would be given to a defensive player in Ashtabula County. This player would not only be tops on the field, but would possess good sportsmanship, citizenship, and be a team leader. The winning candidate from the county will be announced at the annual Touchdown Club banquet in December. This year's nominee from Conneaut High School will be Hunter Dale. In the Ashtabula County Touchdown Club, Robert L. Weiss, Scholar Athlete of the Year. This award will also be announced at the Ashtabula County Touchdown Club banquet in December. The recipient of this award must be a football player in his last year of eligibility and must be a varsity letter winner. He must have at least a 2.5 GPA and have contributed to the betterment of his school and athletic program through his display of conduct, ability, leadership, citizenship, service, and loyalty. Every school in Ashtabula County selects a nominee. This year, Robert L. Weiss, Scholar Athlete of the Year nominee that will be representing Conneaut High School will be Rylan Davison.
And Mr. Taylor's up here writing me notes, make sure we get this all in. First, special thank you from the Conneaut High School athletes and the administration and staff, to Stephanie Roxbury and John Arcaro for taking hundreds, if not thousands, of photos.
Like, I think she gets along with kids well, but when she has fun as an adult, and she's just playing. Laura was there. That's why I thought before, Adams was over there, yeah. He's second. I think he's like 6 months right I think Eddie was a lot like There's more back there, I promise.
Merry Christmas!
See, you should have got yourself some candy. You done warmed up. You like sweet tarts, right? He's not all that, by the way. Good job,
What's good, y'all? My hand's out.
I always feel bad because they're so back here, but in the beginning, nobody even knows anything going
I might not be better, but I feel good too.
I got the horses in the back, horseback in the back, and it's made it black, got the boots in black and match. Riding on the horse, milking with your horse. I've been in the valley, a bit about that horse now. Ain't nobody tell me nothing.
It's not like Merry Xmas. No. Merry Christmas. It's Merry Xmas.
Their eyes all aglow, find it hard to
Watch out for those vehicles
Merry Christmas!
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to introduce to you from the sharpest corner in the state of Ohio, the sharpest band in the state of Ohio, the 2019 edition of the Conneaut High School Spartan Marching Band. The major ed advisor is Mrs. Jody Page. Drill team advisor is Mrs. Jody Page. And the CHS Marching Band is under the direction of Assistant Director Mr. Brandon Mullins and Director Mrs. Rice. Now, all the ingredients are in place for marvelous marching magic. And you, spectators and fans, are about to witness a unique blend of music, marching, and energy. So sit back, get ready, and watch out, because here they come! It is my great pleasure to introduce the 2019 dynamic duo of drum majors, Miss Annalie Hagstrom and Miss Leah Vendetti. Ladies and gentlemen, as the 2019 Conneaut Marching Unit has now entered the New Leaf Event Center, would you please rise? Gentlemen, remember to remove your hats. And as a special note, members of the armed forces not in uniform, as well as veterans, may military salute the United States flag. And to honor the United States of America, please join in singing our national anthem, the Star-Spangled Banner. This first song, released in 1978, became one of the biggest hits and a signature song of the hard rock band The Who. So the Conneaut Marching Unit wants you to tell them who you are. They really want to know, like the title of this rock number, who are you? Performing to this next number will be the Conneaut High School's 2019 Marvelous and Magical Majorettes, which include Harley Batchelor, Sarah Schmaman, Emily Kinnear, Mira Makama, Shannon Zappatelli, with featured twirler Emily Falcone. This was the featured song on the 1978 album titled Jazz by the British rock band Queen. You can just about hear Freddie Mercury belt out, "Hey, listen here! You give it all you got because the CHS Marching Unit makes the rockin' world go round," to the tune titled Fat Bottom Girls. Performers for this next number will include the Conneaut 2019 Dynamic and Dazzling Drill Team. Members include Rachel Brecht, Danielle Williams, Maggie Bimmel, Riley Miner Tharp, Hannah Stiltner, Riley Beekman, Leah Houston, Angela Bowers, Adriana Ross, April Seavey, Kira Mucci, and captains Rihanna Howland and Hannah Thompson. Also performing will be these band members: Katie Banish, Riley Williams, Kylie Schwartz, Alex Salcido, Jocelyn Payne, Jenna Burt, Zach Ramey, and Alexis Connor. This hard rock power pop song was released in 1969 as part of the rock album Tommy. How do you think the CHS band does it? There must be a twist. Can they play a mean pinball? You'll see as they perform Pinball Wizard by The Who. For this number, the CHS Band will perform a Spartan classic that is sure to chase away the blues. Now, you could say the economy ain't been good. And you could say the weather ain't been good. And you could even say the boys in the CHS Band ain't been good. But you could never say that the enthusiasm and excitement generated by the Conneaut Marching Band through the years, like the title of this next tune, ain't been good. This next song is a new wave, funk, and reggae rock pop song. The Conneaut High School Marching Unit hopes you experience the same positive emotion and musical evolution generated by the Billboard Hot 100 Bruno Mars hit, Locked Out of Heaven. Bruno Mars debuted this hit for his studio album, Doo Wop and Hooligans. You better run away, baby, before the Conneaut Marching Band featuring the 2019 Marvelous and Magical Majorettes put their spell on you, performing to this song titled Runaway Baby. Performing from the CHS band for this next song will be Emily Rose, Lindsay Fritchie, Ray Ann Wright, Logan Fettler, Tristan Chris, Jordan Smith, Carly Mickle, Jared Clark, and Caleb Bennett. The success of this number made it a worldwide phenomenon with a major impact on pop culture. Friday night and they're in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. Hey, 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 as the marching band features the dynamic and dazzling drill team, boogie and disco pop to Bruno Mars, Uptown Funk. White Stripes originally performed this next song. They sang, "I'm Gonna Fight 'Em Off." A seven-nation army couldn't hold me back, and you won't be able to hold back the 2019 Conneaut Marching Band as they liven up the night with Seven Nation Army. Now, it is my great pleasure to introduce the class of 2020 for their senior dance break number. Katie Banish, Harley Batchelor, Maggie Bimmel, Alexis Connor, Emily Falcone, Anna Lee Hagstrom, Rihanna Howland, Marissa Klieg, Riley Minor Tharp, Zach Arami, Emily Rhodes, Kai Lee Schwartz, April Seavey, Haley Slocum, Jordan Smith, Hannah Thompson, and Riley Williams. This song was the lead single of the 5th studio album of the artist named Fall Out Boy. It was released on Election Day, November 2008. And although the lyrics say, "I don't care what you think, as long as it's about me," the CHS Marching Band does care that you enjoy their rendition of "I Don't Care." At this time, ladies and gentlemen, the County Marching Band, Director, Ms. Rice, Assistant Director, Mr. Brandon Mullins, and the Music Boosters would like to recognize and honor the accomplishments, commitment, and dedication of the graduating 2020 seniors. There will be a slideshow, and the seniors' biographies will be presented by Mr. Mullins.
Good evening, everybody. You guys can sit down, take a load off, quietly. You guys can walk across. Do you want to stay, go down there? Do you want to stay? Do you want to stay? No, I'll follow you. Riley, one at a time. You come up and take my hand. Why don't we just have that? Okay, yeah, sit down. There you go. Okay. Hello. Sorry, just trying to work some things out here. Okay, so I've had the pleasure of coaching these kids all season long, from band camp on, and they have given me as many headaches as well as many jokes and laughs along the way. So I'm particularly sad to see this senior class go. I got some kids in here that I've been with for a few years now, so here we go. The first senior today is Katie Banish. She's a trumpet player. She is, section leader and squad leader. She's been in marching band for 4 years. She wants to go to the College of Charleston and major in music performance on trumpet. Now, I have something special for Katie because ever since her sophomore year, I told her I was going to do this. She did a drill once where she lined up on the wrong side of the field, and I just happen to have a clip here that shows Katie squirreling across the entire field. If you could play that for me real quick, that'd be great. So here it is. As you can see, keep your eye on the 50 behind the tubas. You're going to see a little sophomore here just squirreling across the field. And here we go. And there she goes. There she goes. But she made it to her spot. She did not know she was lining up on the wrong side of the field. So, Katie, come on. Why don't you come on up here in a minute here. Hold on. You're going to go right on the stage. It's good seeing you. All right. Just go right on the edge, and then just go all the way down to where the other side is. Yep. There you go. You're good. All right. To my parents, you guys have always let me be myself, no matter how crazy a person that would turn out to be, the result of a person full of passion and love. I love you more than you know. When I look back to my section, when I look back at high school, I will think of all of you. I'm so proud of how far you all have come. Keep growing. You are all amazing. And Miss Rice, I'm so lucky to have had you as my band director for 4 years. You never gave up on me, even when I wanted to give up on myself. Thank you for everything, especially always giving me the best hugs. Our next senior is Harley Batchelor. She is a majorette. She's been in marching band for 2 years. She wants to go, how do you say this? Duquesnes? Duquesne? I had no idea. University. Oh, we even pronounced Duquesne. I didn't see that. For a major in criminal justice. Thank you. Bree, thank you so much for always being there for me. I couldn't be more thankful to have had you in my life for 16 years. I couldn't imagine life without you. I love you so much. I think she likes you, Bree. Just saying. My loving family, thank you for all of your support. It means the world to me. I wouldn't be here where I am today if it weren't for you. I continue to strive because of you. I love you guys so much. I can't believe it's already my last year. Gavin, there are not enough words to express how much you mean to me. You have been by my side and kept me in line these past years. When things got hard and I wanted to give up, you wouldn't let me. Thank you for that. I love you so much. Thank you. Oh, what a picture. Maggie Bimmel is our next senior. Guys got ahead of me. Hi, Maggie. You want a hug or? Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. She is in drill team. She's been in marching band for 3 years. She wants to go to Vet Tech Institute in Pittsburgh, PA, and major in applied science and veterinary technology. That's a mouthful. Shout-outs include, thank you to my parents and step-parents. Ronnie and Cindy are always making sure I get to practices and coming to every single football game for the last 4 years. Thank you for your support and everything you have given me. Thank you, Mimi, for always showing up to everything, even if I'm not performing. Thank you. You are so amazing. I love you so much. Papa, I love and miss you so much, and I wish you could have seen me perform on the field. I hope I make you proud. Also, Dean, I love you so much. You're the most amazing dog. All right? To all the drill team, thank you for working so hard this year and making my last year worth it. The rest of the marching band, you guys have been amazing and we have sounded and looked good. To all the band moms, thank you for everything you've done. I love you and I'm going to miss you. Brenda, I love you. My fellow seniors, it's been a good 4 years and there's no one else I'd rather spend it with. I love you all. My final shout out is to my best friend, Anna Lee. I love you so much. Thank you for loving me and believing in me. I appreciate you for everything you've done. I'm gonna miss performing with you. Okay. All right. Our next senior is Alexis Connor. She plays the clarinet. She's been marching band 4 years. She wants to go to the Ohio State University and major in nursing. Hello? Shake or hug. I don't care either. It's up to you. All right. Shout-outs include, I want to give a huge shout-out to my band camp roomies for making it the best band camp in all 4 years. I The amount of laughs and overall fun we had together was great, and lots of things were revealed. I don't want to know. The next is Leah and Haley. Thanks for creating some great memories and for being there for everything. Also, shout out to my section for trying your best. Keep it up. Lastly, the biggest thank you goes to my parents for dealing with me for the last 17 years. I know it wasn't easy. Thank you for pushing me to do my best and never giving up. Thank you for going to most performances and supporting. It's been an amazing 4 years with everyone. Thank you and goodbye. Our next senior is Emily Falcone. She's a majorette. She's actually the feature twirler of the majorettes. What'd you like? Okay. All right, she's been in marching band for 4 years. She doesn't know where she's going to go, but she knows she's going to do something in either biology or pre-vet. Shout-outs include, thank you, Jody, for always believing in me and making me a better twirler. You've helped me achieve so many things that I thought were impossible, and I'm forever grateful. Shout-out to Mr. Pape for handling my fire batons and fire knives. I don't know what I would have done without you. Thank you to the majorettes for always motivating me and encouraging me whenever I felt nervous. You've all improved so much, and I'm proud of you. I'm glad we've gotten closer, and I'll never forget our fun times together. I'd like to thank my parents and the rest of my family for their support and trying their best to make every performance. Your love and support means a lot. Thank you, Miss Rice, for always cheering me on, and the band for being the second family to me. Thank you. Wait. Next senior is Annalie Hagstrom. You guys get a little crazy. Oh. All right, Anna Lee plays the quads in percussion section. She is squad leader, section leader, and drum major, and she wants you all to know it. She's been in marching band for 4 years. Doesn't know where she wants to go, but she knows that she wants to do mathematics and engineering. Shout-outs include, to my band family, the class of 2020. I will, hopefully, never forget the times that we shared and crazy adventures we experienced together. The rest of you, good luck without us. We all know where it's going from here. What is that supposed to mean? They'll be great. To my actual family, thank you for everything. Mom and Dad, I love you, and I wouldn't be half the person I am without you. Robert and Steven, you guys annoy me to no end, but I wouldn't want it any other way. Chris, thank you for being around, even though you're kind of not anymore. Alex, thank you for never failing to brighten my day. You truly inspire me. She did fall, apparently, so we're all right there. Finally, to you oddballs, my friends. I don't know where I'd be without you all hooligans. You guys mean the world to me, and I can't wait to see the people we've become. But I hope we don't get old and leave too fast. Stay weird, guys. P.S., thank you, and goodbye. Hey, you guys can wait till I say the name. It's okay. All right, our next senior is Rihanna Howland. There we go. All right, she's on drill team. She's co-captain, been in marching band for 4 years, wants to go to Edinburgh University, and major in early childhood education and special education. Hi. What do you want, handshake, hug? What do you want? All right, I'm cool with it. All right. Hey, Mom and Dad, I want to thank you for everything you've done for me in the past 4 years, coming to almost every football game and supporting me through it, all of it. I miss hearing you guys yell my name in every performance, and I just wanted to tell you guys that I appreciate you with everything I have. I love you guys to the moon and back. Remember, it's never goodbye, it's see you soon. Girls, I'm so proud of you this year. This season has had some rough patches, but we made it. I wouldn't have wanted to spend my senior year with anyone else. You guys are great. Keep up all your hard work, and trust me, it'll pay off. Hannah, thank you for being there for me since forever. I appreciate you a lot. The season has been a life experience and that I will always remember. Sharing captain with you was one heck of a time, LOL. But I love you forever and always. To my girls, Hannah and Danny, Both of you are my whole heart. My memories we've made will always be with me. Thank you for always being there for me and living life to the fullest. I love you, baby. Riley, John, I love you. Thank you. Next, we have Marissa Klieg. What do you want? All right. She plays the cymbals and percussion. She's been in marching band for 4 years. She wants to go to Youngstown State University and major in special education. Her shout-outs include to Haley, who has always been by my side since freshman year. Thank you for always being my shoulder to cry on and always listening to my rants. I love you. To my grandparents, thank you for always getting me to anything band-related. Thank you for always being there and going to almost all of my events. Lastly, to Miss Rice, thank you for dealing with my loudness and my attitude for the past 4 years. You're the best band director anyone could ask for. Gonna miss you after graduation. There we go. Next, we have Riley Miner-Thorpe. She's in the drill team. She's been co-captain on her sophomore year. She's been in marching band for 4 years. Wants to go to Edinburgh University to major in nursing. Shout-outs include to my best friends, Adri? Dang it. I knew I was going to do that. Kira and April. I don't know how I would have gotten through the season without you. I love you so much. Long Train wouldn't be the same without all of us together. Albert, Jonah, Connors, John, Steven, and Logan, I love you. Mom, thank you for always being my #1 fan. Every football game, parade, band night, and performance, you have always been there cheering me on. I do appreciate it, and I love you. Last but not least is someone who I've looked up to for 4 years. Brandon, you've always been there for me. You taught me how to be an amazing marcher. All those pep talks and you telling me how much of an amazing dancer and role model I am always made me smile. I will miss you. I'll miss you too. Thank you. Hold on, Zach. Are you ready for a second applause? Next senior, Zach Ramey. This guy's been a funky guy for me. I've loved this kid for a couple years now. He's a trombone player. He's been section leader and squad leader, marching band for 4 years. He wants to go to Ohio University to major in architecture. Shout-outs include, my section, you have done your best. I would not want any other people to carry on the trombone section. I love you guys. The seniors, all of you guys have made my band years the best they could be. I'm glad I could spend them with you guys. I hope the future treats you well, and I love all of you guys. Jordan, you've been my best friend all 4 years of high school. You have been there for me no matter what. I love you, dude, and I'm glad glad for you being in my band life. Thank you. Next, we have Emily Rhodes. She's a flute/piccolo player. She's been squad leader for 2 years and section leader this year in band. Marching band for 4 years and wants to go to Edinburgh University. All right. For forensic anthropology. My shout-outs include, shout-out to my mom and dad, my best friend, cousin Aaron, and my family for always loving me and supporting me through high school. I love you guys so much. Shout-out to my loving boyfriend, Donovan, for also supporting me throughout all of high school. I love you, honey. Thank you for everything you do and putting up with me. Lastly, shout-out to my section, my flutes, my past section leaders. I wouldn't be where I am in this band without all of you. Thank you all. Thank you to my section for putting up with me. I know I'm crazy. I love you guys. Next, we have Kylie Schwartz. All right, she plays the trumpet. She is a squad leader, been a marching band for 4 years, wants to go to the University of Akron to major in political science. Izzy B, did I say that right? Izzy B? All right. You are my everything, my sister, best friend, and cousin. I don't know what I'd do without you and your weird antics. You make my days better. I hope you survive next year without me. I'll miss seeing you every day. I love you, my Izzy. Dad, thank you for everything. You are so strong and such a great influence on my life. I don't know how I'd be standing here if it weren't for your hugs and kind words. I love you a lot, and I hope you know I appreciate you more than you'll ever understand. My families, brothers, aunts, uncles, and mama. I love you all so much. Thank you for bringing so much joy into my life. Next, we have April Seavey. She's been in the drill team, been in marching band for 1 year, wants to go to the University of Tampa to be a pre-med or human biology. All right. I never know, so. Let's see, here we go. My mom, thank you for everything you have done for me in the past 17 years. I love you so much. My grandparents, thank you for supporting me through every decision I made, and thank you for spoiling me. Elise, thank you for not only being my sister, but being my best friend too. I love you so much. Next, we have Haley Slocum. All right. We have, let's see, instrument section. As a freshman, she was a flute clarinet. Sophomore, she was cymbals. Junior and senior, she was bass drum. Quite a spread there. Marching band for 4 years, wants to go to Kent State University Ashtabula campus, major in nursing, and then her shout-outs include, shout out to Marissa for being my other half in band throughout high school, for always being by my side through everything, being my only friend at times, and listening to my stupid rants. I love you, best friend. Shout out to Kylie for bringing a bit of spice into my life and to every band event. Thank you for late night sleepovers after band. Thank you for just being in my life and making so many great memories. I love you. Shout out to Harrison. While I was at the field practicing, participating in senior night, Harrison heard I didn't have my drum. This is a true story. So he went back to the school, put on my drum, put my case on his back, and walked it back to the field. Thank you, Harrison. Next, we have Jordan Smith. He's in the trombone section. He was squad leader, marching band for 4 years. He's undecided, but wants to go for computer science or electrical engineering. You're getting a hug. All right. First of all, I'd like to shout out to my section. I've always seen my section as a second family of people I can rely on. I couldn't see myself anywhere else. Also, I'd like to thank Brandon Mullins for helping us be the best we can be and also helping us become more or less of a cult? What? You have to explain that one to me later. Next, I want to shout out to my class. In the past, I've never really interacted with other kids in my class, but this year I've gotten to know them a lot better, and I've gotten the opportunity to make some awesome memories with them. They're a big reason I'm able to end my last season without regrets. Lastly, I'd like to shout out to my closest friends in the band. These people have helped me on and off the field and are a big reason why I love band so much as I do. I honestly don't know what I'd do without them. These people are Zach Ramey, Mikey Johnson, Alyssa Oglesby, and Logan Fatler. Thank you. Next, we have Hannah Thompson. She's in the drill team. She's co-captain. I don't know how many years she's been in marching band, it doesn't say. Goes to Penn State in interior design. 3? Does it? It doesn't on my thing? I don't. That must have gotten, I don't know. My bad. All right, here we go. Penn State and interior design. Mom and Dad, thank you so much for everything you've done. I appreciate you so much. I honestly couldn't ask for better parents. There are no words to describe how thankful I am for the two of you. I love you. Drill team. Thank you for making my senior year amazing. I honestly couldn't ask for a better team. Rihanna, my co-captain, thank you for everything. I'll forever cherish all the memories and all the vacations. Angela, thanks for being my BFF. I love you, Angelica. Seniors, we did it. I love you all. Riley Williams, I love you. Thank you for everything. Sisters, Heidi and Mariah, I love you so much. You guys taught me so much. You help me through everything. Sisters by chance, best friends by choice. Last. Last senior, Riley Williams. All right, Riley is in our trumpet section. He is section leader and squad leader. Been in marching band for 4 years. Obviously a klutz. Wants to go to Eastern Kentucky University. Major in law. Wow. Program to become a park ranger. Shout outs include, my first shout out goes to my mom, my dad, my stepmom, and my stepdad. I thank them every day for shaping me into the man I am today. Well deserved. Least and last, shout out to my teachers, directors, and coaches for always pushing me to become a better all-around guy. And finally, hey, Mr. Bidwell, if you can hear this, I just want to say, I broke your rib. Thank you and goodbye. Seniors, can you stand up, please? Everyone stand up, go to the crowd. Can you please give them a round of applause? These are your seniors of 2020.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you please rise and join the Conneaut Marching Unit and their 2020 graduating seniors as they honor Conneaut High School by singing and playing the Alma Mater. Let's have another round of applause for the 2020 graduating seniors. They will be missed by friends, band members, directors, and Conneaut High School. But they still have a few songs to finish tonight and, of course, the rest of the school year. Thank you. And at this time, we're going to draw the 50-50. So who's got it?
Hello. What are the numbers? 024 728. You got a winner? All right.
There we go. Congratulations. Anybody dancing for this song? Heather? Anybody dancing for this?
Hey seniors, it's Miss Rice. I'm in the back. I have a surprise for you. Will you please come down and dance to Long Train? Oh, I'm sorry. Not yet. But that's your surprise at the end. I forgot to tell you earlier, so I'm telling you now.
This next tune was written and performed by American recording artist Neil Diamond and released in 1969. This year, 2019, it was preserved in the National Recording Registry for being culturally, historically, and aesthetically significant. The CHS unit can't say when it began. They can't begin to know. But good times never seem so good as when they perform this song for you titled Sweet Caroline.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome us, if you will. We're going to take you back in time. This is very widely thought to be the very first rock and roll song ever. The year is 1953. The event is called the Moondog Ball, held at Brooklyn High School in Brooklyn Heights, Ohio. We're only 60 miles away from the birthplace.
Pardon?
Should we hear that on TV?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I would
What are
think
we
so.
listening to now? That one?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on one sec.
you left at 4:30, so I didn't know if you were done.
Yeah, Matt's still here. I don't know if it was just a few minutes or I need to go up 1:30. But Alfred's still here right now. We need to get the phone. So that's not for what time. I don't know what else to do. I'll give Maggie a number.
Okay. We can arrange, another time. You're able to hear, what's coming across. I don't think I need to be here, Tanya. I can switch this up. Bring it up to you, tomorrow.
Okay.
At some point in time, if you want to schedule a time or give me a call. I gotta be home, but I can switch to, the AM live channel, the feed, from home. And then you can hear what's happening over there.
Yes.
I mean, I don't need to be here.
Okay.
Do I? Because you're
If you can switch it back remotely, I mean, that's,
Yeah, I can do that. If you want to do that tomorrow or the next day.
okay, yeah, let's plan on tomorrow. If not, I'm not sure the mornings or afternoons better for you.
I'm not sure tomorrow. If I'll text you.
Okay.
What about you? Is there anything good or bad tomorrow?
Well, see, my phone rings, I go. It doesn't ring, I get.
Alright, sounds good. So, I'll go ahead and switch it back now.
Yeah, let's put it back down to normal programming.
Yeah.
Where is this Phantom amp?
Flag. One, two, three, we're off. What's the matter with the clothes I'm wearing? Can you tell that the time's too wide? Maybe I should buy some old tap collars. Welcome back to the age of jive. Where have you been hiding out lately, honey? You can't get you really spend a lot of money. Everybody's talking about the new South funny, but it's still rock and roll to me. What's the matter with the crowd I'm seeing? Can't you tell that it's out of style? Should I buy a set of white wall tires? Or you gonna cruise the Miracle Mile? Nowadays you can't be too sentimental. You bet that's true. Baby blue continental, hot pump, blue funky. Even if it's old junk, it's still rock and roll to me. Well, it doesn't matter what they say, ain't no paper clothes, it's always been the same old thing. There's a new band in town, but can I get the sound from the story in a magazine? Named after average teen. Ooh, how about a pair of pink sidewinders and a bright orange pair of pants? But you could even be a bold rumble, baby, if you just get half a chance. Don't waste your money on a new set of speakers. You get more miles ready? Crazy little thing called love. Ooh, what is this thing called love, called love. It cries like a baby, it cradle all night. It swings, woo-woo, it jives, woo-woo. Shakes all over like a jellyfish, I kinda like it. Crazy little thing called love. There goes my baby. She knows how to rock and roll. She's driving me crazy. She leave me in a cuckoo's hole. I gotta be cool, I relax. I get hit, get on my tracks, take a backseat, I hitchhike, take a long ride on a motorbike. I kinda like it, crazy little thing called love. I gotta be cool, I relax, I get hit, I get on my track, take a backseat, I hitchhike, take a long ride on the motorbike. I kinda like it, crazy little thing called love. What is it? I call love. I do. I can't handle anything. I call love. But I get around to it, I kinda like it. Crazy little thing called love. Crazy little thing called love. Crazy little thing called love. Crazy little thing called love, yeah, yeah. Crazy little thing called love, yeah, yeah. Crazy little thing called love. Some of the neat stuff. I like it. Okay, here we go. Today, just happens to be the last day for the subject of this next song that we're going to play for you. I heard this song on the radio as we were cruising down. Happened to be on a country station, and thought, man, this song is really cool. Really kind of cute. I like it. So, next thing you know, it's on the list. What? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, we're on. $148 left out at the county fair. I throw down my shoulder, but I wanna now, baby. Oh man, you know what I like. Do you want me? Oh, don't be late. What? I'll be there later on tonight. Don't forget to leave on that night. Okay, we're doing just a video.
Are you a bird dog?
Okay, we're going to go to something this time. Something, and then Village Delta Freedom. Follow that. All right. Beautiful slow song for you next year by the Beatles. One, two, three, and we're. Something in the way she moves attracts me like no other lover. Something in the way, yeah, she grooves me. Don't wanna leave her now. You know I believe in how something in her smile that shows, and all I have to do is think of her. Something in her style, yeah, that shows me. Don't ever leave her now. You know I believe in how you're asking me will my love grow. I don't know, you stick around now with me, so I don't know. You're asking me will my love grow. I don't know. You stick around now and let go. I don't know. Something in the way she moves, and all I have to do is think of her. Something in the thing, yeah, she showed me. Don't wanna leave her now. You know I believe in how
Conneaut High School's mascot at that time was the Trojans. The first game played in this stadium was a freshman game, and they were called the Little Trojans. Playing in that game was a 14-year-old boy and co-captain of the team, George Ladner, son of Mr. and Mrs. Harold Ladner.
Right in the middle of my picture.
He was an impressive tackle on the line, and because of his sterling play, many considered that he would surely be an outstanding player in the years to come on the varsity team. On Saturday night, George went to the hospital for an emergency operation for appendicitis. He passed away Wednesday evening, November 10th. It was written in the local newspaper that George was one of the finest boys in the school and was an outstanding tackle on the football team. He weighed 185 pounds and was a bulwark of strength to the team. He always played and fought for the honor of his school and never asked for personal glory. Because of the place he has won in the hearts of both teachers and pupils, he will always live in their memories. A plaque in memory of George Ladner is being presented tonight by his brother, Mr. Harold Ladner, who himself was an outstanding athlete at CHS, then became a respected teacher, coach, and principal at Conneaut High School. This plaque will be placed so that the Conneaut players can view it and be motivated and inspired to always play and fight for the honor of Conneaut High School. At this time, please extend a round of applause in memory of this Conneaut athlete, and thank you to his brother Harold and family for this memorial. Thank you.
Yeah, First Responders Night or something. What is it? First Responders Night, I believe. Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we ask for your kind attention at this time as we take this opportunity to salute our city's first responders. Our world changed on a bright September 11th morning 18 years ago. Terror came home to America. As a result, our nation's sons and daughters have been deployed to dangerous, faraway places for 18 years. We frequently salute our armed forces personnel sincerely and with deep respect and gratitude for their service and sacrifice. Yet, each night, we sleep peacefully and quietly in our beds, knowing that we are protected here at home by police, fire, and medical personnel who stand ready to respond if we need them. The ravages of Hurricane Dorian is bringing its wrath in the Atlantic and on the East Coast, and derailing lives for an unpredictable period of time. As we watch the response to the devastation from natural and man-made disasters, as well as know the impact of life-threatening crime and many types of accidents, we take great comfort in the knowledge that our first responders, police, fire, and EMT are trained and ready to respond. At this time, we extend our great appreciation to them, Conneaut's own safety services, and honor them. Please, may we have a round of applause for our first responders. Ladies and gentlemen, to proceed with our pregame, the Conneaut Marching Band has formed a C in the middle of the field. So please rise. Gentlemen, please remember to remove your hats. And as a special note, members of the armed forces not in uniform, as well as veterans, may military salute the United States flag. And to honor the United States of America, everyone please join in the singing of the national anthem. At the conclusion, please remain standing as the United States flag leaves the field. And continue to remain standing to recognize Conneaut High School's proud tradition by singing the alma mater. The flag of the United States of America is presented by American Legion Outpost 151, and the members of the Honor Guard include Don Watts, Andy Chiodo, Tom Udell, John Hagstrom, and Kevin Jury. Once again, to our police, fire, and EMT professionals, we say thank you. We appreciate your sacrifices and the sacrifices of your family members who support you and allow you to protect and serve us. It is your own Conneaut Sport!
Good.
Everybody, and welcome to Joslyn Field for another high school football night between the Conneaut Spartans and the Lakeview, Pennsylvania Sailors.
Good evening, Conneaut sports fans. We are here at Joslyn Field in the beautiful downtown Conneaut on another beautiful, I should say, fall day. But after the display of offense that the Spartans put on last week, thrilled the crowd. Hopefully they'll keep it right up. And there's the kickoff. Nice boot all the way down to about the 6-yard line. Picked up by number 12. Straight arms. At number 13, Lane Herman brings them down. And the ball carrier was Kendall Crocker.
First down play for the Sailors, 20-yard line. First down and 10.
Here we go. Conneaut keeps them down to a minimum. Ball spotted just short of the 20. Like I said, quite a display of defense and offense the Spartans put on last week. Oh, number 9 and number 50, Richie Picard and Hunter Dale bring the runner down. I believe for a loss. Yeah, maybe a half a yard.
Second down for Lakeview.
Oh, that's right. He was on the 19.
Look at the sticks over there. You can tell.
Yeah, my mistake. Lost about 5 yards on that. Second down, 16 to go. The quarterback stumbling around, rumbling, stumbling, and taken down by, looked like number 8, Ryland Davison.
By number 8, Ryland Davison. Also number 69 in on that tackle, Carter Kazarowski.
For an
Ball at the 11-yard line.
ball spotted at the 11. Now it's third down and 18. Lakeview off to a bad start, courtesy of the Conneaut defense. Shotgun, the quarterback gets it almost intercepted by number 27, Aiden Thomas. Reached over the top of number 32, who was Dominic Leonard, and just went through the hands of Aiden Thomas. So it's fourth down from the 11. Ryland Davison back to receive. Number 15, Justin Osborne, is punting. Calls for the snap. Gets it off. Short punt. But Ryland Davison comes in all the way to the 29-yard line to pick it up. But he's taken down immediately. He got number 53, Isaac Default. Davison maybe got a yard.
At the Sailors' 30-yard line.
So ball spotted on the 30. First and 10, Spartans. Back to pass. Oh, Richie Picard goes to make a move on his defensive player, and he slips. The grass must have a little dew on it because Richie went down. No chance for a reception. Conneaut with 3 wides on the near side, 1 wide on the far side. Ryland Davison back to pass, gets it to Aiden Thomas, 27, takes a look, breaks through, dives forward, and gets about to the 14-yard line.
Tackled by number 51, Joey Panovich. Also number 12 in on that tackle, Kendo Crocker. First down Spartans, 15-yard line.
Ryland Davison, Seth Theodore, lone back. 2 wide on the far side, 1 wide on the near side. Oh, there goes a yellow canary up in the air. So it'll go against Lakeview Sailors. Ball is spotted on the 10-yard line. Ryland Davison in the shotgun. Seth Fedor next to him. Davison gets a nice pass off to number 19, Brandon Smile, who just about fell into pay dirt, but got taken down about on the 1-foot line. Ryland under center. That usually means a quarterback sneak. Yes, it is. Ryland Davison bulls, puts the horns down, bulls his way into pay dirt. Conneaut Spartans, 6 points. Ryland Davison, courtesy of the offensive line of Conneaut. Big hole. Ryland made it look easy. Joey Merlin going for the extra point. He didn't miss a 1 last week. And there it goes again, off into the parking lot at Pat's.
9:15 left in the first
I believe he probably had 6 extra points last week. But Joey Merlin is perfect. So Conneaut Spartans 7, Lakeview Sailors 0. Alex Coleman gets it off. Nice kick all the way down to about the 11-yard line, picked up, coming full steam ahead. Kendall Crocker was the ball carrier, taken down about the 30-yard line. Ball is snapped. Flag goes up. False start. Ball is spotted back at just short of the 25. One first down and 15 from the 25. Sailors have 2 wide out on the far side, 1 on the near side. Hands it off to number 12, Kendall Crocker, but didn't fool anybody on the Conneaut defense. They smothered him quickly. Hunter Dale and Seth Fedor put a quick stop. Lakeview takes the snap. Hands it off to number 12, Crocker again. He's hard to take down at first, but gets hit. Newbert's team, Brandon Smile, finally brings him down, I believe, on about the 29-yard line. So now it's 3rd down with 11. Conneaut defense holding strong tonight. Got a replay of last week. There's the snap. Fake handoff. Crocker keeps it, but he gets... Well, that wasn't Crocker, that was Murdoch, and he might have get 3 yards on that one, but Ryland Davison brings him down, and the ball will be punted by Lakeview. Ryland Davison back around the 40-yard line. There's the snap. There's the kick by number 15. Short line drive. Davison heads straight for the sideline. Almost gets taken down, breaks the tackle, puts his head down, gets another 3 yards. Davison gets about out to the 30.
First down and 10 for the Spartans. They're at the Lakeview 32-yard line.
Ball spotted on the 32, so it's 1st and 10 Spartans. Spartans up 7-0. Ball is handed out to Seth Fedor, who makes a cut towards the far side. Comes back to the middle, getting away from everybody. Now he's turning on the speed. Seth Fedor makes it into pay dirt. He gets out in the open, and nobody can catch that boy when he turns on the jets. Oh, there's a yellow flag laying out in the middle of the pasture. Ball is going to be brought back. Beautiful run by Seth Fedor. He was tearing up the turf last week. And there's no difference this week. He made to the far side, cut back towards the middle. Head faked numerous defenders. Made it all the way to the near side here. Got into pay dirt. And there's a yellow flag flying up behind him. So it's first down and 8. Ball snap. Back to Fedor again. Fedor gets wrestled down by 3 white jerseys. Number 20, number 51, and number 15.
Joey Kanovich. Ball at the 27-yard line, second down, Conneaut Spartans.
Second down and 6. Connie with 3 wideouts on the far side, 1 on the near side. Pass goes to Aiden Thomas right in the breadbasket and could not hold on to it. So it's going to be 3rd down and 6. Conneaut setting up. Ryland Davison holds on to it. Bobs and weaves. Somebody has him by his shirt, but he breaks away. Still on his feet, rumbling, stumbling, makes his way to pay dirt, but no, he ends up, I believe, on about the 1-foot line. Gavin Murdoch brings him down. But ball is spotted on the 1-yard line. Davison got away from 3-4 different defenders. One even had him by the shirt, and he broke loose of that. Okay, there's the snap. Ryland, number 26 of Conneaut, that is Chance Ryan, brings it in easily. Nice big hole made by the Conneaut Spartan offense, and Chance Ryan easily does it into the pay dirt, and Joey Merlin back for the extra point. Like I said, he's been flawless. And there's another one.
The kick is up, and the kick is good.
So it's Conneaut 14, Lakeview 0. Conneaut picking up right where they left off last week with the Warriors. Okay, here we are, back 5 minutes, 14 seconds left of the first quarter. And Alex Coleman will be kicking off. And I believe that's number 3 back to receive the kick. That would be Lane Barber. There's the boot. It's a nice one. Oh, that's number 23. And he lets it go over his head for a touchback. And 23 is not on the roster. So I don't know who that is.
The Lakeview Sailors will start at their 20-yard line, 1st and 10.
Ball's brought out to the 20 for the Sailors. Quarterback in a shotgun, gets a snap, hands it off quickly to number 22, I believe. No, 32. That is Dominic Leonard. And Kazarowski on the put down. There's the snap. Quick handoff to number 12. Makes his way to the outside. Gets a nice block going up the sideline. But got Aiden Thomas making a dive for him and forces him out of bounds. And that's number 12, the runner, Dante Borden. Or no, Kendall Crocker. So Lakeview with wide out on each side, but the ball's handed off. Up the gut it goes. Put a barrage of blue jerseys all over them, nowhere to go.
Darren Christine and number 72, David Powers. Ball at the Conneaut 45, second down, Lakeview.
Again, Lakeview with a wide out on each side. Number 10, the quarterback, decides to hold on. Bootlegs out towards the far side. But 1, 2, 3, 4 blue jerseys are all over him. I believe the original hit is by Rylan Davidson and Brandon Smile. But there's 2 other blue jerseys on him too.
It's third down.
Third down and 7. Three minutes left of the first quarter. Gavin Murdoch doing the cadence, gets back to pass, in pursuit. Number 8 and 69 of Conneaut put the hammer down. Rylan Davidson. And I believe the other one, I didn't get the 60-something, 60, yeah. I believe it's number 69 for Conneaut, but I don't see that on the roster. No, it's not. But Rylan Davidson was on the initial hit. Oh, nice reception by number 15, Justin Osborne. Pulls it out of the air. Nice catch. Get first down, Lakeview. Chains are moving. Murdoch taking the snap, gets back, fakes a pass, bulls his way forward, but a host of blue jerseys all over him.
Second down, Lakeview. At the 18-yard line of the Spartans.
Second down and 7. Murdoch in the shotgun, taking the snap. Hands it off to number 12, Kendall Crocker, who gets nowhere. Oh, there's 69, Carter Kazarowski. He was the one, his number isn't on the paper here. Shotgun, Murdoch hands it off to number 12, who gets away from one of the Spartans and then ends up getting taken down by Brandon Smile. 4th down and 7.
Play back in. It's 4th down for Lakeview.
4th down and 8. Looks like I don't know if they're setting up for a field goal. Yes, it is. Going to be 36 seconds left of the first quarter. Justin Osborne back to kick. Going to be about a 30-yarder. Oh, and I hit somebody in the back at the line of scrimmage. It goes nowhere. Conneaut's ball. 26.7 seconds left of the first quarter. 1st and 10 from the 25 for the Spartans. Ryland Davison doing the cadence, takes the snap, looks for a pass, gets it off to number 23 of Conneaut, who is Anthony Nunes, hauls that in. Hauls it in. Nice pass just over the defender's head and right into the hands of Anthony Nunes. Balls all the way down to the 35.
35-yard line.
Chains are moved. Chance Ryan doing, or Ryland Davison doing the cadence. Gets it off to Aiden Thomas, who breaks away from a couple tacklers, almost gets away from another one, but he has him by his jersey and pulls him back, but not after getting, I believe he got the 10, and it's the end of the first quarter. Conneaut 14, Lakeview 0. "12 minutes set up on the scoreboard for second quarter. Conneaut 14, Lakeview 0. And we got number 8, Ryland Davison, doing the cadence. Hands it off to Seth Fedor. Fedor makes a cut. Might have got a 3.
Number 32, Dominic Leonard. And also by number 20, Zane Grinnell. Ball at the 22-yard line.
Second down and 7 for the Spartans. From the 22. Ryland Davison gets the call. Going to pass, got it in the corner all by himself. Number 22 of Conneaut, Alex Coleman, but it looked like he was out of bounds at the end, on the back side of the goal. so it's no reception. Conant with two wideouts on both sides. Fedor joining Davison. Hands off to number 23, who just come into the ball game. Anthony Nunes. He gets a few. And the chains, just enough to move the chains. First and 10 for the Spartans from the 11. Ryland Davison. Flags go up. Yellowbirds are out tonight. What'd they say it was? Warning, sideline. The sideline. Too close to the sideline. What? Sideline penalty? New one. Chance Davison. Ryland Davison holds on to it. Bulls his way forward. Couple of spins, but just short of pay dirt. But I believe there's yellow flags on the field again. A holding call. So now Conant gets backed up to just outside the 10. Timeout is called by Lakeview Sailors with 10 minutes, 41 seconds left to half.
Don't forget the Perch Festival down at Conneaut Township Park after the ball game today. Head down there, get yourself some perch and other items there. Also, it'll be on all weekend long, Saturday and Sunday as well.
Today? Yeah, you can't even Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You can't even get close to the board. I've seen the signs, but I never paid attention to the date.
God, everywhere I go.
Yeah, we ain't done none yet. Isn't there one in program? I never looked. No, I don't believe so. You can't go by max reps, so you never know.
Number 22, Alex Coleman to kick off. Back for the Sailors. Number 12, Kendall Richard.
Alex Coleman ready to kick off. Conant enjoying a 21-0 lead. Short kick, picked right up off the 30-yard line, but gets hammered right there.
Tackled by number 69, Carter Kazarowski.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to write that.
First down, Lakeview.
Got a pen handy?
At the 30.
I got one, but I gotta get to it. Yeah. Gavin Murdoch takes a snap. The pitch. Oh, pitched off. to number 12, I believe, who gives it a heave-ho. He was wide open, but Rylan Davison steps in front of it. An interception, Conneaut Spartans.
Penalties against Lakeview decline. Conneaut football. First down and 10 for the Spartans at midfield.
What's Kazarowski's first name? Yeah, you didn't pay for that. No. You will leave. Brandon Smile doing the cadence. Quick pass off the Richie Picard, but he couldn't hang on to it. And ball is spotted at the 50.
Second down for midfield.
Bobby. Smile hands it off to Seth Fedor. Fedor still on his feet. Bowls his way. Breaking tackle after tackle. Hey, buddy, would you give me that paper? Thanks, Mike. Whoa. Whoa.
First and 10 for the Spartans.
Yeah, he needs it. I got to get a better pair of hands, huh? Thanks, Go. Dropped my paper. I had to chase it. Here we go. Seth Fedor with a beautiful run again. Handed off to number 26, Chance Ryan, who gets a few.
Also 53, Isaac DeHalt. Ball at the 20-yard line. Second down for the Spartans.
Wait till I want to see it score. 2nd and 7 for the Spartans at the 20. Here's the snap. Smile. Hands it off to Fedor. Fedor sees daylight, puts the brakes on, turns back inside, gets another couple before he's taken down. Number 13 on the tackle. But not after a big gain by Seth Fedor again. Brandon Smiles still taking the cadence. Back to pass. Oh, right through the outstretched hands of Alex Coleman.
Alex Coleman incomplete. Second and goal at the 7.
Second and goal from the 7. Smile. Back to pass, but a big rush put on by Lakeview, who got 2, 4, 5 tacklers on top of Smile. Gets nowhere.
Ball back to the 8. Third down for Conneaut.
Smile loses a yard. Third down and 8. 7:23 left of the second quarter. Smile. Back to pass again. I believe that's Richie Pika. No, that's number 6, Jay Green, in the far corner. A nice pass over the head of the defender. He jumps up and he hauls it in. Jay Green 6-point Conneaut Spartans again. So Joey Merlin kicks again, and it's right through the center of the uprights. Again, Joey Merlin hasn't missed an extra point in 2 games, and he's had plenty of opportunities. First and 10 from the 35. Murdoch takes the snap, hangs on to it, bootlegs off to the near side, but there goes a flag. Murdoch had nowhere to go. Oh, it was a holding call on Lakeview. So the ball's brought back to about the 24-yard line.
Off the 24-yard line, first down Lakeview.
First and 20. Handed off to number 24, who gets smothered by 2, 4, 5 blue jerseys. Looked like Smile was the first one to hit him. Oh, and Alex Coleman. Murdoch in the shotgun, one lone back to pass. Oh, takes a shot by number 8, Rylan Davison. Brings the hammer down. Or no, that was Richie Picard. Looked like 8, but it's 9. Took that quarterback, planted him. Got 5 minutes, 59 seconds left of the second quarter. Murdoch. There goes the whistle. A timeout called. So it's Connie at 28. Lakeview Sailors 0. Murdoch takes a snap, but right there, Seth Fedor was, it's Seth Fedor and Hunter Dale, but I think Seth Fedor, he almost took the snap. He was there so quick. So now, Sailors will have to punt. Connie in great field position. Justin Osborne back to kick. There's the snap. He gets it off. Terrible kick, but it goes right to Rylan Davison, who makes a move with a good block in front of him. But I see a flag going down. Davison still on his feet, was finally taken down. 5 white jerseys. Oh, we had a holding call on the Spartans. So that's going to back them up all the way out to about the 49-yard line, 48. Ryland Davison doing the cadence. Connie with two wideouts on the near side, one on the far side. Seth Fedor, the lone back. There's the snap, hands it off to Fedor. Fedor with a little cut and a little hesitation. Turns inside, turns outside, now back out to the outside. He's still on his feet all the way down to about the 12, 13-yard line. Seth Fedor got more moves than a can of worms. He turned in, he turned out. Each time with a head fake, losing somebody, and keeps motoring, keeping them feet moving. And it's 1st and 10 from the 15-yard line. Seth Fedor. Davison taking a snap. Fedor. But Davison holds on to it. Sees a big hole. Heads for pay dirt. Unscathed. Ryland Davison makes his way into pay dirt for another 6 points. Conneaut Spartans still with a head of steam from last week's win over the Edgewood Warriors. Conneaut is putting it on 34-0. It'll be a continuous clock after this score. Joey Merlin back to kick. And he boots it again. It's good. He's probably got, in the last 2 games here, he's got probably a dozen extra points. Hasn't missed one yet. Joey Merlin. 3, Zach Rice in the game. That kid had a great game last week. He's a freshman, and he pounded the turf. There's one everybody's going to be watching for the next few years. He's just a freshman. Good ball player.
1st and 10 for the seniors. They're out there at 45.
Hands off. Nowhere to go. 2, 4, 5 blue jerseys. Puts them down. Believe that Kazarowski and Hunter Dale. Couldn't see who the other guys were, but a gang of blue shirts. Oh. Penalty against the Conneaut Spartans. Ref marches off 5. So 1st and 10 from the 50. Murdoch with a lone back. 2 wideouts on each side. Murdoch hangs on to it. Tries to go forward, but it looks like he loses a yard. Who is that? Tellis Andrews on the original hit. There's the snap pitched out to 12, who's going to pass, and Aiden Thomas intercepts the pass, number 27, Aiden Thomas, stepped in front. It was a pass from number 12, a pitch out from the quarterback, the number 12, Kendall Crocker, who come to the near side, threw a pass. It was short. Aiden Thomas took advantage of it, hauls it in. Conneaut ball from the 30. No, boys, we got 2 minutes left. The second time they did that play. Come on, didn't work before either. We got plenty of time. Ball is passed out to number 11, who sees daylight. Couple twists, couple turns, takes it all the way out to the 50. That's Talis Andrews, the ball carrier. It'll be 1st and 10. From the 50. Rylan Davison back to do the duties. It looks like Anthony Nunes gets the no, that's number 26. 26 who dodges the defender. Nice move on it. Gets taken by the shirt. That's number 26, who is Chance Ryan. Couple good moves, and he gets an extra 10. We got a flag on the play. Got 1 minute, 43 seconds left of the second quarter. Barton's backed up to the 49. Chance Ryan still back in. Oh! Ryan, Ryan Davison with a nice pass, but what turned out to be a little bit short. Aiden Thomas turned around, left the defender, turned around, and picked off the short pass. Good for about 25 yards. Hands off to Chance. Chance bowls his way, gets past a couple defender, and brings it all the way down to about the 2-yard line.
Tackle by number 2, Logan McFadden.
Looks like we're going to have time for one more play. 24 seconds left. Rylan Davison takes a snap. Quick. Talis Andrews. The ball was heading his way. I didn't see if the hand got in there or what, but it's no good. And time runs out. Conneaut Spartans 35, Lakeview Sailors 0. Conneaut picking up right where they left off last week with the Warriors, and they ain't done yet. Halftime, 35-0. You look at him. You say that's Davison's dad?
Yeah, Jeff Davison, yeah.
Boy, look at all of them. My hands are getting cold.
Look, get some audio from that.
Sugar pill.
Remind me to turn that down again.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to introduce to you the 2019 Conneaut Mini Cheerleaders. These young ladies have been working hard under the direction of Conneaut High School varsity and junior varsity cheerleaders and advisor, Miss Emily Dobrik, to bring you this brief but exciting halftime performance. So let's applaud for the 2019 Mini Cheerleaders!
Oh, yeah. He's doing his sport. What up to?
Technical difficulties, we're working on it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for the 2019 Mini Cheerleaders. 2019 edition of the Conneaut High School Sport Marching Band. The major ed advisors, Mrs. Jody Payton, drill club advisor, Mrs. Jody Pratt, and the CHS Marching Band is under direction of Assistant Director, Mr. Brandon Mullins, and Director, Ms. Heather Rice. Now, all the ingredients are in place for marvelous marching band magic, and you spectators and fans are about to witness a unique blend of music, marching, and energy. So sit back, get ready, watch out, because here they come! Once again, please welcome the 2019 dynamic duo of drum majors, Miss Annalie Hagstrom and Miss Leah Vendetti. Tonight's in-flight performance by the marching band has kind of a rock opera vibe to it. This hard rock power pop song was released in 1969 as part of the rock album Tommy. How do you think the CHS band does it? There must be a twist. Can they play a mean pinball? You'll see as they perform Pinball Wizard by The Who. differential. Number Number 15 is going to kick for the Sailors. That's Justin Osborne. Seth Fedor, number 10, back for the Spartans. And the third quarter is
Justin Osborne ready to kick. Low line drive. Gets past Seth Fedor. He has to chase it down, but picks it up around the 12. Bobbing and weaving, chucking and driving, coming through. Breaks his way through the center of the field, but finally, by a shirt, number 19, Lucas Cunningham gets Fedor by the shirt and pulls him back. Otherwise, he'd have been gone. Fedor come through that center of the field, dodging everyone. But like I said, number 19 somehow got a hold of his shirt and held on to it, yanked him back, and brings Fedor down at the 44-yard line, 43-yard line. Ball's handed off to number 26, Chance Ryan. Gets a few. Second down and 4. Ball's handed off to Seth Fedor, who comes to the near side here, heading to the sideline, gets taken down around by number Kendall Crooker brings him down, hog ties him by the shoulder pads down at the 21-yard line. There's the snap. Hands it off to Chant. Or no. Holds on to it. Fake me out. Ryland Davison, the quarterback, held on to it. Makes his way down to about the 8-yard line. Or the 9-yard line. Conneaut threatening to score again. Continuous clock going on. Ryland Davison, 2 backs. Fakes it, gets it off to, takes it off to 26. Chance Ryan works his way, dances his way into the pay dirt. Makes it look easy from up here. Chance Ryan scores 6.
Joey Merlin trying the extra point. Brandon Smile on the hold.
Joey Merlin again going for the extra point. And again puts it into the parking lot at Pat's Fireside. Good for another one. Joey is still perfect for 2 games, and he's had his share. The Conneaut Spartans have been scoring. Last week was 49. So far this week is 42. So Joey Merlin is getting plenty of extra point kicks and making them all.
In the ad, you win it. Beach, the winner of our 50-50 raffle. Bob Beach, worth $337 tonight. Alex Coleman to kick off for the Spartans.
There goes the whistle. Coleman to kick off. Low, but got some distance. Picked up at the 8, but dropped, but picked up again. Number 12, taken down quick by Anthony Nunes. Puts the hammer down, and that's number 12. Kendall Crocker isn't getting up quickly. Big hit put on by Anthony Nunes. Okay. 1st and 10 from the 20.
Ball carrier number 20.
27. They,
Tackled by number 8, Rylan Davison. Ball out to the 22-yard line. 2nd down.
Sailors get nowhere on that play. Ball spotted on a 21. 2nd down and 8. Ball carrier is number 23.
Tackle again by number 8, Rylan Davison. And 72 in that tackle as well.
They don't have him on there.
It's 3rd down for the Lakeview Sailors.
Lone back with the quarterback in the shotgun. Flag is thrown. And Murdoch, the quarterback, hangs on, but he gets nowhere. Seth Fedor brings him down.
Penalty appears to be against the Sailors. It is a holding penalty, and it is against the Sailors, and it's declined by the Spartans. Fourth down.
4th down. Punter back to kick. Gets it off, but there's a flag going up, but the kick goes nowhere. Might have went 20 yards, but there was a flag on the play, so maybe he saw that and didn't give it a hearty kick.
Illegal procedure against the Sailors, and again the Spartans decline. County will take the ball inside their 40 and to about the 38-yard line of the Sailors.
Yeah. They said there's a couple of them that are not even on the roster. I don't know who they are. Brandon Smile taking the snap, hands it off to number 42 of Conneaut. That's Leon Moffitt, who takes it down to about the 21-yard line. Tackled by the quarterback.
first down play for Pontiac at about the 22.
Ball spotted on the 21. Brandon Smile doing the cadence. Got Moffitt and Rice in the backfield behind him. Hands it off to Moffitt again. Escapes a tackle and keeps her feet moving. Makes it into the corner of the... Oh, there's a flag. Moffitt with a great run, in and out, zigzagging, makes his way into the near corner, into the goal with a great run, and then to get it probably canceled. Yes, it is. It's brought back, so it's no good.
Ball at the 22, first down Pontiac.
There's the snap, hands it off to Zach. Zach Rice makes a move in, goes to the outside, and brought down by Gavin Murdoch, the quarterback, who's also doubling as a safety, but he was up and he went down, and now he's down again. And now he makes his way to the sideline, but he's hurt. Smile takes the snap, hands it off to Rice again. Rice makes the turn inside, gets taken down, but not before he gets about 4, down at about the 14.
And 53, Isaac DeVault. Ball is inside the 15 to about the 13-yard line. It's a third down play for the Spartans.
Conant, third down and 3. Smile takes a snap, hands it off to Leon again. Leon makes his way to the inside, gets taken down around the 6-yard line.
Calagano Wilkins, number 30. Also number 2, Logan McFadden. It'll be first and goal for the Spartans inside the 10. Down to about the 7.
First. Off to Leon Moffitt again, who bulls his way down, and he falls over the goal line into pay dirt by pure strength. Takes it over the line. Good for 6. Leon Moffitt and the Conneaut Spartans.
Joey Merlin with the extra point attempt against Smile on the hold.
Joey Merlin making another attempt for an extra point. Oh, the ball, they get a hand on it, and the kick is no good. Keeps Joey from being perfect. Instead of 49, it's only going to be 48-0. Thought it was going to be 49, be the same score as Conneaut beating Edgewood last week. But it stands at 48, Conneaut, 0, Lakeview. John and Ron Special. Okay, here we go. Alex Coleman back to kick. He gets a nice boot all the way to the 10. Number 23 takes it, but he's got 2, 4, 5 blue jerseys all over him. Number Zach Rice is the initial hitter, brings him down, but had 4 other teammates smothering him along with Zach. Here with the score the way it is, getting some underclassmen, getting a lot more playing time, which is really nice.
Ball's at the 25-yard line where it's going to be. First down for the Lakeview Sailors.
1st and 10 from the 25. Less than a minute on the clock. Sailors. Murdoch takes the snap, hangs on to it, bootlegs out to the far side, and just makes his way. Makes his way on his own power across the 25. Tellis Andrews brings him down, and there goes the double knot up on the scoreboard. End of 3.
Say goodbye to the third quarter. Your score, Conneaut 48, Lakeview 0.
I wasn't paying attention. Was that a low snap or what? But Marlene didn't.
Dacon Chabot.
And Dacon Chabot on the tackle. He had a good showing last week too. Another freshman. Number 12 coming around the near side, but there goes a yellow flag. Kendall Crocker, the ball carrier. But as I said, yellow flag went flying.
Holding against Lakeview.
Continuous clock on the move. 10 minutes left of this ball game. 1st and 20 from the 30. Quarterback hangs on to it, gets forced out of bounds by Keaton Chabot. Well, that's Dacon Chabot. There goes a pass out on the far wing to number 12, who's Kendall Crocker, but he can't hang on to it, so
Chase Carpenter on the coverage for Conneaut. That's number 4.
so the ball comes back to the line of scrimmage. 3rd down and 15 from the 35.
From the downtown coaches club, please report to the press box. the 35-yard line. 3rd down for the Sailors.
Third and 15 from the 35. Murdoch in the shotgun. Back to pass. Doesn't see anybody open. It gets taken by number 52, Joey Bowen, but
Joey Bowen and 64, Isaac Schroeder. Off the 30-yard line, 4th down, Lakeview.
so that takes us to the 4th down, 4th and 20 at the 30. So Conneaut will be taken over again. Ball snapped. Kicker gets it off, but it goes straight up in the air. Good for about 8 yards. And then it's down by number 2, Logan McFadden. What a terrible kick. He must have miscued on it, because I think it went about 8 yards is all. But that's been par for course for this ball game for the Lakeview Sailors. They're having a rough night out. But they met the Conneaut Spartans on Jocelyn Field, and Conneaut is giving it to them.
We've got a timeout by the Sailors. Lakeview takes timeout. Play back in.
Here we go. 6:55 left of this ball game. 1st and 10 from the 35. The freshman is out quarterback, hands it off to number 5, and he's going to go all the way, but there's a flag. Dacon Chabot goes up the far side along the sideline, makes it all the way into pay dirt, but it's coming back because the Yellow Canary took a fly. Okay, resuming play after that injury. Ball handed off to Zach Rice. Twisting and turning and breaking people. He's still on his feet. Zach Rice must have broke 6 to 8 tackles. Spinning, turning, putting the head down, sticking one player after another, keeping the feet moving, and gets it all the way down to about the 5-yard line. Or no, it's at the 10-yard line. Or at the 13-yard line. What a run by the freshman, Zach Rice. Gives it to him again. He's got wide open spaces. A nice block by number 21 of Conneaut. Owen Shields put a nice block on, cleared the way, and Zachary Rice scores. 6 points, Conneaut Spartans. Now 54-0 with 5:40 left of this ball game. Joey Marlene back in after his kick being blocked on the last attempt, first one this year. Oh, a bad hike, but Brandon Smile on the ball, scoops it up, runs to the far side, takes it in on the corner, and Brandon Smile brings it in for 2, makes it up for that miscue on the last time, but short hike, and Brandon Smile responded quickly, picked it up, and ran to the end zone for a quick 2. 56, Conneaut, nothing, Lakeview. Here we go. Starting to resume play after that touchdown by Zach Rice. What a beautiful run from a freshman. This kid is going to be something. He's already something. All the moves he put on it, dragging guys with him, spinning, turning, in for 6. And here goes Conneaut. The boot all the way down to the 15. Oh, caught by number 23, Anthony Nunes.
Chain gang here tonight. Pair of Casitos. How about Mike Casito and Joe Casito? Jeff Berlin and Steve Tharp. Our chain gang here tonight.
Continuous clock moving, less than 5 left.
First down, Salem.
Murdoch taking the snap, looking to pass. Looks way downfield, has a man wide open, but overthrows him by about 3 yards. And that was number 2, Logan McFadden.
Chase Carpenter, 22. Alex Coleman back there in the coverage for the Spartans. At the 28. I beg your pardon. Ball is at the 27.
Second and 10. Murdoch in the shotgun, looking back to pass, but being chased down by number 13, who catches up to him. Lane Herman on the tackle. Come from behind, took him down from behind, gets nowhere. Third down and 15. There's the snap. Murdoch looking downfield, has a man wide open, but just out of his reach. Covered by Dylan Stewart. But
Dylan Stewart, number 85 on the coverage.
Ball is being brought back, so it's 4th down. Clock ticking away.
Justin Osborne to punt. Back for the Spartans, Dakin Chabot.
Osborne punting. Chabot back around the 46 to take the punt. He gets it off, but it's real short. Oh, the ball is touched by Conneaut and recovered, I believe, by the Lakeview. Yes, they do. Hits a Conneaut player, bounces off, hits another Conneaut player, and Lakeview was there to pick it up. So the ball goes back to Lakeview with less than 2 minutes left of this ball game. Back to pass, off to the side. I believe that's number 24, bowling his way down. No, it's not 24. Can't quite see it. 84. That's Dylan Carr.
Robert Hagstrom. There's a Lakeview timeout on the field. Sailors take time.
I'll give you a Skittle if you sit down. I don't want a damn Skittle right now. I want this sticky shit out of my hair.
What?
Down Sailors.
1 minute, 13 seconds left of this ball game. 1st and 10 from the 38. Murdoch back to pass. Gets it a long one. But Jesus, there's two over his head. Probably 2 yards. Thought he was going to catch up with it, but no. So the clock is less than a minute left. Lakeview scrambling back to the huddle to get another one off. I don't know why. It's 56-0. Yeah, I don't want to see. Murdoch back to pass, but no, it's a fake. He decides to hang on to it. But number 5, Dacon Chabot, it didn't fool him. He took him right down, and Sailors take a timeout with 29.1 seconds left of this ball game. Here we go, back on the field, 3rd down and 10 from the 38. Less than 30 seconds left of this ball game. Murdoch hangs on to it again, taking it right straight up the middle, now going to the far side, has nobody there, and nice block by number 2, and 10 scores. Makes his way into the end zone for 6 points. Lakeview Sailors score.
Trying the extra point is Justin Osborne.
Osborne to make the extra point. Kendall Crocker holding. It's down. He kicks, and it's good.
Kick is up, kick is good.
So Lakeview Sailors on the board with 17.2 seconds left. Conneaut Spartans 56, Sailors 7.
Justin Osborne will kick for the Sailors.
Osborne kicking for the Sailors. The far back to receive is Zach Rice. And a kick right to Zach. Oh, and Zach just takes a knee and going to let the clock run out. No use in delaying this game any longer than it has. Conneaut with a big showing again, picking up right where they left off with the Warriors last week. only scoring another touchdown extra, but Conneaut flexing their muscles here in Conneaut's Jocelyn Field. Again, 56 Conneaut Spartans, and Lakeview Sailors score in the last few seconds of ball game 7. So 56 Conneaut, 7 Lakeview. Like I said, Conneaut flexing their muscles the last 2 games. A big showing. Crowd's happy. They're everything they've been expecting. So again, it's good night from Wayne and Bob. We out.
One, 2, 3. There you are.
Welcome back to Sunrise Live. I'm Martha Sorahan of the Courier, filling in for Jim Coco. He's probably sleeping in, but maybe not. He has other duties with Great Wave, and he may be already doing those things at work. My guest is Artie. I keep hitting your knee. I don't mean to do that. And Pastor Frank Walford of First Congregational United Church of Christ. And you're here to talk about the Conneaut Community Kitchen.
We are.
10 years old, and you have a new home.
We do, and
so
we're so
the
thankful.
First time in your new home is tomorrow, because
Right.
you are a once a month, the third Saturday of the month, I guess soup kitchen, I don't know if that's the right term or not, but anyway, you serve a free meal to anybody who wants to come in and have a nice hot meal from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. So let's start at the beginning. Tell us about, if somebody doesn't know about the Conneaut Community Kitchen, because there's a lot of things that go on that people don't know about, how did you get started? Because it's been 10 years. I can't believe it's been 10 years.
I know, 10 years already. It started at St. Mary's Church in the hall. I had asked Father Thomas, he was the pastor at the time, if we could start a soup kitchen because there were a lot of low income in St. Mary's neighborhood. He said, absolutely.
So there was nothing at that time?
There was
There was nothing in the
no,
city at
no.
that time? Okay.
So when we first started, there were 4 of us that worked it. We had 17 people that came, and we had 3 soups. So it
So
moved-
like, where was your startup money? Did everybody just donate?
No. I was very fortunate. My brother, who lives in Wisconsin, gave us starting money. So from there, then we would get a grant or a donation, but we don't take any money from anyone who comes to eat at all. So we went from there, and we really, over the years, developed like different food things. And then after 5 years, the new pastor came in and said, you can't be in the hall anymore because it's being rented out. And the person who rented it didn't want the public in the building. So we're like, oh boy, where are we gonna go?
So were you still having 17 people?
Oh, no.
A month or it had grown?
But within 5 years, we had like 40, 50, depending on the month. A lot more in the summer, obviously, than in the winter. And we have had really legitimate homeless people come. It's, and it's for anybody. It's for anyone who's lonely or just wants some place to hang out. You get a nice hot meal. And we went from there to John Hagstrom from the Oddfellows just calling out of the blue saying, you're welcome to use our basement.
So did he call you when you had no place to go, or he called before you knew you were going to have it?
We actually tried 1 month at the Human Resources Center, and it didn't work for us at all. We didn't have the space to do it or enough plugs to plug stuff in. So John had called. I had never met him. He told me 2 churches had been started in that basement, so we were really honored to be there and never thought we'd be there that long.
Well, I know one of them. What
Church of Christ and Church of God.
Okay.
So we were there for 5 years, and then the membership dwindled, and they had to consolidate with the Madison Temple, and the building is for sale.
And that's what you just found out in the
That's
summer.
what we found out this summer, and
Yeah.
it was like, okay, maybe this is a sign we're not supposed to do it anymore, even for once a month, it's a lot of work. We never know who's going to eat. We never know who's going to come to help. You just don't know. And we do have homemade bread that everyone goes home with a loaf of bread, and it's just a lot of fun. It really is. And you become close to the people. So
you become close to the people you work with as well as
the people coming in. We have gone, and Jim Gribbis comes from Saybrook to help. And we've gone to funerals and we've gone to weddings, and it's just really a community outreach, and we really enjoy it. It's good to give back. So
I know there's a lot to this that you're not even talking about, because so your brother decided to give money.
Right.
Does that keep coming, or did that?
No, that was
like seed money then?
That was like a seed money, and it allowed us to get our 501c3. And
but even that took a lot of work.
Oh yes, you jumped through a lot of hoops.
So whose idea was it to do the 501?
Well, we had to really, once we were done, we were affiliated with St. Mary's, but once we left the hall, we were no longer under their auspices, so we had to do on our own. And even though we split from them, it was beneficial because then now there's two.
So once you left, they didn't want to be affiliated with it anymore, so they didn't want to say, okay, we'll go with you wherever you move, it's still going to be our project.
The problem was Cabrini is too far away for people to walk to. We needed something more central. That was right.
Okay.
And they always keep their hall set up too for funeral dinners, so it wouldn't have worked there.
Okay. So you didn't want to go that far, far north, that far out of the neighborhood.
So they went with the Human Resources Center then. So they do that, I think, twice a month, which is nice because it gives people.
They do that twice a month. They
opportunities to go other places.
And that's Wednesdays. It used to be
think so.
Fridays,
I don't know.
but
They
they
might have
just moved it
changed.
to They just moved that to Wednesdays.
It's still called Mary's.
Okay.
It's still Mary's Kitchen. And Father Thomas, when he named it Mary's Kitchen when we were at St. Mary's, for both St. Mary's, and he said for a prayer that his mother had hanging on the wall when he was a little boy. There's a plaque, there's a prayer called Mary's Kitchen.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah.
Now, I know I had visited once when you had it at the IOOF Hall.
Right.
So when you say you never know how many people are coming, you don't know how many are going to fix soup.
Right.
How do you, the day before, you must think, well, how's this going to work?
No, you don't. You don't think. That would be your first mistake, trying to even think.
It's a faith.
It is a faith, totally faith-based, and you just trust that it's going to work out, and it always has. We've never run out of food. I think maybe once. We were so close to Golden Dawn, we can just run across the street.
But I mean, do they walk in with the big pot of soup?
We have the same people. There are two people, Mona Mentor and Gloria Bartone, who started with us at St. Mary's. We have several people, same people making the same kinds of soup, and the first one to go is always stuffed pepper.
Oh,
so you have to be there
good.
early if that's what you want.
Yeah. And then what other kinds? Does it vary month to month so that you've got a nice
not
variety?
so much. Well, we have a variety every time. My husband makes pasta visual, and someone makes wedding soup. We have usually a cheesy potato. They have really all different kinds. It's really nice. And then you get grilled sandwich on homemade bread, and you have several kinds of fresh fruit and desserts and beverages.
So who does all the shopping ahead of time? You do that?
Yes, I do. And my friend Judy
But I
is
mean,
very good
that's
about
that's
it.
a lot of shopping if you're feeding, even if you're feeding 35 or 40, which you
It
said
is.
is kind of the average amount. That's a lot. That's a lot.
It is, but it's fun, and it depends. Now, tomorrow we'll do the turkey sandwiches because it's close to Thanksgiving, and we always buy the best of any kind of meat. So it's good. It's a good time, and it's makes you feel good to give back.
Yeah. Now you had talked about grants. So who does the grant writing? That's another skill that is
I have
specialized.
done it. I have done it. We did get the Conneaut Foundation grant, but now that the criteria has changed, we really don't fit in as a small business.
Do you apply to the Conneaut High School for their?
We have not, no. We've not.
I think today's the deadline. I think you should go home and do that.
We've always been totally taken care of. I mean,
Oh.
it's
Okay.
it's a miracle, really.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And then when we had nowhere to go this last time, Sue Krieg had called me and said, I just joined the board at the church. And I said,
okay.
uh-oh, I'm thinking Sue on the board, that could be scary. And she's very much a forceful person. And she said, yeah, your name came up. She says, we're looking to expand the use of our church. Would you be interested? And it's like, oh wow, I don't want to get my hopes up, because this is, you had to dream a place. I mean, this is central, across from the police, if you needed the police, across from the paramedics, if you needed a paramedic. I mean, handicapped accessible. It's just perfect.
Yeah.
So
that's where
Pastor Frank comes in.
And I know that your church has kind of been expanding recently this year, your 200th anniversary.
Right.
It's outreach to the community. So how did all this fall into place?
Actually, I think that's a great story, because we, some time ago, we put together a strategic planning committee to try to talk about some of this stuff. How can we, we're right downtown, so how can we use the church a little bit better? How can we reach out to the community more? And we put on a free community dinner where we just invited everybody in. We had people come in, and it was a great success. It really went over
And it was
really
in
well.
October, right?
It was, no, actually it was in September.
Okay.
And we were talking about it, said, man, that was such a great thing, and the community really responded, so we'd like to do it more, but we don't really have the resources to put on that kind of a thing every month. We wanted to do it once a month. And so at our new planning committee, we had just added Sue Krieg to that committee, and we had started talking about, wouldn't it be nice if we could find somebody that needed a home that could come and help, they could come and put on a dinner, that we could be part of this community outreach. And Sue said, well, we could talk to Mary. They've been doing it at the Oddfellows forever. Maybe they'd be interested in moving. We don't know.
So she had no idea.
We had no clue.
Been kicked out.
Right, we had
no, that's not the right word, but.
Well, and this is the thing where, when God works, He works just in time, just enough. And
He makes you wait.
Yes, He
to
does.
the very last
He's
minute. frustrating
as all get out, but yes. So we talked about it, and Sue said, well, I'll give Mary a call. And it was one of those things where Mary had just lost her home, so to speak. And, it was one of those, it was just a divine appointment of bringing us together and saying, hey, we're gonna do something really great for the community, and we're gonna,
So
use our facility.
were you aware of the community kitchen before Sue brought this to your, you haven't been here a long time.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up in Conneaut, but then I moved away for 25 years, and I just recently came back a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Started pastoring the United Church of Christ downtown here, and so yeah, I wasn't aware of that kitchen. Now, part of the CAMA, the Conneaut Area Ministerial Association, so I was aware of the soup kitchen at
Human Resources Center.
At the Human Resource Center, the Mary's Soup Kitchen that they do there. And, because of the Catholic Church that I knew about those, but I didn't know about hers, so when they mentioned it in the meeting, I'm like, oh, okay, and then, and they talked about the Oddfellows Hall and how, she'd been doing it over there for 10 years. It's like, wouldn't that be nice if they would be interested in, could, sometimes once you're established, you don't want to move,
Right.
But it works out good because, one of the things she talked about was the location, and, ours is right downtown there. She's still across the street from Golden Dawn, just the other door. And but we just feel like God really has brought us together to partner and try to help the community. So many people in Conneaut need help. Some of them actually need the meal because they don't get to eat very often. Some of them just need the social interaction of, they need a place to go where they can get together and talk with people. And
Well, when you found out about this, now you had been in his church.
Right.
Did you go in then and look at that nice big kitchen? Or did you say, we'll take it sight unseen?
Pretty much. We met, it was like, oh my gosh, you know, you couldn't ask for a better place. I mean, and I'm really big on community service. I was a paramedic in Conneaut for a long time, paramedic firefighter, and also as a paid medic, but back to the community. I mean, you just are so blessed to do that.
Yeah.
And yeah, sometimes it's really frustrating, as you know how it can be. But I have to say, I don't know with the people from Pastor Frank's church now, we'll see. There has never been an argument at our soup kitchen. And it's not my soup kitchen, it's all of our soup kitchen. Never. Nobody's ever, it's been wonderful, so we'll see. And it's ecumenical. I mean, we have people who have no church, who go to the Baptist church, who are at the Methodist church, who are from the Catholic church, and everybody works together. And it's so nice to be able to come together to do something for the people, because like Pastor Frank said, there are a lot of people who truly have no food. We've had people come up after, because we go home with nothing. We try not to go home. Everything finds a place. And we've had people come up to us and say, well, you know, if you hadn't given us that bread or that extra soup, we wouldn't have been able to get through the week. So there really is a need there, and people really are very prideful. And they, you know, that's why we don't do donations. There are people who could give you a lot, and there are people who can do nothing. This way everybody's on the same level. And
we really appreciate that too, because we don't want people to think, if you put a thing out that says donations accepted, people think they have to give money to eat, and we don't want that. You know, we want people to know we're here to show you the love of Jesus, and Jesus wants you to have a nice hot meal in your belly, and you know,
and the
know
thing
that
is,
you're loved. So.
when you're working the soup kitchen, you can really see in people, you know, you keep thinking of how Jesus says, you know, I'm in this person, and you know, you never know, like when you die, whose face is going to be there.
That's right.
And it's just so blessed. I mean, you are so blessed to be able to do it. And we're looking forward to people from his congregation coming in, because we don't let anybody sit alone. We try
I was
not
going to
to.
ask that. If somebody comes in and by himself or herself, do you direct them to sit with somebody else, or how do you?
The tables are set up, and the ones who are going to be used at the UCC church are round.
I was going to say, you have round tables.
At St. Mary's, they were round. What's nice about that, at first it's funny because people are very reluctant to sit with people they don't know, and it seems when it's long tables, it's different.
Well, you can sit at the end and not have to talk to those
the
people
person,
at the other
but this way they do. But we've had so many people who've come for years that I don't think there'll be a problem with that. No, they're good about it. Mostly a lot of widows, but more widowers than widows, who are just very lonely, and they're more than welcome. They don't just eat and leave. They're welcome to sit for however long. But I will say, if you're after the stuffed pepper soup, be there early, because they are there before 10, and so we now have 2 people making stuffed pepper soup.
And then they make it there. They make it at the.
No. They bring it in crock pots. At the church, they have a beautiful, huge commercial stove. So what we will probably do, so we don't have to plug in so many, and Chris Brown was wonderful in writing down what plugs to use, we will probably put some on the stove. So it's going to be interesting, because the women who've served are used to just being in a line like this. So now they're going to be in a large kitchen where they have to go here and here and here and here. So they might need rollerblades. It'll be okay.
And then, is anyone from the church going to be there helping out, or you're just giving the space and that's it?
Well, no, we have opened it up and talked to our church about coming. We know that people from our kitchen are going to be there in case Mary has any questions, or and then I'll be there to just sit and talk with people. I mean,
that'll be great.
I don't do very well at cooking soup, but I'm a great gifted gab. I'm a preacher, so we plan on doing that, and I think as it goes on, more and more of our people will get involved, because we have a great group of people that love to help and get involved and do stuff. We had recently we had a cabbage roll dinner, and I walked up. Well, that was the day we did our tour. We walked up into the kitchen, and there was almost a dozen people there making cabbage
It was like
rolls.
old home week. I mean, like almost all of them. It was like, whoa, okay.
Yeah, and it was kind of surprising. Mary knew most everybody there. So.
And the good thing's going to be, even if it gets really big,
So
we
how
can
many
schedule people at different
How many
months.
can be seated at one time? If every seat were filled?
If we fill everybody's seat, we're right around 65 that we can seat. 50 seats real comfortably, because those round tables, you can put 8 seats around them, but if you put 6, it's more comfortable. So if we do about 50, it's better. But if everybody comes like right when you first start, we'll just put all the chairs that we have. And
I think what we're going to do is we're going to start with 5 tables. So that'd be 30 people to start. And you have to realize too, they're not there all at the same time usually.
Yeah.
People come in and then they stay about 20 minutes and then they leave. Or some of them come in just to take stuff home.
Oh.
So.
Do people come early? I know you start at 11 and you said they come.
Yes.
And they don't mind waiting to eat?
No. They'll get coffee and sit and wait, and they're very patient. I have to say, in 10 years, we've only had one incident where I said, well, if you'd like me to call the police, I'll be more than happy. And that never happened again. So we do give a big box of food to the police department every month. We're very appreciative of them being there. Now they're even closer, so
They're right
make it
across-
easier
across
to
the
do
street,
it. Yeah.
So what time, if the volunteers, are you there at 7 a.m., 8 a.m.? Because if you're starting to serve at 11, that's a
We're
long
usually
day for you.
there at 8. For those who are working the kitchen, they will enter in the kitchen door. The public will come on the east side of the church. The first set of doors.
The first set of
that first set of doors right across from the fire hall there.
Yeah, they will go in that
Because you just go up a couple of steps
like
and you're right
3
there.
shallow steps that you could use a walker or crutches on, no problem.
But if you do need it, we can use the ramp. There's no handle on the outside is all. So you got to know somebody's coming up that way, and we can let them in. But it is handicap accessible.
And we are doing it differently. We're going to try the UCC church, when they do their dinners, they serve in their kitchen, which if you've seen their kitchen, it's beautiful. We are going to do kind of like what we did at St. Mary's and at the Oddfellows Hall. They're going to come in and then walk along the line of tables, and then across where the entry into the kitchen would be is where they'll get their soup.
Yeah.
And then the dessert table will be at the back.
Okay.
So.
Oh, you have desserts too.
Oh yes,
Does everybody
all
make,
kinds. No,
are they
no,
homemade?
usually, but sometimes they are.
Yeah.
But not usually. Usually they're pie and cake, and then sometimes somebody will make brownies or something. But both Jim Grivis and myself, we went and took the class a couple years ago for the food safety.
Oh.
So we have that, and anybody who knows me knows I'm so big on infection control. You don't do anything without gloves, and if your hair is really long, it's tied back, and so it's like I'm the kitchen police, sort of.
Okay, we're going to take a short break, and then we'll be back talking a little bit more with Pastor Frank and Mary Lou Lardy about the community kitchen. We'll be right back. Hi, we're back. I'm Martha Sorahan from the Courier, filling in on Sunrise Live this morning for Jim Coco. Hi, Jim, if you're watching. And I'm speaking with Mary Lou Lardy and Pastor Frank Walford. Mary Lou is from the Community Kitchen, and Pastor Frank is with the First Congregational United Church of Christ, the new home of the Community Kitchen, which serves a free soup lunch the third Saturday of the month, and you will be tomorrow starting at 11 o'clock at UCC in the beautiful dining room. And we've just been talking about the kitchen, its 10-year history, and kind of how things run over there. So when we had the cameras off, we were talking about donations. What kinds of donations do you accept?
Well, we really don't accept donations per se. We do accept the donation of time if people are wandering through and they, if children need community service. However, demographics have really changed. When we started at St. Mary's 10 years ago, all families. We had all families.
Really?
And now we don't have hardly anyone with little kids. So things have changed. A lot of people with the economy so bad have moved away. I was telling you the story of a mother and daughter came through from southern Ohio. Her son was in prison, she said, for doing something really stupid. And she said, we help out at a soup kitchen where we live. I believe it was at a Baptist church. And she said, would we be able to help? And we said, absolutely. So they really stepped in and helped out. We have had...
So just that one time?
For them.
For them.
But one day, there showed up 3 guys that were kind of rough looking, and they were like motorcycle gang, think that way. And they were doing community service, and they, God bless them, they came in and they washed dishes and helped make sandwiches and did whatever. So if you have to do community service, you're welcome to come in and, but
Do you like to know ahead of time, or is it okay?
That would be nice. That would be nice to know ahead of time. Although if you're a teenager and you're coming in to do community service, know that you are going to do community service. You're not going to sit there with your, earbuds on and just go, hey, when somebody walks in, because I won't sign the paper.
I was going to say you have to sign the paper.
I won't do that.
So about how many volunteers do you need every month?
We generally have 14.
Oh.
We have a greeter. We have the people who serve the soup. We have the people that bust the tables and wash the dishes. And we have people, usually the guys are making sandwiches and buttering the bread and just, But we were on top of each other, really, even at the Oddfellows. So this will be like, whoa.
Because it's a much bigger space.
And we never, like we said, let anyone sit by themselves. I mean, it's just...
So are some of the volunteers just sitting and talking with the people who come in?
Yes, which is nice, because we've been getting a lot of veterans over the years. So that's really nice. Really nice.
Okay. And then you're going to be having some church volunteers who come in and help. So you'll be
Sure.
Now, you were talking about next month. You're going to have a giving tree for December?
This is how this came about. Years ago, I think maybe 30, 40 years ago, I went to my cousin's church. She belonged to the Presbyterian Church in Ashtabula. And there was this tree set up with all this stuff on it. I said, what is that? She goes, oh, that's a giving tree. We do it every year. So I came back to St. Mary's and asked Father Summers if we could do it. He goes, oh, yeah, let's do it. So we've done it for years and years and years. So what we do at Christmas time is we set up a 6-foot tree, and it has gloves and mittens and hats and scarves and socks. Socks are big, so we do a lot of socks. Because a lot of people really need the socks.
So that'll be next month.
That'll be next month, and it's the 21st of December, so it's pretty close.
It's pretty close to Christmas. And so how do you build the tree? Do you
Everything
buy
is... Yes,
handmade,
yes,
or how
we
do you-
buy. No, we buy. And it's just clothes pinned on, and people are welcome to take what they need.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really fun. We've had Santa come a few times when he's not really busy, which is really fun, even for the older people.
Oh, yeah. Well, I hope he can make it next
Well, I
month. It's
talked
so
to
close
him.
to Christmas.
I saw him a week ago, and he said, I might have to just try to show up. And I said, that would be great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Have you had Santa before?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And I bet everybody likes
It was
Santa.
fun, yeah.
Yeah.
And because the UCC, it's so huge, we can't decorate the way we usually do, but we always have a big nativity thing on a door or a wall, because Christmas is all about giving. It's not so much the Santa thing.
Mm-hmm.
So we try to bring that aspect. And you don't have to be a Christian to come,
Mm-hmm.
but we've always been faith-based, and we always pray before, because God knows we need to do it before. So everybody's just like...
But I think, if memory serves me right, I talked to you about the community kitchen years ago. Don't you?
We did, yeah. And my theme is for me, it's the music. So I usually always have music of some kind on.
Okay.
Usually Celtic music, which makes everybody crazy in the kitchen, but hey, whatever. Too bad.
So will there be a lot of Thanksgiving theme going on tomorrow then?
They have the tables beautifully set, so probably not.
Because you had a Thanksgiving dinner a few weeks ago.
We did.
Yes.
Oh, one year we sent somebody out front. This is what I told Pastor Frank, you better be careful. We had them wear a pilgrim hat, and they went out to welcome people in. Oh, yeah. You never know.
Yeah.
We've been known to have a great big leprechaun with the face out where somebody's face might be in there sometimes. So it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah. So, are people aware? Are you expecting a nice crowd tomorrow?
Like Pastor Frank said, word of mouth. I wanted to say thank you publicly to Clara Lundgren. She had offered the...
Clara is wonderful.
She is amazing.
She is
and she
amazing.
offered us to go in with them for one step, but it wouldn't work for us because we're too many people, I think, and they've beautifully decorated that place, and I'm just...
Did a lot of work.
Yeah, they did a lot of work. But I just really appreciate her asking us. That was really great to do that, so we're really happy.
So what did the people do these 3 months? Well, you said you never have it in August because of D-Day. The community kitchen comes.
Right, because a lot of the people who come to the community kitchen go, and a lot of the workers work it.
Okay, at D-Day.
At D-Day,
Okay.
yeah.
So when people came in July, were you able to tell them that was going to be the last one
Yes,
for a while?
and I put a sign on the door at the Odd Fellows. And when I called Clara, I said, well, I didn't want to call you until I had the church key in my hand, because I said, but we're going to partner with, she goes, oh, I know, I heard. I'm thinking, so there won't be a problem with who comes. Trust me.
Her mother-in-law comes to our church.
Oh, well,
so
then
I'm
people
sure.
know. And they had it in their church bulletin and stuff. so-
Okay, but so you don't really know what the people did in September and October. I mean, I know there's a few
Oh,
other
they went
lunches
to the Human Resources Center, I
they-
hope.
on Wednesdays.
Because that's, we have always said, if you, in addition to this, go to the Human Resources Center.
Well, they have 2 soup lunches there. Ann Boy has a soup lunch the 3rd Wednesday, which is the same day. No, it's 2nd and 4th. I don't know. Anyway, there are other
And Kingsville
opportunities.
does,
Kingsville
yeah.
has a soup lunch. Kingsville has a free dinner on
Dinner.
Tuesdays.
Right.
So there are a lot of
But a lot of people
opportunities.
walk. That's the
But yes,
problem.
not everybody can get to Kingsville.
Kingsville
Oh,
and
yeah.
Amboy become
And
a
even
problem.
Amboy
Yeah.
is quite a ways down.
Yeah.
Have you had people say they can't wait to come?
Yes, yes.
And do they ever come up and say, you better have sausage and pepper soup or I'm not?
Absolutely. And the wedding soup is a big one too, so we'll see.
And then what kinds of desserts do you have?
We have
I'm a
pies
dessert
and
person.
cakes, we have cookies and brownies. Jim that comes from Saybrook usually brings a tray like this of something. So there's plenty of desserts, and we do have the dessert police. We do have somebody who sits at the table.
Seriously? Does anybody
No,
else serve
it's
first?
not. Yes, and they're welcome to get it.
Yeah.
But it's just, here's the thing. Most of us who volunteer are way over 60.
Okay.
Okay, so we're happy that down the road, if people can't do it, the church can have it and just keep it going, because you have a big youth ministry too.
We do.
Yeah.
And the kids are welcome to come and work.
Will
They
the
have to
kids
work.
be helping tomorrow, do you think?
I don't know if they'll be there tomorrow, because we're still trying to figure out, we don't want to be too much in Mary's way. We want to we want to get it kind of established and then.
Right.
Well, we have to establish too, because this is all new to us, where everything is, where the lights are, how it's gonna go.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming we're gonna have the same regular people that come, and they come at predicted times.
Mm-hmm.
We have,
So if somebody doesn't come, maybe there's something wrong?
we have these 2 men who've come for years that are carnies, and they work in Florida in the summertime. So we,
Do they live in Conneaut
They live in
then?
Conneaut. But we have people from all walks of life,
Mm-hmm.
and just sitting and talking to them, some of their stories are amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing. A lot out there that people don't know about, and it's never a burden though, it's giving back. And I believe that's what you're here for.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So even after 10 years, it's still as fun and fresh
It is
as
fun.
it was the
It is
first
fun. But we did
first
need
day.
these couple of months to regroup.
have you gotten any more volunteers?
I don't know.
Or is it the
I won't
same?
know till-
Oh, you
I
won't
won't know till tomorrow.
But you know there's a few of the,
I know Judy will be there and Mona will be there. Gloria will not, but she's sending her soup. Yeah, we keep in touch, so we know who's gonna be there. My husband's in California, so obviously he's not gonna be there.
yeah.
So, but there'll be people, and then with the UCC people, that's a good way for them to learn the ropes and how we do things, and maybe they can suggest better way. Gail, I think, is coming tomorrow,
Gail
which
will
I'm
be there,
looking
yeah.
forward to. So
She's so effervescent.
Yeah.
she's so fun.
So
She's like,
we
"No
have a
worries."
few more minutes. I know your church is celebrating its bicentennial this year. Are you having, and you've had events kind of ongoing all year.
We have.
What's coming up next? What are some of the
Well, so for our 200th anniversary, we did a homecoming kind of Thanksgiving dinner. And so we're using coming home for Christmas kind of is going to be our theme for Advent. And we will have a nice dinner, a Christmas dinner on the 15th. And that we're trying to finish well, and it's been 200 years this year, just doesn't seem possible. But, I mean,
Yeah.
so,
But the church hasn't always been in that building.
well, no, the
And
building's only 100 years old.
Right,
But,
so, and I know you haven't been there that long, so maybe
No.
you don't know a lot of the history.
Oh, well, I don't. Now, there's a lot of really wonderful history in the church there.
It's
we have books
beautiful,
and
the
pictures.
building
and,
is, yeah.
Yeah, and and we're actually trying to put together a book. They put together a book every maybe 50 years to kind of update what's been going on in the church and what the history is. So we're trying to put together a new one to have at the end of the year, hopefully. And but that takes a lot of work, and it's
a lot of
you got to dig through all those pictures, and how far back do you go, because you're talking about the history of the church. So they're talking about like the first pastor that put it all together and how he served in the Revolutionary War. And I mean, it's like you think 200 years ago, it's like, wow, okay, sure, that's the time frame's right. And but it's kind of mind-boggling to think that our congregation has been there, and even 100 years ago it would have been even 50 years ago it would have been a completely different group of people, and yet God keeps it going. I mean, it's God's church, it's not our church. So he keeps people coming in, and we do our best to serve the community. We feel like our mission is to love God, love others, and try to teach people to do that. And we all know loving others isn't always easy. But we do our best with things like the soup kitchen, and we have different events that we do that we try to reach out to the community. So we're doing the 15th will be the 15th will also be our kids' Christmas play. They do a Christmas play.
Okay.
And so they'll do that during the service, and then after the service we'll have our Christmas meal. And then on the 1st, December 1st, they're having a tailgate party after church, because that's the second game where the Steelers and the Browns play, and so there's a bit of a rivalry in my church.
Yes.
Most of them are, Cleveland Browns fans.
Well, it seems like Conneaut's kind of divided. There's a lot of Steelers fans.
We're close enough that.
Yeah. So when you say you're having a tailgate, it's going to be outside, or?
No, I think it'll probably be an inside, because it's December the 1st, but
Okay.
we'll have it in our dining room. They'll decorate it, and
then people bring?
people will bring
food?
like tailgate kind of food,
Yeah.
and we'll have a just kind of a big party. They'll have games, and then our youth group meets that evening. They meet every other Sunday, and so they're gonna do something for that. I don't know if they're.
But your congregation usually has a potluck once a month
We do.
after worship.
We do first Sunday of every month.
Okay.
We usually have that.
So you'll be having two in December then?
No,
sort of.
the one on the 1st will be just the tailgate
Tailgate.
party. It won't really necessarily be a full-blown kind of potluck meal. And then we'll have, when we have our Christmas meal, we usually provide ham and mashed potatoes and turkey, and then people bring in side dishes to kind of fill that in. And then we have different activities there. We've also put together a youth band, where every Sunday morning we have maybe a dozen kids that come, and Jim Fuller has been coming and teaching them how to play whatever instrument they're interested in. We have a set of handbells that they've been learning, and we're hoping that they'll play for us maybe the Sunday before Christmas in church, play a song or two. We're going to see how that goes. We just started, and so but we're real excited about that.
So whose idea was that? That sounds really
That kind of came out of the same group that talked with her, the strategic planning committee. We we know if we can get the kids involved and they'll invite their friends, and we want to try to plant seeds.
And the library has ukuleles you can borrow for free.
Ukuleles, okay. All right, well, that's good to know. And we talk to people about, if you've got an instrument in your closet or whatever, bring it in. And we haven't seen anything from that yet, but we also set aside some money that if we do need to buy an instrument or two, we can do that.
Have you been to any rehearsals of this group?
I have not got there yet.
So you can't say how
I
they sound yet.
I can't say how they sound, but I do know that they've been down there, and everybody that's involved in it's been pretty excited. So
Yeah, well, that's really neat.
Is Jim
Yeah.
teaching the handbells? I want to learn to do that.
I would imagine he is. He's the music guy down there. So
Maybe you could join. Is there an age
Sunday
limit?
at 10 o'clock. Come, I'm sure.
Oh, really?
They'll let you play, buddy.
I have a French horn I think we could maybe give it to you. No, really. My daughter played it. Nobody wants it.
So most people know the high school football coach, Rocco Dobrin. Him and his family come, and he has a daughter named Maisie, and she's this tall.
She's 4, yes.
Yeah, she's 4. She's real blonde.
Yeah,
she's
real
this.
cute.
And I said in church, I said, I think we need to get Maisie to play the tuba.
Oh my gosh.
And Emily went,
She's bigger than that. The tuba's bigger.
oh, I know.
Than
It
she
would just be
is,
funny.
yeah.
So, but so we're having a lot of fun
Great.
with that, and we're just trying to, do all we can to get people excited about coming to church.
I have a question.
Of course.
Who does the playlist for the Carolyn? Who does the bells? Who figures out?
Those bells that
yeah,
play?
That
Yeah,
play
yeah.
automatically.
The person that was doing that is no longer with us. I mean, he didn't die. He just left. But so we are looking for somebody to do that.
I'll tell you because I heard Bells of St. Mary's.
Oh, did you?
Yes, was on there. It was
Yeah.
like,
It has a whole thing. There's like a little controller, and you just program it in.
oh my gosh,
I mean,
when my
and you can
husband
make it
gets
play
back,
whatever you
maybe
want.
we'll look at it. He's got
There
a
you
degree
go.
in electronics and everything, so
Awesome.
Oh.
that'd be
I love it that
wonderful.
let the bells play. I just
Oh, I
think
do
that is,
too.
I don't know, I just think
We
that's so
played,
neat.
yeah, I know for a while there we were playing like Christmas songs, like, we don't play them every hour, we play, it goes off every hour, and then like at 5 o'clock we play a song or two.
That's so nice.
Oh, I think it is so nice.
And you can hear it all through
I
downtown,
know,
that's for sure.
There's just
Yeah,
something,
you
there's just
can.
something nice about it, I don't know.
And we do turn it off at night, because we know lots of people live downtown,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's not
Whoops.
going off in the middle of the evening, keeping people awake.
So what time do you turn it off?
I think it turned off at 8 o'clock.
Oh.
8?
Yeah, I think it went till 8.
And then what time does it start in the morning? Nobody calls and says, I can't sleep. So
I think it's 8 o'clock
Oh,
that it
okay,
started.
well,
I believe,
alright.
I know it goes off at 9, because
Yeah.
that's usually when I'm getting into the church, about 9 o'clock, and it's going off when I get there.
Yeah, okay.
So,
Well, I think we've come to almost to the 9 o'clock hour, almost, but it's been great having you on. And is there anything you want to talk? Are they welcome to stop by
They
tomorrow?
are more than
or-
welcome to stop
Absolutely.
tomorrow at the UCC Church, east side door, first set of doors.
Yeah,
directly across from the fire department.
but you said you don't need them to bring donations.
No,
Okay.
no.
That it's all, that's taken care of.
It is taken care of. It's always been taken care of.
Yeah. So if somebody wants to donate money, do you accept that, or how does that work?
So how that works is we do have a post office box,
Okay.
because that was part of the criteria for having your 501c3, and it's post office box 722. But
722, so they could
722.
send money if they were so
wanted to,
inclined.
yes.
Or if they wanted, they could send it to the church and
Yeah.
with Mary's name on it, and
Okay.
or the Conneaut Soup Kitchen.
If somebody wanted to donate paper products, napkins and plates and things, do you accept that?
We never have had to. we don't know how this is gonna go. If this just gets really, really big, we might have to, but for now, no, we're in really good shape.
You're okay then. Well, that's great.
And we've let them know that, you know, if they run out or we always have a lot of that stuff in our kitchen, so just use what you need and we'll
Yeah.
make sure it gets replenished.
And we have lids for our soup containers too, so people are able to take some home.
Oh.
So that works
that's
too.
good. Okay. Well, thank you so much. 10 years
Thank
of
you.
service. That's just something else that makes Conneaut special.
And it's a new adventure now, so this will be great.
I'm sure it's going to work out great. So thank you, Mary Lou. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Pastor Frank, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Good evening. I'd like to call the Conneaut City Council meeting to order for November 25th, 2019. Ms. O'Connell, would you please call the roll?
City Manager, Mr. Hockaday.
Here.
Finance Director, Mr. Williams.
Here.
Council President, Mrs. Newcomb.
Present.
Mr. Emery.
Here.
Mr. Garrix.
Here.
Mr. Prokowski.
Present.
Mr. Sanford.
Present.
Law Director, Mr. Smith.
Here.
Would you all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Move on to the next order on our agenda, which is our invocation. And we welcome Reverend Schenk from the Amboy United Methodist Church.
Thank you. Let us pray. Oh Lord, in this season of Thanksgiving, may we give thanks for all those things that have been our blessings in the past year. We give thanks for the City Council. We give thanks for this wonderful city of Conneaut and for all that happens within it. We also pray in this week of Thanksgiving for safe travel and for times with family and friends. We pray that this council will deliberate with wisdom and judgment, and that you will guide them as they determine sometimes the fate and the future of this city. And we thank you that you are with us in all things and all ways. And we give you praise and glory in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen.
Thank you. Next order of business is the disposing of our meeting minutes from our meeting, which was held on November 12th. Those have all been mailed to council members, emailed. Are there any changes or corrections to the minutes as presented? Entertain a motion. Motion by Mr. Prokowski, seconded by Mr. Sanford. Ms. O'Connor, would you call the roll?
Mr. Emery.
Yes.
Mr. Garrix.
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb.
Yes.
Mr. Prokowski.
Yes.
Mr. Sanford.
Yes.
Meeting minutes for November 12th, 2019 stand approved. Next order of business on our agenda, excuse me, is the awards presentation. We're very excited this evening to present the Spartan of the Month Award to Dylan Stewart. If Dylan and his family would please come forward.
Certificate of Achievement Spartan of the Month. The Spartan of the Month for November is Dylan Stewart. Dylan is a 10th grade student at Conneaut High School. His nominating teacher, Mr. Talbaka, wrote, "I have known Dylan for the last 3 years, and he always has a positive attitude. Even as a sophomore, he is always helping younger students and setting a good example for them. He volunteers to help out in any way possible during school and football. I feel Dylan is an exemplary Spartan. Dylan exhibits those qualities that make him a representative of what it means to be a true Spartan." Signed, Deborah Newcomb, Council President, Nicholas Prokowski, Council Member.
Congratulations. Who was the teacher? Oh, it was Mr. Talbaka. Would you like to say anything? Introduce your family?
Thank you. This is my mom,
and my dad.
The principal. Well, we're really proud of you for all you've done, and council has something else for you too as well.
On behalf of City Council, this is a small token of our appreciation for what you do.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work. Okay.
Congratulations.
What happened to your wrist? I thought it was a slide rule. Good to see you.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Let him go first. I'm trying to be nice to him. Yes, congratulations.
Congratulations.
We'll have one more before the end of the year, then we'll start another month. December.
I think so.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, we have no special presentation this evening, and we'll move on to audience comments. Mr. Smith, has anybody signed in for comments this evening?
Alas, no one.
Thank you. Communications, Ms. O'Connell, do you have any communications that need to be read into the record?
No, I do not.
Any member of council have any communications? Okay, we'll move on to the report of our administration. We'll start with our city manager, Mr. Hockaday.
Thank you, Council President Newcomb. Have a couple updates for you tonight. One of the things that you will see on the agenda, and I recommend it obviously go all three readings, is the dredge material facility lease. So it is in, hopefully it's final draft form for council's consideration. I know we're missing 2 members of council tonight, so if we want to have an executive session to discuss any further aspect of that lease, then I think that would be appropriate, but I would recommend maybe the next meeting when everybody's here. So if anybody has any questions, they can take time, they can review this carefully. Obviously, myself and Mr. Smith are available to answer any questions you might have. So that has been a long time coming, and we're finally there with 3 readings left in the year, so kind of great timing. The Reesburg pipeline is scheduled to go live December 1st, which is very exciting. I think they're going to meet that deadline. And I did send an email out to you with some pictures of the taps that were installed. So that makes me very happy because that's been a long project for us as well. Parrish and Chamberlain Road is completed, save the uprights and the signals. Those were back ordered. They have gone through, and I think they've dealt with 3/4 of the punch list. What we're hoping is that we're expecting final delivery December 10th on those pieces, that they will get installed that week, and then we will be able to do a closeout on that project. So it's getting close, and I think the contractor's done a nice job. They have a couple punch list items to carry out. Some of the line striping stuff wasn't quite right, so it needs to be rectified, but other than that, it's pretty close. There'll be some grass seeding issues that will go into the spring. Obviously, they'll probably have to come back and touch that up. We're a little bit beyond grass growing weather at this point, so but that project has moved forward nicely, and I think they've done a great job with it. Telemetry at the water treatment plant, this allows us to remotely read and see tower water levels. It does a lot of things for us in terms of management, but also allows us to see critical situations, line breaks, stuff like that. All the hardware's installed. They're still ironing out some of the software, but that will be completed by the end of this year as well. Resident street sewer lining, all the main lines are completed. They've done all the main line work. They have a couple lateral top hats to install, which they're going to be doing between now and the first 2 weeks of December, and then they will be out of here, and we'll close the door on that project as well. Lake Road Stormwater, we had our pre-construction meeting last week. They're hoping to potentially start some of that work here starting in December. And we also had our pre-construction meeting for the I-90 and Mill Street water line lining project. So those have both been awarded and are ready to move forward at the contractor's availability. So we'll see kind of what the weather holds for us, and that will dictate as much of anything as the contractor's readiness. So And just one other kind of upcoming pieces is we are probably going to submit a coastal management access grant. I spoke with Yeti Lombardo of the Ohio Department of Natural Resources Coastal Management Division, and we will likely submit a final application. We submitted a pre-proposal on 2 separate projects. She kind of leaned one way, so we're going to go in that direction. So, and that would be for NPSIS, which is a NPSIS plan, and it's required for any funding related to the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative. So it's a good grant series, and we just need to keep moving forward on some of those pieces so we can remain available to as much funding from federal and state entities as possible. So that's all I have, unless there are any questions or I can answer. I will mention one of the things, and I'll let 2 of the counselors that also sit on the Conneaut Foundation share their piece as well. There was an article in the Courier this last week that implied that the city played a role in or had some legal or financial obligation to the purchase of the Harbor Beverage Store or the Hagstrom's 1 Welton Road building. Just to be clear, the city did not purchase nor has any legal or financial role in either of those. So just to be absolutely 100% clear, one is owned by the Port Authority of the Hagstrom's building, and the Harbor Beverage Store was purchased by the Conneaut Foundation. I believe Martha has agreed to run a correction on that story and kind of clarify that relationship. And there are 2 council members here that are members of the Conneaut Foundation. I'd let them obviously speak if they so choose. So just wanted to make sure that we're not doing something that people didn't know about or something like that. But no, we don't have any relationship with those buildings.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yes.
Appreciate that. Okay.
Any questions for the city manager? Okay, we'll move on to the report of our finance director, Mr. Williams.
I have no report tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Ready to do the budget work session on December 2nd?
Yes, we will have a
All
draft
right.
budget available for you. We might even, I might even email
Oh, okay.
at the end of this week.
All right, that'd be great. Report of our law director, Mr. Smith.
No report.
You want to talk about the lease yet? We'll do that later, I don't.
Might as well with everyone present.
And you won't have to do it twice, okay. Got it, thank you. Reports of standing committees, do you have any committee reports at this time? Any liaisons? Okay. And we'll move on to assignment of ordinances. And tonight, there are no ordinances and resolutions on the table. We have one in 3rd reading, ordinance number 8119, which is assigned to Mr. Sanford. There are none in 2nd reading. Ordinances in 1st reading, we'll begin with ordinance number 95-19, which will be introduced by Mr. Garrett. Ordinance number 96-19 will be introduced by Mr. Prokosky. Ordinance number 97-19 will be introduced by Mr. Sanford. Resolution number 98-19 will be introduced by Mr. Prokosky. Ordinance number 99-19 will be introduced by Mr. Sanford. Ordinance number 100-19 will be introduced by Mr. Emery. And ordinance number 101-19 will be introduced by Mr. Garrix. So we'll begin with the ordinances in 3rd reading. Ms. O'Connell?
An ordinance to establish a maximum vacation payout and year-to-year carryover limit for all full-time unclassified employees at the time of retirement or separation from service and not declaring an emergency.
Any additional comments, questions? Just want to explain real quickly to
Yeah,
our
so this
viewers.
is for unclassified personnel, so those would be non-collectively bargained employees within the city of Conneaut that are full-time and receive vacation. This establishes a maximum payout upon retirement. This is in line with what the collective bargaining units have. That way people aren't saving up 2 or 3 years of vacation time at the end of their service. A lot of times it saves the city money in the sense that we're not having people taking quote-unquote year-long vacations at the end, and then they stay on our health care and other benefits, which costs taxpayers more money. So this would cap that activity at 400 hours, with the exception of a few employees that presently have a little bit over 400 hours. I don't think there's anybody over 600 right now. But that would be their maximum. If they drop below the 400, then the 400 becomes their maximum. So it caps that payout, and it also is intended to bring the administrative personnel in line with what the collective bargaining personnel have as well. And the goal is ultimately, reducing some of those retirement payouts to the city because they can be cost prohibitive.
Hopefully help Mr. Williams in budgeting as well, because you don't have those unanticipated expenses. Okay, any questions before we proceed? Mr. Garrix? Oh, not Mr. Garrix, Mr. Sanford.
Yes. At this time, Mrs. Newcomb, I would like to act on Ordinance 81-19.
Motion by Mr. Sanford, seconded by Mr. Emery to act on the ordinance. Ms. O'Connor?
Mr. Sanford?
Yes.
Mr. Emery?
Yes.
Mr. Garrix?
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb?
Yes.
Mr. Prokowski?
Yes.
Ordinance number 81-19 is passed. On to ordinance number 95-19, which will be introduced by Mr. Garrix.
An ordinance to create Fund 300 Chestnut Middle Road paving for the purpose of accounting for receipts and disbursements of grant funds for the paving of Chestnut Street and Middle Road.
Talk, David.
Well, Jonathan, so we're establishing some funds here in this ordinance and the next ordinance, and these will be in the 2020 budget. These will be projects that will be carried out next year, but we do need to go ahead and establish the funds. So we figured we'd start getting some of those things done now.
And this is a OPWC grant loan. The grant is $232,000, the loan is $50,000, and then our match, the city's match, is $282,000.
If we want to be specific about the paving, it's the area north of 16th Street on Chestnut up to Lake Road, and then it'll be Middle Road from 20 to the I-90 overpass.
Okay, and that'll be the same with the next ordinance, is creating another fund. So, need some more. Okay. Mr. Garrix.
This has to be moved to a second reading, right? Because we don't have enough to act on it?
Correct.
That's correct.
I move it to a second reading.
Ordinance number 95-19 has been moved to second reading. On to ordinance number 96-19, which will be introduced by Mr. Prokowski.
An ordinance to create Fund 301 Conneaut Dredge Facility for the purpose of accounting for receipts and disbursements of grant funds relating to the construction of a dredge facility.
Again, this is another creation of funds for our budget for 2020, correct?
Well,
Or is that gonna start now?
this one will likely start sooner. So as soon as the fund is established, we'll likely create an appropriation. We're hoping to receipt funds from the state of Ohio before the year's end. I would hope we would be able to reimburse some prior expenses, particularly
Okay.
related to environmental legal counsel for the lease.
So we'll have to pass this before the end of the year. Okay. All right, Mr. Prokowski.
I'd like to move Ordinance 96-19 to a second reading.
Ordinance 96-19 is moved to second reading. Move on to ordinance number 97-19, introduced by Mr. Sanford.
An ordinance to amend the 2019 budget through appropriations and fund and interfund transfers, attached Tier 2 and marked Exhibit A.
Mr. Williams.
Yes, this, we're making a couple of adjustments. I attached the Chief Lee's memo that he'd like to move some money from vehicle maintenance into incidentals. He needs to do pension physicals and psychologicals for a new firefighter or firefighters. We are planning on receiving NOPEC funds, so we're creating an appropriation for the NOPEC grant, so that's just an appropriation of $39,000 for that fund. And then in the water fund, I spoke to Mr. Neubauer about some overtime issues that he's having. He had an employee on extended sick leave, and that created an overtime situation. So we're estimating another $4,000 until the end of the year We were able to decrease contractual services by $4,000, so the net impact on the appropriation for the water fund is 0. The net impact on the general fund is 0, and the NOPEC is $39,000 increase, but those are, as I said, grant funds.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions? Mr. Sanford?
I move to place ordinance 97-19 for a second reading.
Ordinance number 9719 goes into second reading. Move on to ordinance number 98-19, which will be introduced by Mr. Prokowski.
An ordinance approving the editing and inclusion of certain ordinances as parts of the various component codes of the codified ordinances of Conneaut, Ohio, and declaring an emergency.
Give it to Kyle.
Kyle, you have it?
Yeah, this is just our annual effort to codify the ordinances that you pass. We do this every year. We also update some of the local codes to the state code so that the police department can file charges under the local code and get the fine money for it.
Okay.
So it's a pretty routine thing. It's stuff that you've passed, we've just codified so that it's in one format.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Prokowski?
I'd like to move ordinance 98-19 to a second reading.
Ordinance number 98-19 is in second reading. Okay, you'll move on to resolution number 99-19, introduced by Mr. Sanford.
A resolution to recognize the 200th anniversary of the First Congregational United Church of Christ in Conneaut.
That's Mr. Sanford.
Yes, we aren't able to act on this evening, of course, and ideally we'll reach out to Pastor Frank Walford to get a delegation here for the December 9th meeting. But just a quick point, the First Congregational United Church of Christ, as we all know, has embarked on its bicentennial this year. They had a celebration a few months ago, but certainly bicentennial of any kind, and certainly of a faith community, is definitely worthy of a notation and a proclamation. So this is pretty exciting for sure. With that, I would move to place this resolution for a second reading, Mrs. Newcomb.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sanford. Resolution number 99-19 has been moved to second reading. Move on to ordinance number 100-19, which is being introduced by Mr. Emery.
An ordinance to authorize the city manager to enter into a property lease agreement with Bessemer and Lake Erie Railroad Company for the purposes of developing and operating a sediment processing facility and not declaring an emergency.
After a short year negotiating this lease, we were finally to a final document for council's consideration. I would recommend we do an executive session at the next council meeting when everybody's here and